The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
The Mayflower departs Plymouth, England with 102 pilgrims and about 30 crew for the New World. In 1795, British capture Cape Town, South Africa from the Dutch. In 1810, Mexico issues Grito de Dolores calling for the end of Spanish rule. Mexican independence. In 1848, slavery abolished in all French territories. In 1963, Federation of Malaysia formed by Malaya, Singapore, British North Borneo, and Sarawak. In 1978, 25,000 will die in 7.7 magnitude earthquake in Tabor, Iran. In 1997, Apple Computers Inc. names co-founder Steve Jobs interim CEO. In 1989, 14th Toronto International Film Festival, Roger and Me, directed by Michael Moore, wins the People's Choice Award. In 1966, Metropolitan Opera House opens in Lincoln Center, New York, with Leonette Price as Cleopatra and Anthony and Cleopatra by Samuel Barber. In 1869, golf's first recorded hole-in-one by Tom Morris at Prestwick, 8th hole, Scotland. In 1957, LA City Council approves 300-acre site in Chavez Ravine for Dodgers. Famous birthdays on this day include Henry V, Charles Crocker, Mornar Law, Linus Shikely, James Cash Penny, Carl Durnitz, Lauren Bacall, David Copperfield, Amy Porriger, Nick Jonas, Hildegard von Beijen, B.B. King, Mark Anthony, Elgin Baylor, Ard Shanek, Rosemary Cassell, Oriel Hersher, Tim Raines, and dying on this day were James II, Daniel Gabriel Fahrenheit, Louis XVIII, Marie Callis, Mary Travers, and Edward Albee. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows.
Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling All Cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 6 regarding a holdup on Terminal Island just before noon. There's 2 bandits. Number 1, dark complexion, Mexican or Filipino, about 20 years of age, wearing a dark suit and gray cap. Number 2 is also dark, wearing a gray suit and gray cap. These men may be heading north toward Los Angeles. Keep your eyes open, boys. That's all. Rolls and close.
Mrs. Hazel Berg, living in Hollywood, is awakened at 2 a.m. by the ringing of her telephone.
Hello?
Goodbye, Hazel. This is Virginia. I've turned on the gas. I'm dying. But before I leave this world I hate so much, I wanted to say goodbye to you. Goodbye, dear.
Oh, hello? Hello, Virginia. Hello. Oh, operator, give me the police department. Quick, this is an emergency. Quick.
Los Angeles Police calling car 42, car 42. A woman committing suicide with gas at 7566 North Edinburgh in Hollywood.
That's us. Let's go. Less than a minute after the emergency call was received by the police department, radio policeman crashed down the door, gave Virginia first aid treatment, and saved her life. A few seconds longer, and it would have been too late. And because the police meet hundreds of emergencies like this every day, when seconds saved mean the difference between life and death, they specify Rio Grande cracked gasoline to power more police and emergency cars than any other brand. This emergency gasoline galvanizes into action at the touch of the starter. It accelerates so much faster than ordinary gasoline. Police and emergency car drivers in Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, and many, many other cities, as well as deputy sheriffs in Maricopa County, Arizona, and many other counties where great distances must be covered at top speed, all swear by Rio Grande cracked gasoline as the fastest, most powerful, most efficient gasoline they have ever used. And every day, scores of motorists who try Rio Grande cracked gasoline for the first time get the thrill of police car performance in their own cars. And now it is our pleasure to introduce Chief of Detectives H.S. Seeger of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Seeger.
Good evening, friends. The law enforcement problems of the Los Angeles Police Department are complicated by the large colonies of foreign language-speaking people in our city. These people do not always understand the work of our police officers. When our department attempts to solve a crime occurring in one of these foreign colonies, we meet many difficulties, as you will hear tonight. It is hard to make our mission understood, and it is even harder for our police officers to understand the meager explanations in a foreign tongue. Despite these handicaps, there are mighty few unsolved crimes of any magnitude. Our detectives must merely work harder and longer tracking down clues. Eventually, we always get the culprits. Tonight's case is a typical of the disadvantages under which our police work. The description of the bandits was so vague it seemed almost impossible that we could even locate them. The story of the missing Mexican sheiks that you are now about to hear is typical of the almost superhuman diligence of your police officers in working out a successful conclusion to a case that had no clues.
It is late morning of February 5th, 1930. Mrs. Tokunago, as is her custom, visits her branch bank on Terminal Island in Los Angeles Harbor.
Good morning, Mr. Nago.
Oh, good morning, priest.
What will it be this morning?
Oh, I think I take out money today. All money in bank.
Oh, today's your big banking day, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Today, many fishermen, many cannerymen, he pay off. He come eat at my extra special #1 restaurant.
And you cash their checks, is that it?
Yes, I think maybe I fix for them.
Well, I can see what you get out of it. Making a bank for those boys.
Oh, very fine man. Extra special. Come find Japanese fisherman. Come #1 American fellow. Give money. Spend money. Lots money in my humble restaurant.
Well, from what they tell me, they'd come anyway to eat your cooking.
Oh, you hear? I cook very good.
And that's what they tell me.
Oh, very fine. You come to my place. I fix you something nice. Oh, you like some special seaweed?
Seaweed? Well, not exactly.
Maybe so. You like fish. Oh, very good fish. Eat it. Maybe so 8 months old. You like?
Well, I don't know, Mrs. Nago. You see, I'm not used to Oriental dishes. Well, here's your money. $1,000 in $10, $5, and $20 bills. Oh, yes. There's $100 worth of ones.
Oh, you count him. Is they all right?
Yes, I counted it. It's right, just $1,000.
Oh, very good.
Now, be careful of that money.
Oh, yes. I careful. I hold tight in hand.
All right. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. And you not forget, I make special #1 Japanese dinner for you.
All right, Mr. Nago. I'll drop in and see you someday.
As Mrs. Nago leaves the bank and walks down the street toward her chop suey restaurant, a sedan, which has been parked across the street, makes a U-turn, passes the little Japanese woman, and comes to a stop a few feet ahead of her. A young man gets out and stands with one foot on the running board, talking to his companion at the wheel as Mrs. Nago approaches him. Then, just as she is passing...
Give to me that money. Keep your mouth shut, you. Come on, give to me.
Stop.
Get it aboard.
Oh, stop. He steal money. He steal
All right,
money.
come on, come on.
Oh, he put man. Stop it.
17 cents for the registered letter, 20 cents in all.
Oh, Miss Children, stopping man.
Well, what's the matter, Mrs. Nago?
Oh, man, steal money. All money I have. You grab money and run away. You're stopping, please.
What's this? Someone stole your money?
Yes, all money in wealth. He got. He took him from me. You stop him. You work for government. You're
Oh, but
stopping,
Mrs.
please.
Nago, I can't stop him. I only run the post office.
No. You work for Uncle Sam. You can't stop him. Please stop.
Now, look, Mrs. Nago, pull yourself together. I can't do anything about it. But you run over to the fire engine house across the street.
Please?
Right over there, to the fire engine house. And you tell them, and they'll call the police.
They do.
Yes, now hurry.
Oh, thank you, Miss. Thank you. I'll go.
Oh, my boy. You never should have left an opening like that. 1, 2, 3. There, make that a king. There's 2 more. That wipes you off the board.
Yeah, I guess you got me that time.
Hey, look at that Jap woman streaking across the street.
Oh, that truck nearly got her.
Oh, here's a fireman. You help, please. I find very great trouble.
What's that?
Oh, man, he grabbed money from my hand. He ran away fast in automobile.
What's that you say? You've been robbed?
Yes, I robbed. All money in one. I got no more money. Please, you're stopping. You make money come back.
How much money did he take?
Oh, maybe so I think $1,000.
$1,000. What did he look like?
Oh, he's dark. I think he maybe so Mexican.
How was he dressed?
Please?
What did he wear?
He wearing gray suit. Cuff too, I think.
What kind of a car was it?
Please?
What kind of a car?
Automobile.
Yes.
Maybe so bright green.
Anybody with him?
Yes, he have friend. Friend drive car very fast.
What did the friend look like?
Oh, he Mexican too, maybe. He wear dark suit. Cuff too, I think.
And which way did he go?
Oh, down that way.
Toward the drawbridge.
You think you'll find him. You're stopping him, maybe so. Bring back my money.
Well, ma'am, I'll do the best I can. Give me the drawbridge. Hello. Harry? Price at the engine house. Say, Harry, a couple of Mexicans just pulled a strong-arm job down here and got away with $1,000. Lift that bridge of yours, will you? Yeah. Yeah, I want to hold up all the traffic from the island until the Dicks can get over there from San Pedro. Yeah, I'm going to ring them right away.
Captain A.L. Gentry, Detectives Evans and Dunphy answer Captain Price's call. Dunphy is detailed to keep a lookout in San Pedro for the car and occupant answering the Japanese woman's description. And Captain Gentry and Evans cross to Terminal Island on the ferry. At the open drawbridge, a long line of irate motorists greet them with honking horns as they are joined by officers George Finn and C.H. Hidley from the Wilmington station.
Hello, Captain. We've been waiting for you.
Hello, Finn. Got here as soon as we could.
Hey, come on. Let's get going.
All right, you'll be moving in a minute.
It's about time.
Hey, they're getting sort of restless back there, aren't
Well, a little delay won't hurt them any. Now, here's what I want you men to do.
they? Yes, sir.
We'll drop the bridge. Then sift this line of cars and trucks out. Get the license number and description of every car and the name and address of every occupant.
Yes, sir.
And if you find a light green sedan with 2 Mexicans or Filipinos in it, one dressed in a gray suit and the other in blue, both wearing caps, arrest them and bring them in.
Right.
I doubt if you'll find them in this lineup, though. The chances are they've abandoned the car. Evans and I are going to take a look around the island and see if we can locate it.
Along the piers where the great liners lie moored after their journeys from the Orient and the South Seas, and up and down the docks where scrubby tuna clippers sway at their moorings, Gentry and Evans search for the robbers. Their hunt leads them past warehouses that smell of cargoes from far places of the earth, and through streets where the fishermen are drying their nets, past canneries, and past lumber freighters. Finally, as they turn into Seaside Avenue...
Say, Captain, this might be it.
What?
You see that sedan down there? Parked right in the middle of the street. Both front doors are swinging open.
Yes, sir. Say, we'll have a look at that.
No, that couldn't be it. The description is light green. This car's blue.
Oh, that don't mean nothing. That poor Jap woman was probably so scared she couldn't tell the difference between light green and dark blue. Come on, let's have a look.
Okay.
Looks like somebody left it in a hurry. Yeah, they've been running it fast. That radiator's hot. Who's it registered to?
Let's see. Now, you might know it's a rented car. California Auto Park in San Pedro.
I'm going to ask that woman over on the porch there if she saw anybody in the car.
Okay.
Pardon me, ma'am. Do you know who owns this car?
No sabe.
Did you see anybody leave it there?
Sí, dos hombres.
2 men, eh?
Sí,
What'd they look like? Were they Mexicans?
maybe.
How were they dressed?
One, he wear gray suit. Other, he wear blue.
Well, did they wear caps?
Sí. You know him?
No. Do you?
No sabe.
Do they live around here?
No sabe.
I'll ever see them around before.
No sabe.
Well, that's good enough. Thanks. Well, Evans, your description tallies. I guess this is the buggy we're looking for.
Yeah, a lot of good it'll do. These mugs didn't give the right names when they rented it, I'll bet.
Well, we'll follow it up anyway. I'm going to phone the California Auto Park and see who rented this car. In the meantime, you'd better dust and photograph what fingerprints you can find.
Right.
The auto park manager informs Captain Gentry that the car was rented by one J. Colano of 8328 Street, San Pedro. On the way back from Terminal Island, the detectives checked this address and discover that it's a school building. They return discouraged to the San Pedro police station to determine their line of action.
Well, we're pretty much up the well-known tree. Phony address, phony name without a doubt. And they didn't catch a shadow of a suspect while they were sifting at the drawbridge. Those birds must have abandoned the car and come over to town on the foot ferry. They're probably miles away by now.
You're forgetting one thing, Gentry.
What's that?
Those prints I photographed this afternoon.
Yeah, if the guys have ever been up before, well, they may help us.
Well, anyway, it's not as bad as it could be.
Oh, hello, boys. Hello, Sebastian. How's the Merchant's Patrol?
Okay. I dropped over from the island to get the latest dope on the crime.
Well, there isn't much dope. We found an abandoned car with some prints on it.
Well, that's something. I've been up at the bridge with the boys checking cars.
You didn't have to do that. You're paid to guard warehouses, not to do our work for us.
Well, I wanted to get in on the excitement.
Yeah, from all I hear, there wasn't any.
Not very much. But I thought I'd drop over and give you some dope I got on a hunch.
Still playing hunches, Sebastian?
Yeah. Sometimes they're a good idea. Well, I don't know whether this is worth a nickel to you, but a few days ago I saw a couple of Mexican sheiks over on the island that were dressed like the ones described in this holdup.
Yeah?
What were they doing?
Oh, they were innocent enough. Had a couple of girls with them. But they were taking pictures. But here's where the hunch comes in. Somehow they didn't look on the up and up to me, so I took the license number of the coupe they were driving. I got it here someplace. You want it?
Sure.
Here it is. Here. 5 Edward 1495. Wait a minute. I put down that number again while I was checking at the bridge. I'm sure I did, too. Wait till I look at this other list. Yes, sir, here it is. 5 Edward 1495. Chrysler coupe with 2 Mexican dames in it. Yeah, here's their name. Dolores Gonzalez driving, accompanied by Mona Martinez, both employed by the Gold Star Fish Cannery. And they live up on 8th Street near the school.
Yeah, we know all about that school. That's where this guy who rented the car lives.
Hey, you'd better hop up there to the girls' rooms and see if you can find them, Evans. Run away to Sacramento and get the registration on this license number.
The Department of Motor Vehicles quickly replies to Captain Gentry's query with the information that license 5E1495 is registered to Dolores Gonzalez at an address on 3rd Street in San Francisco. In the meantime, Detective Evans is calling at the girls' lodging.
Yes?
You the landlady here?
I am.
I'm trying to locate Dolores Gonzalez and Mona Martinez. They live here, don't they?
Well, they did.
What do you mean?
They checked out a half hour ago.
They did?
That's what I said.
You know where they went?
No. And this ain't no information booth for their boyfriend.
Wait a minute. Don't shut that door in my face. I'm not a boyfriend of theirs. I'm a police officer.
A police officer? Oh, I always knew them two would get into some kind of trouble.
No, they're not in trouble. I want to question them.
Well, they ain't here. I told you that.
Are you sure of that?
Sure, I'm sure of it. Oh, here's the money they paid the rent with.
Here. Just a minute. Let me see that dough. New $1 bills. 5 of them. I'll give you a $5 bill for them.
What for?
Because I want them.
Well, all right, I guess, if your 5's good money.
Well, if it isn't, you can always find me at the police station. Look here. You said something about the boyfriends of these 2 girls. Did they have many?
Oh, it wasn't the number. It was the kind there was.
What do you mean?
Oh, a couple of sheiks used to hang around here most of the time.
What'd they look like?
They was Mexican. One was sort of dark, and the other was lighter, with curly hair.
You don't have a picture of them, do you?
Why should I have a picture of them?
Well, I just wondered. Did the girls have any pictures of them?
They was always taking pictures. That Dolores girl had a roll of film in her hand today when she paid me the rent.
Oh, she did?
Yes, she did. Look here, I don't see where this is getting anybody, and I got a lot of work to do.
Quite all right. You told me all I want to know.
Why, I haven't told you a thing.
That's what you think. Thanks very much. Good day.
Well, I declare.
The landlady's dollar bill, bear the same serial numbers as the money issued to Mrs. Nago. Every drugstore and Kodak store in San Pedro is searched for the roll of film. Every traffic policeman and motorcycle patrolman is furnished with the number of the Chrysler Coupe on their daily hot sheet of wanted cars. San Francisco police are asked to watch for the two girls in the coupe, and police in Ventura, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, every town between San Francisco and Los Angeles are requested to be on the lookout. The following morning, Lieutenant Barlow, police department fingerprint expert, sends his report to Captain Gentry, who is opening it just as Evans bursts into his office.
Well, here they are.
What?
Why, the missing pictures.
Where'd you get them?
Picked them up at the Green Cross drugstore. They were in the name of that Gonzalez girl.
Oh, that's swell. Let's say, look here. Barlow reports that the prints on that car are the same as those of Paul Jojola, alias J. Colano.
Well, I'll be. Used his old aliases when he rented the car.
Yep. He's on parole now after serving time for a robbery job in 1928.
Up to his old tricks again, eh?
Looks like it. And say, here's a kick.
Yeah?
Oh, this is good. His address entered on his police record is 832 8th Street. At school again. Well, let's have a look at those pictures.
Yeah, here they are. 2 women and 2 guys.
Well, so far so good. They fit the description. Yeah, here's the wavy-haired one wearing the gray suit and the darker one in a blue suit.
Yeah. And look at this. The wavy-haired one poses full face with one of the dames in this picture. And then in this one, he poses profile. That's as good as shooting him for the mug book. If we can find a mug on him, it'll be a cinch to identify him.
Well, one of these guys is Colano. The question is, which one?
Better get Barlow to send you his mug.
I'll do that right away. And you take these snaps over to the island and see if you can get an identification from the Japanese woman. Oh, yeah, and you'd better stop in on that landlady and the parking station manager. See if they recognize him, too.
Right.
Mrs. Nago, the distraught victim of the robbery, is doubtful in her identification of the man in the blue suit, but is certain that the one in the gray suit is the same as the criminal who seized her money. The landlady identifies the curly-haired man as Dolores' boyfriend, and the darker one as Mona's sweetie. The manager of the auto renting park identifies the darker suspect as Colano, the man who rented the car. But the police are stopped when they try to identify the curly-haired man in the gray suit. Then, the next day, as traffic officer L.H. Bowden stands his watch at 6th and Spring in Los Angeles.
Hey, buddy. Order that green coupe going down Spring.
Okay, jump on. What's up?
I wanted car and they didn't stop.
Well, you can't get through that traffic on 5th. Here we are.
Pull over to the curb.
Who, me?
Yes, you. The big idea of not stopping when I blew my whistle.
Were you whistling at me?
Yes, I was.
Dolores never stopped when men whistle at her.
Well, she better stop when the man wears a badge. I gotta put you girls under arrest.
Arrest? What for?
Well, we stopped with that light back there.
Yeah, I know. It ain't that. This car's wanted.
Wanted by who?
Wanted by the police.
Oh, but this is my car. It's not stolen. It's mine. Hey, we ain't done nothing.
I can't help that, girls. I gotta take you in.
Loudly protesting their innocence, the 2 girls are booked at Central Station and then transferred to San Pedro, where they are questioned.
Ah, come on, boys. What's the big idea of pinching Dolores and me? We ain't done nothing.
Nobody said you have, Mona. We just want to ask you some questions, that's all.
Yeah, and show you some pictures.
Picture? What kind of picture?
Oh, some friends of yours?
Some friends of mine. Who?
Did you ever see this guy before?
Him? No. Never saw him before in my life.
Sure of that? How come he's posing with you in this shot?
Oh, Say, what's the idea of copying our pictures,
Oh, you
huh?
can have them back after we're through with them.
Sure you can. But right now, we're interested in this guy in the picture with you. A pretty cheeky-looking boyfriend, ain't he, Mona?
Yeah, he's okay. But he ain't mine.
No? Whose is it?
Dolores. We just posed that way for fun.
Yeah? Who took the picture?
Dolores.
Sure it wasn't this guy.
Why, who's that?
Oh, come on, Mona. You wouldn't fool us now, would you?
Oh, I don't know who he is. I never saw him before.
Well, how about you, Dolores? We found a money order for $25 in your purse, made out to a Julia Gonzalez in Puerto Rico and signed by Ignacio Gonzalez. Who is this Ignacio Gonzalez, Dolores? Your brother?
I haven't got any brothers. He's the drunk? friend of mine.
How come you got the money order?
He asked me to send it.
How'd you pay for it? In new dollar bills?
What do you mean?
Maybe the dollar bill was taken from that poor Japanese woman a couple of days ago on the island, eh?
Say, what are you trying to pull off? I don't know nothing about no new dollar bills or hold up.
Who is Ignacio Gonzalez, Dolores?
Just a friend of mine.
Is this a picture of him?
Madre, how did you...
Never mind how we got them. Who is this man in the gray suit? Is this Ignacio Gonzalez?
No, I tell you, I never saw him before.
But you must have. Why, here's a picture of your friend Mona and him, and Mona tells us you took the picture. Now, who is this chief, Dolores? What's his name?
Well, we call him Buddy. That's the only name we know. He's a friend. He's been visiting down here from San Francisco. But it ain't done nothing. You can't pin anything on him.
Convinced that the man in gray is the same Ignacio Gonzalez whose name appears on the money order in Dolores' purse, Captain Gentry has Los Angeles and San Francisco check their mug books for the man. A couple of days later, the records from San Francisco arrive, and the police pictures checked with the snapshots. After 4 days, the girls are released for insufficient evidence and declare they are leaving for San Francisco at once. Gentry asks the San Francisco police to keep a lookout for the girls' coupe and also to watch the Gonzalez girls' address in the northern city. A week later, as detectives George P. Wafer and P.H. Keneally are cruising the waterfront in a radio car looking for stolen automobiles, they pick up Dolores and Mona parked in their Chrysler coupe. They arrest the girls on suspicion of robbery, send them to the station, and remain on watch near the Chrysler. Shortly, a big sedan comes up beside the coupe.
Hey, Dolores, what are you doing? You're sleeping?
Just a minute, boys. We want to talk to you.
Hey, stop. We're police officers.
Threading their way at breakneck speed through the narrow streets around the waterfront, the police car follows the fleeing sedan. So fast is the pace of the police car that it smashes into the rear fender of the sedan before it can be stopped.
Well, this baby won't run away anymore.
Dead?
Look at him. 4 bullets in the head.
Yeah, but there was 2. Where's the other one?
He must have jumped out as they hit the curb. Come on, he can't be far away.
In the wrecked car, Detectives Wafer and Keneally find the body of Kalain, apparently shot at the wheel as he sought to escape. But Ignacio Gonzalez had escaped in the darkness, and although police scoured the vicinity, he was not found. But so extensively did we advertise for him, and so persistent was our search that, nearly a year later, when he was admitted to a hospital in Stockton for treatment of a minor injury, he was promptly recognized and arrested. Gonzalez was a confirmed criminal who had been arrested 11 times in 5 years. This time he was convicted on a charge of first-degree robbery, and it is doubtful if the parole board will again release such a habitual offender from his present home in San Quentin Penitentiary.
Thank you, Chief Seeger. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Seeger has been talking tonight to an audience of millions of people, which includes many boys and girls who are anxious to help the police departments of their cities enforce the laws and capture criminals. The Rio Grande Junior Police Department has enrolled hundreds of thousands of these boys and girls on the side of law and order. Rio Grande supplies police badges, detective microscopes, fingerprint outfits, and other detective and G-man paraphernalia free to all members. We invite every boy and girl listening tonight to join. See the Rio Grande dealer in your neighborhood and ask how you can get your detective outfit free. And parents, bring your youngsters with you when you drive in for Rio Grande cracked gasoline. While they're enrolling for crime prevention, why don't you enroll for accident prevention? Now is the time to lubricate for safety, and your Rio Grande dealer is equipped to give your car scientific Sinclair lubrication. This is entirely different from the ordinary grease job you usually get. Sinclair engineers have worked with the manufacturers of your car, of every car, and both have agreed upon a certain Sinclair oil or lubricant for every moving part. Sinclair lubrication is the kind your car maker specifies. Sinclair makes over 120 different oils and greases to ensure that your car is scientifically and correctly lubricated. All Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealers are equipped and trained to give your car Sinclair scientific lubrication, the kind that prevents accidents.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars. The cancellation broadcast 6. Suspects described in this broadcast are now in custody. That's all. Roll concluded.
Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Yes, and what did your husband do?
A little bookmaking, some loan sharking, some extortion, like that.
Is he a professional? Who are you? Danny Rose, theatrical management.
Who else he handled besides Lou?
One of the great balloon folding acts of all time.
Do me a favor. I want you to bring Tina.
But she knows you're married?
That's why you gotta bring her.
You can't ride two horses with one behind.
Lou, she seems to be a little upset.
Some guys shot him in the eyes.
Really? He's blind?
Dead.
He's dead, of course, because the bullets spill right through.
Tina, I love you.
No, it's over.
Are you going with him? She betrayed me with him. Danny Rose!
Get rid of the lover. Lou, we're into a complete type of situation.
Like the
He's a horrible, dishonest, immoral louse. And I say that with all due respect.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Okay, Durwood. Now as you and Gary move along, we will tarry and endeavor to further enchant the dear listeners. And I think, Rosie, that's a cue for you.
I'm all ready.
Well, then go.
It's wonderful. It's marvelous. You should care for me. It's awful nice. It's paradise. It's what I love to see. You've made my life so glamorous. You can't blame me for feeling amorous. It's wonderful. It's marvelous that you should care for me. Now here's a word or two for every housewife. Listen, ladies.
Paper lady, get your Royal Edge and Royal Lining paper.
Royal Edge and Royal Lining paper?
Yes, ma'am. The latest news for every shelf and drawer in your home.
Spruce up for spring. Don't just do spring cleaning. Add the touch of elegance that gives spring cleaning meaning. What is Royal Edge paper?
Royal Edge is shelf paper and colorful edging combined. You just fold the edging down.
And Royal Lining paper?
Royal Lining is the best-looking drawer lining paper you ever saw.
Which should I get? Royal Edge or Royal Lining?
Lady, you need both, and you can afford both. Royal Edge and Royal Lining papers cost only pennies a yard at every variety store. So,
spruce up for spring. Make your home bright and gay. Get Royal Edge and Royal Lining papers today. Bing, I have a little thought.
What's that?
Why don't you and I gang up on a gang of songs?
Well, that kind of gang warfare shouldn't be too objectionable. No one gets hurt. I'm for that. What songs will we gang up on?
Whatever Buddy Cole plays, let's just roll along with him.
For a change. Okay, I'm with you.
Let's keep it that way. That's very important in a duet. And let's not lose Buddy.
And vice versa. Does he know?
No.
Miami, shine on my love and me, so we can stroll beside the road of the rolling sea.
Moon over Miami, shine on as a dream of two that may come true when the tide comes in.
You'll hear the song of the smiling troubadours. You'll hear the throbbing guitars. Hear how the waves offer thunderous applause after each song to the stars. Moon over Miami, you know we're waiting for a little love,
a little kiss
on Miami shore. Meet me tonight in dreamland under the silvery moon.
Meet me tonight in dreamland where love's sweet roses bloom.
Come with the love light gleaming in your dear eyes of blue. So meet me in dreamland, sweet dreamy dreamland. There let my dreams come true. to the land of my dreams, where the nightingales are singing and the white moon beams. There's a long, long night of waiting until my dreams all come true. Till the day when I'll be going down that long, long trail with you. The day when I'll be going down that long, long trail with you.
I know many of our ladies listening have party problems, but I wonder if any of them have ever given a party for 34 people in a two-room apartment.
34 people in a two-room apartment?
This sounds rather like a scene in an old Marx Brothers film, doesn't it?
You gave such a party, Rosie?
No, but I read of such a party in the L.A. Times. The hostess was Mrs. Peter Van Meter of South Pasadena, incidentally.
Well, what did Mrs. P. Van M do? March her guests in one door and out the other, handing them little sandwiches and drinks as they moved along?
What an idea for a party.
Yeah, hello, goodbye, do come again.
But not tonight.
No doubling back, no repeats.
Steady, boys. Don't get carried away now. Don't jump to such jolly conclusions. All of Mrs. Van Meter's guests stayed right in the apartment.
Oh, what's the trick?
No trick. The hostess simply used her head. She knew it was impossible to seat 34 people, so she moved all the furniture against the walls and everybody stood.
Oh, stacked in there like sardines, huh?
You see, it breaks up a party if some sit and some stand. And in this instance, the two rooms were so packed with people, it was impossible to sit.
And also impossible to fall down.
More cocktail parties should be like that.
You bet. Them two packed in so tightly, I imagine folks sort of had to kind of take turns raising their arms. They had to sort of alternate in the elbow-depending apartment. Drink on counts, you know.
Sure.
Left side of the room on the odd and the other on the even.
Right. And that would cut down the volume and the speed of the freeloading.
Hey, you had something there. This setup could limit consumption considerably.
It would affect a great saving in liquids and solids. The compact way of cocktailing, you see.
By the way, what was served, Rosie?
Mrs. Van Meter served a seafood cocktail dip, thinly sliced ham, assorted breads, deviled eggs, olives, cakes, cookies, and punch.
Think of that.
Punch, huh?
Yes.
None of my business, but did the punch have a message?
Oh, yeah. The punch had a real good punch to it.
And nobody fell down?
Nobody could fall down.
Nobody sat down.
Well, here's to the stand-up dinner.
Will you please pass the deviled eggs, Bing?
Sorry, Rosie, I'm hemmed in here. I can't budge either arm.
Well, can you open your mouth?
Well, just on the vowels.
Oh, well, then sing something.
Okay. I'm sitting on the inside, looking at the outside, waiting for the evening mail. 4 walls and a ceiling, Lordy, what a feeling. Just a mean old low-down jail, separating me from everything but the evening mail. I'm like a ship without a sail, wrote my one-time mama down in Jacksonville. Said, sweet mama, I'm in jail. Now, honey, please don't fail me. Hurry up and mail me bail. That's just a year ago, and I'm still on the inside, looking at the outside, waiting for the evening mail. I had a letter handed to me just yesterday from a chick I used to kick around with down on Mobile Bay. She said, honey, won't you please send your baby a bit of bail? They done caught me messing with some of Uncle Sam's mail. I had another letter, too, from a big old boy named Stout. Said he's going to get me. He's going to fix me, too, when I got out. Said he's going to meet me right here at the front gate. But, man, he don't know how long he's going to have to wait. at the outside, waiting for the evening mail. 4 walls in the ceiling. Oh, what a feeling. Just a mean old low-down jail, separating me from everything but the evening mail. I'm like a ship without a sail. Wrote my one-time mama down in Jacksonville. I said, sweet mama, your papa's in jail. Now, honey, don't you fail me. Hurry up and mail me some bail. That's just a year ago, and I'm still on the inside, looking at the outside, waiting for the evening mail. Send me a file and some corn pone, waiting for the evening mail.
Prosecution ready? Court will proceed.
I'm innocent, Your Honor.
How do you know? You haven't heard the charge yet.
Yes, what is the charge, Mr. Prosecutor?
Well, in these cases, the charge is mere pin money.
That's all? Then I'm guilty, Your Honor.
But guilty of what? Well, somebody please read the charge.
Gladly. Not having her shoes repaired when it costs so little, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. Well, this calls for the maximum penalty. Does prisoner wish to make a statement?
I plead extenuating circumstances.
And I object.
You mean there's no shoe repair shop near you, Miss Clooney?
Oh, but there are. Shoe repair shops are everywhere.
Including ones with a cat's paw cat in the window?
Especially ones with a cat's paw cat in the window.
You see, she has no excuses.
I see. Are you ready for your sentence, prisoner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, using his skill and such unexcelled materials as cat's paw, soft, resilient, non-slip rubber heels, cat's paw soles, and lighter than leather, lighter than rubber microlite soles, the modern shoe repairer rebuilds shoes good as new, quickly and economically.
Wow, what a sentence.
Why don't you make her write it 100 times or 500 times in her best Palmer method? Go ahead, Your Honor.
So ordered. Next case.
It's a most unusual day. Feel like throwing my worries away. As an old native-born Californian would say, it's a most unusual day. There's a most unusual sky. Not a sign of a cloud passing by. And if I want to sing, throw my heart in the ring. It's a most unusual day. There are people meeting people. There is sunshine everywhere. There are people greeting people. And a feeling of spring in the air. It's a most unusual time. I keep feeling my temperature climb. If my heart won't behave in the usual way, well, there's only one thing to say. It's a most unusual day. There are people meeting people. There is sunshine everywhere. There are people greeting people. And a feeling of spring makes your heart want to sing. It's a most unusual time. I keep feeling my temperature climb. If my heart won't behave in the usual way, well, there's only one thing to say. It's a most unusual, most unusual, most unusual day.
Now, Bing, how about finishing things off musically?
You want me to apply the coup de grace?
Oui, monsieur.
Eh bien, entendu. Oh, when the red, red robin comes bobbing along, along, there'll be no more sobbing when he starts throbbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead. Get up, get up, get out of bed. Cheer up, the sun is red. Live, love, laugh, and be happy. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I'll listen for hours. and ours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin comes bobbing along. Come in, Red. I've been blue, now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I'll listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin, there comes a bobbing. When the red, red robin comes bobbing along. Bob it, Red. Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that ends this rendezvous.
Both of us hope that you enjoyed it. You know, we have, and we thank you very much.
Bye for now.
Adios.
Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music may be heard over these same stations each weekday, Monday through Friday. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
This was her wedding night. Where was the man she had married? Who were these hoodlums?
Hold her legs.
Starring this outstanding cast: Charlton Heston, Janet Leigh,
I could love being corny if my husband would only cooperate.
Orson Welles, co-starring Joseph Kalea, Akim Tamirov, with guest stars Marlene Dietrich, Zsa Zsa Gabor.
What are you trying to do? We're trying to strap you in the electric chair, boy.
Only the offbeat, original, creative powers of Orson Welles could bring you so suspenseful, so gripping, so different a drama of love threatened by vengeance.
Mike may be spoiling some of your fun.
Mike?
My husband, yeah. And if you're trying to scare me into calling him off, let me tell you something, Mr. Grandy. I may be scared, but he won't be.
Of a struggle between titans.
You framed that boy. Framed him!
Of a manhunt like nothing you've ever experienced.
You're caught now. I'm a husband. What did you do with her? Where is my wife? My wife!
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Force's radio and television service presents The Bob Hope Show with Les Brown and his band of renown. And yours truly, Bill Goodwin. And now here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I've been busy this week going around to department stores and autographing copies of my new book, Have Tux Will Travel. I sign the book, wrap it for you, and for an extra 50 cents, I come to your house and massage your eyeballs while you read it. But the book has been getting wonderful reviews. One critic said, Bob Hope is to literature what Spike Jones is to music. But it's wonderful to be a successful author. I know I'm a success because I passed the delicatessen department of the May Company and they had my name spelled out in salamis. But a lot of celebrities are writing books. Gypsy Rose Lee has a book coming out soon. Watch for it at your bookstore. It'll be the one without covers. And Gina Lollobrigida has just finished a book. It's called The Second Most Beautiful Girl in the World. It's about Marilyn Monroe. Even King Farouk is writing his memoirs, but it'll be years before the book is out. He's still busy doing the research. But it'll be quite a book. It isn't out yet, and already it's been banned in Boston. Elizabeth Taylor and Grace Kelly bought copies of my book, and you know who asked me to autograph it for her? Marjorie Mays. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, here's our guest for the evening, one of our really talented stars who gives an award-winning performance every time she appears, Miss Claire Trevor.
Oh, that was very nice. I didn't expect such a fancy introduction.
Would you like to say something about my acting?
No.
Thank you.
Oh, Bob, I'm only joking. I think you're a wonderful actor, but why all this bouquet tossing?
Well, we like to have a friendly spirit in this show, Claire, while we can. Later we talk about money. But Claire, I've been trying to get you on the show ever since I saw you in that wonderful picture, The High and the Mighty.
Oh, do you like it, Bob?
Oh, but the title fooled me, The High and the Mighty. I thought it was Howard Hughes' life story.
You know, it was a gripping picture, Bob. A big airliner out over the ocean, almost out of gas, helpless, about to fall into the sea. And as the minutes went by, the passengers became more and more terrified. Have you ever seen someone go to pieces from sheer panic? It's a horrible sight.
I know. Once in the Brown Derby, I saw Jack Benny get stuck with a check. It was awful. He fainted twice on his way to Abbey Rents.
I thought John Wayne gave a fine performance as the pilot of the plane.
Oh, I could have done just as well, Claire, except height bothers me. I can't stand the slightest altitude.
Oh, come on now. Everyone can stand a little altitude.
Not me. Last week I blacked out just wearing a pair of Dr. Scholl's corn pads.
You know, Bob, the real story of the picture is how the passengers and crew of the plane behave when all hope is gone. Just when they think they're living their last few minutes on Earth.
You know, that sounds like my type of thing. Stark drama.
Yes.
Let's try it, Claire. Why don't we do our own airplane story right now?
I'm ready.
Music, Les.
We take you to Hawaii, crossroads of the Pacific, and to Honolulu Airport, where giant airliners arrive and depart. Our story tonight concerns the fate of one of these airliners, its passengers, and its crew.
How do you do? I'm Captain Hope, the most experienced, the most reliable, and I guess the luckiest pilot in the line. In 16 years, I've never had a crash, never hit the silk, never lost a passenger. The only casualty I ever had was the time I got a broken arm, a slight concussion, and 6 fractured ribs. How was I to know the stewardess was married? I love my job. I was born to fly. In fact, the stork didn't bring me. I was delivered by North American Airlines. All my family is interested in aviation. My father used to fly, too, until Mother hit his bottle. Right now, I'm flying the overseas run from here in Honolulu across the Pacific to San Francisco, 2,400 miles over open ocean. I'm not nervous, but just in case, I bring along a parachute, water wings, swim fins, emergency flares, a rubber raft, shark repellent, and a Bible. With all my equipment, I look like Florence Chadwick's supply ship.
Flight 87 to San Francisco will be departing in 5 minutes. All aboard, please.
Well, that's me. I've made this flight 100 times, but tonight there's something in the air, or foreboding, a feeling that something's going to happen, that something's going to break loose. I had this feeling once before when I saw Jackie Gleason bend over in a tight suit. I guess it's just nerves. Well, I'll go in the briefing room and pick up my flight plan. What's the weather, Mac?
Well, come over to this wall map and I'll show you. Now, there's a disturbance up here in the Aleutians with an occluded front moving in on these isobars, affecting the north to south concentric currents of the polar air mass with a corresponding west to east barometric inversion.
What does all that mean?
There'll be light smudging tonight in Pomona.
Well, I'm taking Flight 87 tonight. Give me my course to San Francisco.
Okay, take off to northeast. Course for first hour, north-northeast. Second hour, northeast by east. Then east by northeast, 2 points northeast until you reach latitude 51, longitude 47. Then straight east, northeast. You got it?
Got it. Now tell me one thing.
What's that?
Where is San Francisco?
Well, so long, Captain.
So long.
Have a good flight.
Oh, I will. I never have an accident of any kind because I'm always alert, wide awake. I keep my eyes open. Oh!
What happened?
I tripped over the weighing machine. I walked out to the plane. The passengers were getting aboard. One of them spoke to me.
Oh, Captain.
I turned and looked at her. She was a beautiful blonde with a gorgeous figure, an expensive mink coat, and lovely blue eyes thrown casually over her shoulders.
Captain, this is my first plane trip, Captain, and I'm so nervous. Will we have a nice, smooth flight tonight?
Don't you worry about a thing, ma'am. It's a cinch. It's a breeze. Nothing to it.
But all night, flying over that ocean, nothing but ocean and more ocean. How can you be so happy and carefree about it?
I'm not going. I'm taking the train.
You know, Captain, you're really cute.
Definitely.
You're a very handsome pilot.
Thanks, but really I was nothing till I took the wire out of my cap.
What is that perfume?
Taboo.
Taboo?
Yeah, I always like to be at my best.
How much did you put on?
Only a pint. If I'm ever forced down, they can locate me by the smell.
Oh, I can't wait to get started. How soon will you be taking off?
Oh, any minute now. You taking a vacation trip?
No, I'm going away because I'm so mixed up. I've just got to think things out. I've got to decide between Harry and Phil. And then there's Herman, the oil man, and Joe. Joe wants me to marry him and live on a sheep ranch in Australia. I guess I would marry him if it weren't for Henry and Roger and then there's Tom and Bill and Matt. And then, of course, there's Ned and George and Pete and Ralph and Sam and Freddie and Jerry and Jim and Homer.
You've just been listening to the radio version of The Long Gray Line. Where do you have your dates, in the Hollywood Bowl?
You can see why I'm mixed up, can't you? They're all in love with me, and I can only marry one of them.
Yeah, it might be a little less crowded. In the morning, your breakfast nook would look like the mess hall at Camp Pendleton.
When I decide on one of them, it's going to be an awful problem. I mean, how could I tell all the others that they're through?
Easy. Have it announced on the Arthur Godfrey Show.
Now loading Flight 87, gate number 3. All aboard.
Well, you'd better get on the plane, ma'am.
Oh, Captain, when we're in the air, will you stop by once in a while? I feel so unwanted and alone and all by myself.
Sure I will. Let's get aboard.
I'll just say goodbye to a few of my friends who came down to see me off. Goodbye, fellows.
Why do I always meet the wallflowers?
And so, Flight 87 prepares to take off from Honolulu on what seems to be an ordinary routine flight. The passengers are settling in their seats.
Good evening, folks. This is your pilot saying welcome aboard. We're taking off to the south tonight. In about 3 minutes, you'll be able to see Diamond Head, the Royal Hawaiian Hotel, and if the moon is out, you'll get a lovely view of Hilo Hattie. Then you'll be able to see the islands of Oahu, Maui, Molokai, and Yucca Flats. It arrived here right after the last A-bomb test. We have a tailwind of 30 miles an hour tonight, folks, so we expect to make a nice, smooth crossing. The stewardess will serve you a little snack after we're aloft, and for heaven's sakes, drink plenty of milk. I'm always working. Thanks, folks. You'll be hearing from me later. Motors sound okay. How are you tonight, Bill?
Fine, Captain, but I don't quite understand this flight map.
Well, it's simple enough. A straight line to Frisco.
Well, what's this curve on the map here? It takes us 800 or 900 miles off our course.
Oh, that's a piece of spaghetti. I had my lunch wrapped in it.
I wish you'd stop wrapping your lunch in the flight map.
Yeah, I got to remember that. Last week I brought pretzels, and it took us 2 days to get out of the airport. Hand me those earphones.
Flight 87, cleared for runway 6.
Roger.
See, you know, I hate taking off from this runway. That big palm tree at the end always scares me. I'm never sure we're going to clear the top of it.
With me at the controls, I'll clear that palm tree by 100 feet. Well, we're up. We're going right up over that palm tree. We're almost over it. Almost. Ah, we made it. Have a coconut? Here is Margaret Whiting from the Capital Gang, assisted by Les Brown and his orchestra doing Tweedledee. Margaret Whiting.
Tweedledee, tweedledee. I'm as happy as can be. Jiminy Cricket, Jiminy Jack, you make my heart go clickety-clack. Tweedly, tweedly, tweedledee. Tweedledee, tweedledee. Give it up, give your love to me. Well, tweedly-dot, tweedly-dot. Gimme all the love you've got. Oh, humpty-ump-bump-bump, tweedly, tweedly, tweedly-dum. I'm a lucky so-and-so. Hubba, honey-do. I'm gonna keep my eyes on you. Tweedly, tweedly, tweedly-dum. Gimme all the love you've got. Bump, tweedly, tweedly, tweedly-dee. You're as sweet as bubble gum. Well, mercy, pudding and pie. You got something that money can't buy. Tweedly, tweedly, tweedly-dum. Tweedly-dum. I love that tweedly-dum. Tweedly, tweedly-dee, tweedly-dum.
This is Bill Goodwin. You know, someone once said humor's the true democracy. And that's why we Americans can smile when we tell the stories of the legendary heroes who helped to build our country's great institutions and industries. Like John Darling, who was originally a boatman on the Erie Canal. But as people began to move farther and farther west, John moved right along with them. And it wasn't any time at all before he became the champion of the American farmers. One morning, John was re-shingling the barn. A heavy fog rolled in, but John kept right on shingling till noon. While he was having lunch, the sun came out, and John discovered he had laid the shingled roof 40 feet above the rest of the barn. Now, another time, the farmers were going through a cold winter. In fact, it was so cold that the smoke from John's fireplace wouldn't draw up the chimney, so he whittled himself a paddle, held it in the fireplace under the smoke, and began to fan the smoke up the chimney. After he'd sat there for a while, paddling and singing, he noticed the paddle was getting hard to lift. When he investigated, he found that the cold weather had frozen the smoke as it came out the chimney and turned it into a solid column 96 feet up in the air. In the spring, the smoke melted, and as John plowed the field, he could hear singing coming out of the melting smoke. The songs he had sung the winter before while he was paddling. That was the same spring, by the way, John accidentally broke a bottle of growing tonic which he had concocted. The stuff soaked down into the wheat field, and when John woke up the next morning, he discovered that his wheat had grown as high as the rooftop. Now, of course, you know that story must be true, because the farmers of the Midwest grow the tallest and healthiest wheat in the world. Yes, sir, it is a democracy which lets us tell stories of our legendary heroes with a twinkle in our eyes and a chuckle in our throats. And so long as we continue to laugh together as a people, ladies and gentlemen, we will live together as a nation. It is 3 hours later. The plane drones through the night high over the ocean. In the warm, brightly lighted cabin, the passengers have made themselves comfortable. Some are dozing, some are reading, some are chatting.
I had some close shaves during the war, but this was the roughest of all. It was horrible.
What happened, Captain?
Well, there I was over the enemy lines. Both wings torn off my plane, propeller shot away, fuel tank blown to bits, my left engine on fire.
Oh, how awful.
Worse than that, I was all out of chiclets.
I say, Captain Hope, you must have been quite a hero.
Oh, I'll have to admit it, I was. I shot down a dozen planes.
Oh, then you were an ace.
One of the biggest.
Captain, did you win any decorations in the war?
Oh, I did all right. I won the Silver Star, bailed out of my plane over Germany, the Bronze Star, bailed out of my plane over Tokyo, and the Chrome Star.
Chrome Star?
I bailed out of my new Nash on the freeway.
You know, Captain, a girl could fall for a big, strong, handsome, brave pilot like you.
Really?
Yes, I think you're wonderful. You're the only man I've ever really admired.
Yeah, but what about Larry, Harry, Fred, Ned, and Ted? And all the rest?
Oh, they're just school chums.
What school did you go to, Notre Dame?
Captain, no one's looking in this direction. Take my lips. Take my lips.
What'll I do with him?
Come here and let me give you a kiss.
It's against the regulations.
But just one kiss. What's that?
The wings on my collar flapping.
Oh, Captain,
What is it, stewardess?
the co-pilot wants you up forward.
Be right there.
Captain, there's a terrible emergency.
Oh, no. Relax. Be calm. Easy does it.
No, Captain, we won't be able to make it to San Francisco. The gas gauge, the needle points to empty. I'll figure it out. Where's the flight map?
I just swallowed it.
Did you hear that? The tanks are almost empty. What'll we do?
Quick, see if the emergency tanks have any gas in them.
Yeah, I can tell by rapping on them. Empty. Empty. Listen.
Don't get your hopes up. That's where I keep my laundry. You stay here. I'll tell the passengers. Folks, this is an emergency.
What's the matter?
Well, we're almost out of gas. We're losing altitude. We can stay up a little longer if we lighten the plane. We have to throw everything out. Luggage, seats, all the useless junk goes overboard right now. No, you fools. Put me down. Listen to that. Then I have to pick this week to send my parachute to the cleaners.
And I thought you were a hero. You're no hero. Do you know what you are? You're a sniveling, lily-livered, miserable, yellow, low-down, chicken-hearted, cowardly, crawling worm.
Just what are you trying to say?
Captain, this is your plane. It's up to you to save it. Get on the radio and call for help.
The radio. Good thinking. If we go down in the ocean... If we go down in the ocean, you get the life preserver with the air in it. All the others are full of chiclets.
Captain, come quick. I've got the San Francisco airport on the radio.
Oh, good. Good. Hand me that code book. Hello, San Francisco Control Tower.
Roger.
Listen carefully. This is Flight 87 from Honolulu reporting Abel Baker, Charlie Double Green, emergency alert. The code is Cheese Blue, PXRK, Operation 33. Got all that?
Certainly. How do you want it, on white or red?
Oh, no. Listen, Kelowna, we're almost out of gas. We're losing altitude. Our engines are conking out, and our situation is very desperate.
Yes. Wish I could help you.
You wish you could help us. Why can't you?
On my lunch hour...
Kelowna, in a minute our plane will plunge in the ocean. We'll all be in the water. You hear me? We'll all be in the water.
Got plenty of towels?
Kelowna, you're the prize idiot of 1955.
That's quite a compliment coming from last year's winner.
Kelowna, get busy and do something for us.
I'd like to, but I have another emergency right here. I'm helping someone make a landing.
Oh, Professor.
Couldn't find a way through my mustache.
Professor, you're smooching with your girl while we're in desperate trouble?
Now, don't get wrong ideas. We're just playing checkers.
You're playing checkers?
That's right, Hope. Of course, some of the moves are pretty complicated.
Kelowna, how did you manage to become so stupid?
Deep breathing.
Captain, let me talk to him. Oh, Professor.
Yeah, who's that?
I'm one of the passengers, darling. Will you help us, please?
I'll be glad to, fair lady. Have no fear. We're dispatching a dog team immediately.
We're 100 miles out in the ocean. You're sending dogs?
Oh, it's all right. They're water spaniels. Hold on, Hope. I think I hear your plane now.
Yeah, we're near the airport, but it's so foggy we can't see a thing.
I'll guide you in, Hope. I'll send out a beam right from the control tower up to your plane.
A beam right from the control tower to our plane?
Yes. Now, just follow it in.
Okay, we're following it, Kelowna. We're following it. We're still following it. We're right on the beam, Professor.
Good.
Now, get off my lap.
Starring Bob Hope and featuring the music of Les Brown and his band of renown, is written by Norman Sullivan and Charles Lee. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Istanbul, Constantinople of old, the pearl of the Middle East, the jewel of the Dardanelles. Istanbul, the mosques, the ancient streets, the ramparts, the bazaars, the wrestlers, the dancers, the fabled roofs that look over the magic Bosphorus. These extraordinary roofs where never the infidel has placed foot, where... Melina!
Hello.
Melina Mercuri! What are you doing here?
I have an appointment.
Here on these rooftops?
Yes.
With whom, may I ask?
With Peter Ustinov, Maximilian Schell, and Robert Morley.
To do what? There's a world of meaning in that, ha-ha. At least tell me why Istanbul.
Because in Istanbul there is the Topkapi.
Topkapi? Topkapi? Where the Sultan's harems were?
Better. Topkapi, where the treasure room is. And in the treasure room, there is a glass case. And in the glass case, there is a sultan. And on the sultan, there is a dagger. And on the dagger, there are the four most beautiful emeralds on earth. The Topkapi emeralds. But they won't be there for much longer, I hope.
You're not thinking of,
I can't think of anything else.
Topkapi is an impregnable fortress. Those emeralds are watched day and night. In Topkapi, there are guards, policemen, the lighthouse, roadblocks, constant control, third degree, and above all, an alarm system so sensitive, it's foolproof. No, it's impossible.
Can be done. That's the way it can be done.
But how? By ruse? By humor? By violence? By laughter? By intelligence? By skill? By love?
They are all means to the end. And believe me, we'll use them all.
That will be the robbery of the century. The robbery conceived, planned, organized, prepared, rehearsed, calculated, timed to the split second, and directed by the master of thieves.
I am a thief. Honest. Be there on time. We'd hate to start without you.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned the burglary detail. A jewelry store has been robbed. Merchandise amounting to $5,000 has been stolen. The thief made good his escape. Your job? Find him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Sunday, September 8th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. My name's Friday. We were on our way out to the scene, and it was 10:18 a.m. when we got to 6247 28th Street, the jewelry store.
I'll be right there.
Yes, sir?
It's not a very big place.
Probably more room behind that partition there.
Yeah.
I'm coming. You the police?
Yes, sir, that's right. This is my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
I'm glad to meet you.
How you do, sir?
My name's Hemp, Ray Hemp. This is my store.
Yes, sir.
Sorry I kept you waiting. I was back in the kitchen making some tea. I was a little nervous, you know. Thought it might help.
Mm-hmm.
You gentlemen care for some?
No, sir.
No, thanks, sir.
When did you discover the theft?
Well, I got back to the store about 40 minutes ago. Saw what had happened, and I called the police right away.
Is everything like you found it?
Yes, sir.
These cases open?
That's right. I haven't touched anything in here. Didn't want a chance messing anything up.
Yes, sir.
Didn't leave very much, huh?
A couple of watch bands is about all. Really cleaned out the place.
Now, about the watches, what kind were they?
Mostly wrist models. A couple of pocket size.
Uh-huh.
All different brands, but I just got a bunch of Longines in. Took every one of them.
Yes, sir.
Cleaned me out.
Can you tell us how they got into the store?
Yes. I'll show you how they chopped a hole right through the wall.
All right, sir.
Right through the wall. In the back. Came right through. You can see there. Goes right into the storeroom of the barber shop next door.
Uh-huh.
Sure made a mess of the place. Plaster all over the floor.
Yes, sir.
Pretty much ruined the wall, too.
Yeah.
Wanted to make sure they'd have enough room. See, the hole must be about 3 feet across, Joe.
You can see there, right into the storeroom.
Yes, sir.
I'd better check over there, huh?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. The back door to the barber shop is open. Before you officers arrived, I checked out in the alley and I saw it wide open. I guess that's how they got in.
Who owns the barber shop, Mr. Hemp?
Ed Justin. Had the place over 15 years.
You know where he lives?
Yes, he isn't home, though. As soon as I saw that hole, I tried to call him.
You can give us his address and phone number, can you?
Yes.
We'll want to talk to him.
I've got one of his cards up front.
All right, sir. We'll check next door.
Look at that hole. Must be a good 3 feet across, wouldn't you say?
Yes, sir.
Here, let me get that door for you. Look at that.
What's that?
Size of that door. Heavy, double lock. Burglar alarm system out in front. On the skylight up there. Doesn't stop them.
Yes, sir. Well, we'll check next door.
That seems like kind of a nice little guy, huh?
Yeah.
Wonder why the thief didn't close the door when he finished.
Probably nothing left to steal.
Yeah.
Take a look at the door here. It doesn't look like it was forced.
Well, Justin might have left it unlocked. Boy, they sure made a mess in here, too.
Yeah, looks like they had a head start.
Huh. The place must use a lot of hair oil.
Yeah, only that's liquid soap there.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't look like there's any tools around.
No.
How you doing?
Take a look.
Want to find something?
Come here.
What?
In the dust here. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Impressions?
Huh. Looks like a stocking foot, huh?
Yeah.
Well, the guy must have worked with his shoes off.
That's the way I'd call it. You notice right here?
Where?
In the middle of the print? The stains?
Yeah, looks like it could be blood.
Possibly might have cut his foot. What do you think?
Uh-huh.
Well, let's call the crime lab. Have them send a crew out to go over both places. Huh?
Yeah. Joe?
Now?
Take a look at the skylight up there.
Mm-hmm.
It's broken. You better check the roof, huh?
All right.
Sure looks like hair tonic.
Yeah, it's green.
Yeah. There's the drain pipe there. Might have used that to get up.
Mm-hmm. We'll have the crew check it. Let's go back in.
Yeah. Mr. Hemp?
Yes? Find out anything?
Well, we're not sure yet, sir. I wonder if you could tell us, is there some way to get to the roof of the building here?
Oh, yes. Come on, I'll show you. There. You see? Up in the corner. Trap door.
Mm-hmm.
Hinged. Swings right up. Been a while since I've used it.
You have something we can use to get up there?
Mm-hmm. I've got a ladder. I'll get it.
All right, sir. You want me to give you a hand with that?
Oh, I can get it.
All right. Here, you better let me help you with that.
I'll swing my end over, and you can walk it right up under the trap door.
All right, be careful now. All right.
How's that?
That's fine. That'll get it. Want to steady the ladder, Frank?
Yeah. Can you get it?
No, this bolt's stuck. Just a minute.
It's probably rusty. I told you I didn't use it very often.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's got it.
Good.
Okay, now, hang on, will you, while I boost myself up?
I got it.
Okay. All right. You want to come up, Frank?
Yeah.
All right, let me give you a hand.
Yeah. Wait till I get my foot on the ledge.
All right, come on. Oh, okay. You got to lose some weight.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that skyline, huh?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we didn't hit this tar roof at noon.
Well, it's still plenty warm.
Yeah. Hey, you can see all of Hemp's place through this one.
Mm-hmm. Good spot to case it from, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's check that broken skylight.
Yeah. Take a look.
Yeah, more smears.
Well, there's not much doubt about these.
Looks like blood, all right, doesn't it?
Yeah. Maybe they did case the stores from here.
Uh-huh. Could have cut his foot on a piece of glass, couldn't he?
That figures. Still not much to go on.
No.
It'd take a pretty big cut to make these smears.
Well, that'd be something in our favor.
How do you mean?
It won't heal overnight. The crime lab crew arrived and started their investigation. Photographs were taken of the interiors of both stores, and samples of the plaster and lath materials were held as evidence. Latent fingerprints went over both the jewelry store and the barber shop. Frank and I checked with the people in the neighborhood, but none of them could recall seeing any automobiles or strangers loitering in the vicinity. At 7:20 p.m., the barber, Ed Justin, returned. We questioned him. He said he didn't recall locking the back door to the shop, and he said it was more than possible that he did leave it open. We got a complete list of the stolen merchandise from Ray Hemp, along with the case and movement numbers of the watches. These were distributed to pawn shops throughout the city. Frank and I went back to the city hall and had the stats office start a run on the M.O. used in the burglary. 9:47 p.m., Lieutenant Lee Jones from the crime lab called to say that they'd finished their examination of the physical evidence. He told us that the stains we'd found were blood and that he'd have the grouping test finished for us in the morning. He went on to say that the suspect should have particles of plaster dust and other debris in his clothing. Also, if we were able to find the socks that the thief had worn, the pattern of the material would identify them. At 10:15 p.m., Frank and I finished the log and we checked out of the office. The next morning, we started to run down the list that the stats office had furnished us. It took 2 full days to question all of the men named. At the end of that time, we had what we'd started with, nothing. We talked to informants. None of them could tell us anything. Wednesday, 11:40 a.m., Frank and I checked into the office. Guess I better check the book, huh?
Yeah. What do you got?
A call from Lucarelli over at Narcotics.
Yeah?
Says they picked up a guy this morning. Luke talked to him and figured maybe we'd want to see him.
You say why?
No, he didn't spell it out. He saw our teletype on the jewelry store thing.
Yeah.
It's about some watches. We put in a call to Sergeant Roxy Lucarelli at Narcotics Division. 5 minutes later, the suspect was brought to our office. He was identified as Frederick Gabriel Garth. He had a record listing several arrests for burglary and narcotics. He'd served 1 term at the county jail on the narcotics charge. He was brought into the interrogation room where Frank and I questioned him.
What are you giving me trouble for? I'm clean. They found nothing on me.
Is that so?
Sure, the marks are old. Been a long time since I had a fix.
Uh-huh.
Well, what do you want from me?
Information?
On what?
You've been around a while, haven't you, Garth?
Sure, I'm a native son.
And you must have a lot of friends.
A couple.
Any of them selling wristwatches?
What do you mean?
Well, you don't need a drawing for this now. Any of your friends selling watches cheap?
No.
You sure about that?
What are you trying to build?
Well, the way it came to us, you can steer us to a cheap watch.
Well, you got it all wrong. I don't even own a watch. If I could buy one cheap, I'd have one.
Is that right?
Well, sure. I always wanted a good one.
Mm-hmm.
You know anybody who can lead us to a good buy?
Well, what's in it for me?
What do you got now?
Nothing.
Well, you're going to leave the same way.
Well, no reason for me to give you a hand, then, is there?
Then put it down that we're going to have you in here again. The way you act now will go on the books.
How about it, Garth?
Who's going to know?
You, Smith, and me.
For real?
Won't do us any good to spread it around town, will it?
Okay, I met a guy last night. Showed me a watch he bought for $5.
What'd it look like?
Gold. Pretty good watch.
This fella a friend of yours?
I know him, that's all.
You got a name?
Yeah, Victor Gordon.
Where'd you see him?
Hot dog stand.
Where's that?
Out on Western.
Western's a long street.
Corner of St. Andrews.
What's this Gordon do for a living?
I don't know. I just see him around the hot dog stand once in a while.
You live around there?
Yeah, I got a room near 39th and Western. I don't know the number. It's a big green place. Got those kind of plastic shingles on the roof. Red ones.
Mm-hmm. You show it to us?
Yeah, a friend of mine has a car. We drove him home a couple of times.
Did you get a good look at the watch last night?
Yeah.
What kind was it?
Longines.
You're pretty sure about that, are you?
Sure. I looked at it pretty good. He took it off his wrist, asked me if I thought it was worth $5.
Uh-huh.
Well, I told him it was. At least I'd pay that for it. It was a real beauty.
All right. Can you give us a description of this Gordon fella?
Yeah.
We want you to show us where he lives.
Well, I've ridden this far. No reason to get off now.
You got any more on him?
You're going to find out anyway.
Yeah?
This Gordon?
Uh-huh.
He's an ex-convict.
We checked the name and description of Victor Gordon through R&I. We found that he'd served one term for armed robbery in an eastern penitentiary and was not on parole at the time. A check of the ex-convict registration gave us his present address. We also found that he was employed at the Belden Aircraft Corporation in San Fernando. We took Fred Garth out to the address on Western Avenue to verify it for us. He pointed out the house and asked that we drop him off near a streetcar line. After that, Frank and I returned to the rooming house, and we went up to the third floor. We knocked on the door to Gordon's room, and he asked us in.
I know what you're climbing on me for. Why all the questions?
You ask him to get answers, don't you? We'd like a few.
Look, you tell me what all this is about, and maybe it'll shake up my memory.
All right, the way we heard it, you were wearing a new watch last night.
Well, you got it wrong.
Is that so?
Yeah, I haven't got a watch.
We got it different.
Look here. You see one? If I had a watch, I'd be wearing it, wouldn't I?
You had one last night, mister.
Well, you're crazy. I haven't got a watch.
We heard different.
Somebody lied to you. I showed you I'm not wearing one.
You don't mind if we look around the place?
Go ahead. You won't find anything.
All right.
I'll check the closet, Joe.
Okay.
And you're wasting your time. You're not going to find anything.
Well, then you haven't got anything to worry about, have you?
Go ahead and mess up my room. Tear it apart. You're not going to find anything.
Why don't you just simmer down there?
I just don't want to have to put all that stuff back.
Joe.
Yeah. What do you got?
Take a look. Found one of the shoes there.
38 Colt.
Yeah.
How about it? You satisfied now?
This gun yours, Gordon?
Never saw it before.
Found it in your closet.
It isn't mine.
Won't hold. You want to tell us about it?
All right, so you found a gun. Is something wrong?
You've got a short memory, haven't you?
Maybe I got it wrong. I thought you guys were looking for a watch.
There's a law that says an ex-con can't have a gun. You want to know that? How about it, Gordon? All right, get your coat.
Want to take me downtown?
You called it.
What charge?
We'll let you know when we write it up.
It's a bad beef.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, it is. I don't know what you're after, but I had no piece of it.
You want to get the watch?
It's in the medicine cabinet in the bathroom.
All right, you sit still. I'll get it.
I bought it. I paid $5.
We'll get to that. How about it, Joe?
Yeah. You got a pen there?
Yeah, give it here all over.
All right. You want to give me the number? I'll check it against the list.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Kind of hard to see. 1, 6, 7, 5, 8. I think the next one's a 9.
Let me see then. Yeah, that's a 9.
Is it on the list?
Wait a minute.
Look, I didn't steal it. I was wrong about the gun, but I didn't steal the watch.
Look, just sit still. How about it?
No, it's not here. Wait a minute. Try the other side. Mm-hmm. Gordon, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I know. The gun.
No, that's only half of it, this watch.
Yeah?
It's listed as stolen.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
The suspect was taken downtown and questioned. He continued to deny any part in the thefts. We put in a call to the place where he worked, and we verified that he'd been there on the night of the burglary. After a half hour of questioning, Victor Gordon told us about the man he'd bought the watch from. He said he didn't know his full name, that he knew him only as Kermit. He went on to say that his girlfriend had been with him when he bought the watch and could verify the story. We contacted the girl, Celia Kirk, and we talked to her. She told us the same story we'd gotten from Gordon. She volunteered the information that Kermit lived in the 3800 block on Gramercy Place. She also told us that his girlfriend lived in the 2900 block on 9th Avenue. We got a complete description of the man, and we checked it through R&I. We came up with a package for a Kermit J. Wayne. When the mugshot was shown to Gordon and Celia Kirk, we got a positive identification. Wayne's arrest record went back to the time he was 15. He was listed as an expert safe burglar and had used a tunneling M.O. on several occasions. Gordon was booked in at the main jail on a charge of violation of the Dangerous Weapons Control Law of 1923, Section 2. 5:40 p.m. Frank and I left the office and drove out to the address on Gramercy Place. Wayne lived on the second floor rear. He wasn't there. In the company of the landlord, we went through his room.
Pretty dirty.
You want to check the dresser? I'll get the trunk.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, look. I guess everybody's got this calendar, huh?
Yeah, it's real popular.
Good. Hey, look at this.
Did you turn something?
Yeah? Drawer full of dirty T-shirts.
You gotta put them someplace.
Look, I have gloves for this job. How you doing with the trunk?
There's nothing much in it. More of those calendars. Wayne must be a fine arts patron.
Dirty shirts in this one.
I don't know. Maybe the guy hasn't heard of laundries. What do you think? Well, the trunk checks out.
Well, how you like that? I should have known.
Hmm?
30 socks, whole drawer full of them.
Well, he's neat anyhow.
Huh?
I'll check the closet. A lot of hangers, not many clothes.
Maybe the guy's broke, but that's no reason to be so dirty. How about that bundle there?
I haven't looked at it yet. Wait a minute.
It might be his clean shirts.
No, pair of pants.
Figures. They're dirty, too.
Wait a minute. Something in the pocket here. Pair of socks.
That makes you wrong.
What?
If he was so neat, they'd be with the others.
Well, maybe he had a reason for keeping them here.
Why?
Take a look.
He had a reason.
Blood on this one. We checked out the rest of Wayne's room, but we turned up nothing to further tie him in with a burglary. We got a description of his car from the landlord, and before we left, we made arrangements for a stakeout to be set up on his room. We took the pair of pants and the blood-stained socks down to the crime lab for examination. 8:20 p.m. Frank and I drove over to 9th Street to try to find Kermit Wayne's girlfriend. We checked the 2900 block, and we found a car that matched the description of the one owned by the suspect. We checked the white slip and found the car was registered to Wayne. Frank pulled 2 of the leads to the spark plugs, and we went back to our car to wait for Wayne to show up. The night dragged on. 4:29 a.m.
It's been almost 8 hours, huh?
Yeah. Something had happened, don't you?
Put in with you. Joe?
Hmm?
Did you ever notice around the city all the clocks that are stopped?
No, I can't say that I have.
You know, on business places, storefronts, walls, all over.
Well, what brought that on?
Oh, I was just thinking a little while ago. You know, some smart fella did a lot of work fixing them. All the clocks that don't run.
Mm-hmm.
They're only right 2 times a day.
What?
Clocks that are broke. Twice a day, they're right. How'd you like to be right only twice a day?
Some fellas would be all right.
Like who?
Guys that bet on the horses.
Oh, yeah, probably would. Never thought of that. Wouldn't be so good if you worked in a chicken hatchery, though.
Where?
Chicken hatchery.
What do you mean?
Well, those guys up there, they look at baby chicks. They're a day or so old, and they tell what they're going to be. You know, men or women.
What?
Well, they're going to be roosters or hens.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty good money in it.
Well, that's a new one on me.
Yeah, but you got to be right. None of this twice-a-day stuff. You know, say a guy bought 100 little baby chicks expecting to get, 98 hens and 2 roosters.
Mm-hmm.
And he finds out he got just the opposite, 98 roosters and 2 hens. How do you think he'd feel?
Disappointed?
You bet he would. That guy'd be looking for a new job, too.
Yeah, well, maybe he could fix those clocks, huh?
Well, sure be a lot of money in it for
Hold it.
somebody, huh?
Across the street.
Yeah, that's him.
Talking to somebody inside there.
I can't see him too good. Not the right height, though.
Yeah. It's coming this way now. Notice the walk? Checks out all the way.
Yeah. It's him.
All right, wait till he gets in the car.
Yeah, let's go.
Right. Hey, fella. You Kermit Wayne?
Hey, what is this?
Police officers. Are you Kermit Wayne?
Yeah, why?
Get out of the car. Come on. Keep those hands where we can see them.
Why you want to talk to me?
Come on, get out. Just put it down the way you walk, huh?
This don't make sense.
It does to us.
What do you mean?
You limp. The suspect was taken down to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. An examination showed that he had a bad cut on his right foot. We contacted the office, and another team of men were sent out to the apartment of Wayne's girlfriend to go over the place. Frank and I took the suspect back to the office. 8:25 a.m.
Don't guess we can expect much from Wayne's girlfriend if she's anything like him.
No, he's a clam, that's for sure. We're going to need something strong to open him up.
Friday?
Yeah, Mac. How'd you do out there?
Think maybe we got something for you.
Yeah.
Where's the guy?
The next office.
Here.
You taking a trip, Mac?
Suitcase is for you. Watches, rings.
Huh.
Wayne's girlfriend didn't know it, but she was in the jewelry business.
Oh, look at this. All Longines. How about serial numbers?
Haven't checked them yet. As soon as we found this, we came right over.
All right. We'll run them. You have any trouble?
No, really. She was pretty cooperative. Didn't see what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
We told her Wayne was in custody, gave her a big story. Tells easier than it was.
How'd you locate the stuff?
When we told her about Wayne, she remembered the suitcase he wanted her to keep for him.
Mm-hmm.
He told her it was some war souvenirs. Didn't like to leave them in his room.
Mm-hmm.
Real surprised when she saw the contents. Then she got mad. Said he'd always promised to buy her a good watch. Never had.
Well, she can start looking for a new Santa Claus, huh?
Yeah.
Wayne won't be shopping for some time. We checked the serial numbers on the watches, and we found that they were the ones taken in the burglary of the jewelry store. All of the other merchandise matched the description that we'd gotten from Ray Hemp. 9:18 a.m. All right, you want to tell us how you cut your foot?
I'm giving you nothing. You did it on the skylight over the barber shop, didn't you?
You tell me. I don't know. Maybe I cut at the beach.
No, we don't think so.
I want to see a lawyer. I'll talk to him, but I got nothing for you guys.
All right, we got something here we want you to see, Wayne.
How about it, Wayne? Look familiar?
Who you kidding? Bunch of watches. I seen watches before, who hasn't?
These are a little different. Look at the suitcase. Does that ring any bells?
Don't mean nothing to me. You guys are trying to trap me. I know how you are. Won't work this time. I learned all about you cops a long time ago.
I get it. Burglary Friday. Yeah, right. Both of them, huh? Oh, good. Okay. We'll check with you. Want to give us a story now, Wayne?
I'll talk to a lawyer.
That phone call there. They just called the third strike on you, mister.
More blood.
All right, I'll give it to you straight. When you went into that jewelry store, you cut your foot. You left blood smears all over the place.
You got to stay away from comic
We
books.
got pictures of the smears. Our crime lab matched them up with a pair of socks that we found in your room. The pants we found are loaded with debris that you picked up when you went through that wall. And we can prove it came from the same place. Sound like we're bluffing?
You want to tell us about it now?
Don't think you're so smart, you ain't. You just got the breaks, that's all. Just the breaks.
That's so.
Yeah, you cops ain't smart. I learned it real young. Once in a while, the breaks fall on your side.
Something else you should have learned real young. You wouldn't be worrying about the breaks now.
What's that?
The 8th commandment.
The story you've just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
Kermit J. Wayne was tried and convicted of burglary in the first degree. Victor Cavell Gordon was found guilty of violation of the Dangerous Weapons Control Act and received sentence as prescribed by law. Burglary in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 5 years. Violation of the Dangerous Weapons Control Act is punishable by imprisonment in the county jail for a period of not more than 1 year, or a fine of $500, or both such fine and imprisonment.
You have just heard Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action, and starring Jack Webb, a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Says Life magazine, True Grit is good enough for me. It's good enough for you, and if it isn't good enough for some movie company, then the free enterprise system is really going to hell.
Move along. Come on.
They tell me you're a man with true grit.
Well, what do you want? Speak up.
I've already wrinkled the paper. It's pretty loose because your makings are too dry. I'm looking for Tom Chaney.
Well, who's he?
He's the man that shot and killed my father, Frank Ross.
Says the New York Times, as touching as it is irreverently amusing.
Marshal Rooster Cogburn and I are going after the murderer, Tom Chaney.
How did you light on that greasy vagabond?
They say he has grit.
He's a notorious thumper. He's not a man I would care to share a bed with.
Nor would I.
And now, Paramount Pictures presents the Hal Wallace production, True Grit. Starring John Wayne as Rooster Cogburn, the most colorful character he's ever played.
If I smelled as bad as you, I wouldn't live near people.
Kim Darby as Mattie Ross.
My God. She reminds me of me.
Glenn Campbell in his first big screen role.
A little earlier, I gave some thought to stealing a kiss from you, although you are very young. And you're unattractive to boot. But now I'm of a mind to give you 5 or 6 good licks with my belt.
Well, one would be as unpleasant as the other.
True Grit, a slip of a girl, a pot-bellied, one-eyed Western Marshal, and a Texas Ranger wearing breeches a size too big.
What are you doing? Looking for sign.
You couldn't see it if you saw it.
They're trailing the most surprised killer the West ever knew.
I'm here to take you back to Fort Smith and hang you.
And I think I will not go. Now, how do you like that?
Now, you mean to say that you won't go with me on your own free will?
You just got it the other way around. Now, you will follow me. I didn't think you'd do it.
Says Saturday Review, True Grit is lively, uproarious, high adventure.
I mean to kill you in 1 minute, Ned. Or see you hanged in Fort Smith at Judge Parker's convenience. Which will it be?
I call that bold talk for a one-eyed fat man.
No grit, Rooster Cogburn, not much.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Bristol Myers, makers of Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Ipana, Vitalis.
All for the smile of beauty, use Ipana twice a day, and then your hair will look neater when it's groomed the Vitalis way.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Rex Harrison, the famous British cinema star. Yes, one of the Chutney and Putney set. How come there's so many English actors in America? Well, Duffy, we send a lot of our actors to England. It's sort of a hams across the sea policy. What's Rex Harrison like? Well, he's tall and lean and svelte, you know, the perfect build for a monocle. Yeah, typical Englishman, Duffy. He dresses with that casual carelessness, the aristocratic look of studied sloppiness. But Duffy, you must know me. He's in Anna and the King of Siam. Yeah, that's right, where he's got the 20 wives. Yeah. Imagine a guy coming home and trying to explain to 19 of them where he was the night before. Well, that reminds me, Duffy, I've been holding a shot on you, but I'm planning to commit matrimony myself. Well, it's pretty definite. I've said yes, and the dame ain't said no. Yeah, well, I'll keep you informed if there's any further communiques. Okay.
Mr. Archie, what's this marriage talk? Yeah. I thought you was finished with romance.
I was, Eddie, but I guess women is me weakness. They're a habit, you know, like cigarettes.
Hmm? You mean it'll take a whole pack of them to get you to spend 15 cents?
Don't scoff at me, Eddie. This time it's the real thing.
I see. And when is the marriage going to take place?
Well, she ain't set a definite date yet.
Uh-huh. Has she told you she'll marry you?
Well, not exactly.
Has she told you she loves you?
Well, no, Eddie. You see, there's one slight hitch.
What?
I ain't met the dame yet.
Well, maybe after you've been married a couple of years, you get somebody to introduce you.
Yeah.
Tell me, what's she like?
Oh, she's wonderful, Eddie. Just my type.
Well, that narrows it down to blondes, brunettes, redheads, and balders.
Eddie, what I mean is that usually if a dame has got beauty, she ain't got brains, you know, and if she ain't got brains, she's usually ugly. This dame has got both.
This one is both dumb and ugly. Tell me, how'd you meet this, how didn't you meet this lady?
Through the press.
The press, huh?
Yeah. Picture was in the Times. In that Rodham Club, your section, you know, that, I got it right here. Take a gander at that face, Eddie, and that figure. Okay.
Let's see. Bonnie Bray, fattest sow at Danbury County.
Eddie! That's the wrong side of the paper.
Oh, I'm sorry. Beauty and brains. Miss Barbara Maxwell, brilliant bachelor student. Graduates magna cum laude. Miss Maxwell was also voted the most beautiful girl in her class. And she sure is pretty.
Yeah. You get a load of them brains. And she's coming down here tonight, Eddie.
How do you know?
How do I know? We corresponded.
Who wrote the letters first?
I wrote the letters myself. Told her all about my education, too.
You mean how you made a quick exit from Exeter and darted through Dartmouth?
No, Eddie, I didn't want to lay it on too thick. I just told her how I cum lauded at Harvard.
Didn't you take a chance writing the letter?
Not at all. I was careful to put a lot of grammar in it. Got a copy of the letter right here. Take a look.
Yes, let's see. Dear Miss Maxwell, the minute I seen your picture, I felt love hanging in me heart.
You see? The thing is full of participles. Yes, Eddie, all my life I've wanted to marry a dame with brains, you know?
Say, Archie, you think if I asked Rex Harrison in a nice way, he'd take me out tonight?
Miss Duffy, I think he'd just jump at the chance. After all, who else could he go out with that would be as glamorous and chic and beautiful?
Archie, you're turning my head.
And it looks better that way. Now, if you want to see a picture of a really beautiful girl, Miss Duffy, look at this one here. Get a load of that figure.
Figure? In that graduation top in that long black gown, how can you tell?
I held the picture up to the light. Look at that face, huh? She looks like she was chiseled out of Greeks. Oh, well, Finnegan. Guess what?
Let me see. Somebody caught a seal off Madagascar weighing 443 pounds, right?
What kind of nonsense talk is this?
Well, Archie said, guess what? So I just took a chance.
Oh, no. What I meant by guess what, Finnegan, was that I'm thinking of getting married.
To a 443-pound seal?
No.
Well, I'm still in that guess of that.
Well, it happens that I'm getting married to a 110-pound intellectual.
Oh, I wasn't too far off. What's she like, Art?
You'll see. She'll be down here any minute in the flesh.
In the flesh?
Yes.
Oh. The informal type.
I was just speaking figurative.
Oh, So would I. Well, Bart, congratulations. I think it's a nice thing for a guy like you to have babies and get married.
Finnegan, one gets married first, then one has the baby.
Well, whatever the accepted procedure is. Good luck to you anyway, George.
Thanks.
Hey, Miss Dawson, ain't you making a mistake having your girl down here at the same time as Rex Harrison?
I ain't worried, Eddie. What's he got that I ain't got?
Oh, look.
Go on.
Talent.
Go on.
Intelligence.
Go on.
Fame.
Yeah. But what has he got that would appeal to a dame?
Money.
That's right. I never thought of that.
Well, look, maybe if you can dig up a few of them other things, she won't mind you having no money.
That's an idea.
You know, this is the time of year when a young man's fancy turns to borrowing his father's car. But this is the time for junior proms and school parties. I should know. I was young once myself. And I know, too, that every young man is very particular about the way he looks. That's why you young men should get wise to Vitalis. For Vitalis is one hair grooming preparation that makes your hair look neat. Makes it stay in place, but without giving you that slick, greasy, gigolo look.
Say, what's Vitalis got that makes it so different?
It's what Vitalis hasn't got that makes it so different. Vitalis does not contain one single drop of mineral oil. Only pure vegetable oils that prevent dryness and give your hair a neat, masculine look. Give yourself the famous Vitalis 60-second workout. See how it will loosen your tight, dry scalp and make it tingle. See, too, how it chases away loose dandruff and helps check excessive falling hair. With the Vitalis workout, you'll feel good, you'll look good, and all in just 60 seconds. So to look your best tomorrow, get a bottle of Vitalis tonight.
Hey, Eddie.
Hey, yeah?
I'm expecting my future bride here any minute, and as I told you, she's one of them Phi Beta Kappas, you know. I was wondering, what can I do to make the tavern here seem more intellectual?
Leave.
I wish you'd cut out the risibility. No, what I mean is, she's a cultured dame. Maybe we ought to scatter a few books around the joint.
We ain't got no books.
No, huh? Well, then just turn a few of them menus upside down and we'll tell her their library cards. Let's see, what else? Eddie?
Yeah?
Eddie, do you think that moose head is shaggy enough to pass for a bust of Einstein? Hey, wait a minute. Look who just come in.
Rex Harrison, man.
Yeah. Quick, get out some off and off.
What?
Off and off.
Well, you don't have to bark at me.
Who's barking at you? It's an English delicacy.
Off and off?
Yeah, means fish and chips. We want to treat the guy like he's civilized, don't we? Good evening, Mr. Harrison.
Hello, Archie.
Well, Rex, I'm glad you was able to pop in, old Pip. This is your first visit to the tavern, ain't it?
What do you mean people come down here twice?
Not if they make cracks like that. But since you're a visitor from our colonies, I'll forget it. Incidentally, I just ordered some tiffin for you.
Tiffin?
Yeah, fish and chips. Or, as you English call it, off and off.
Tiffin coming up?
Thank you, Eddie. Hey, Rex, how does it look to you?
Let's see. 2 sardines on a cracked plate. Yeah, fish and chips.
Go ahead, Rex. Crack your china on them. Would you like to drown them in a cup of tea?
Do you happen to have some brewed?
Oh, mercy, yes. The tea has been brooding all day. In fact, I think I'll have a cup with you.
Good.
Yeah. Hey, that's a funny thing, you know. Here you and me is having tea together, and it was just a while back that our ancestors fought a war over the stuff. But I always say bygones will be bygones. Well, down the hatch.
Archie, this tea.
What about it?
What's he trying to do? Start another war? Yeah, he's even using the same tea.
Eddie, it's loose talk like that to sink ships. How did you happen to come down here to Duffy's Tavern, Rex?
Well, after all, it's a world-famous place.
Well, thank you.
Yes, well, even in London, people warn me against eating here.
Mr. Harrison, a lot of pride has gone into making Duffy's Tavern what it is.
But with the lack of customers, how do you manage to stay in business?
We're too proud to declare bankruptcy. But enough talk about the tavern. Let's talk about you, Rex. Tell me, do you, Miss Duffy, what's this?
It's very disappointing. He's even better looking than I thought.
Then why are you disappointed?
He's married.
Rex, this is Miss Duffy. You'll have to excuse her. She slept with so many wedding cakes under her pillow that she has to comb her hair with a fork.
Mr. Harrison, I love the way you Englishmen dress.
Thank you.
Is your wife very jealous?
Why?
Would you mind if I rubbed my cheek against your tweed coat?
No. Not at all. No. Here's the key to my closet. Anytime I'm not at home, drop in and rub away.
Good idea, Rex. While she's in there, she can scare away the more. Incidentally, speaking of that clothes closet of yours, Scram. Speaking of that clothes closet, you don't happen to have anything that would be suitable for me to wear to a wedding, would you?
Well, I've a cutaway coat. And
cutaway? Look, when I go to the trouble of buying a coat, I like to get all that's coming to me. Besides, me dame might not like me walking up the aisle with me shirt tail hanging up.
Oh, Archie, you're talking about your own wedding.
Yep, I am, Rex. You see, I figure there's a time in the life of all of us when we should trip the light fantastic.
Let me offer you my congratulations. What's she like?
Oh, very intellectual. You know, the kind of a dame that sits in the parlor and listens to information, please, even when she ain't trying to impress visitors. That's a big problem. What am I going to talk to about to a dame like that?
Oh, any number of things.
Well, like what?
Oh, paleontology?
Well, yes.
Thermodynamics?
Yeah, that too.
The internal structure of the octahedric crystals?
That, I'm afraid, might be over her head. By the way, where did you pick up them things?
Listening to information, please.
You pick up any other good ones?
Well, let's see. John Kieran said the population of the Earth was 2 billion.
Yes, but can we be sure that Kieran is correct?
Archie, John Kieran is an authority on population.
8 to 5, you don't even know that Mrs. Burt Murphy had a baby last week. And I blew it. No, Rex, with this game of mine, I can't take no chances on mistakes. Now, what else do you know that you're real sure of?
Well, let me see. About 100,000 years ago, during the Paleolithic era, icy glaciers covered the entire Earth.
Hey, that's a pip. I'll murder her with that one. I think I'll make a note of it. By the way, how do you spell that word?
Paleolithic?
No, icy. That other one I choose to ignore.
Say, Arch, do you think it's... Hey, who's the character? Archie, you ought to keep your bottles more tightly corked.
Hey, Arch, he talks funny. What's funny about it? The dialect. He's from England.
England! Go on! The rich culture coming. One is fight land, two fight sea. For the lose, men, the dam is breaking.
Finnegan, take it easy, will you? That war has been over for 200 years.
I ain't the kind of a guy that gives up easy.
Stop acting so ignorant, will you? We happen to be gracing the presence of a very educated guy.
Oh, really? One of our own kind, huh?
Yeah.
But how do we know that he's educated, Art?
We'll test him.
Oh, okay. Mr. Harrison, how do you spell cat?
C-A-T.
Art, how did he make out?
Well, maybe it was a wild guess, Finnegan, but it happens that he spelled it right.
Guy sounds like a deep thinker.
Will you stop wasting Mr. Harrison's time here?
Archie, I find Mr. Finnegan very stimulating.
Stimulating?
Oh, thank you, kind sir. The feeling is mutual. In fact, I'd like to spend a little more time with him. Mr. Finnegan, will you join me in a Coca-Cola? Oh, delighted, but do you think there's room in the bottle for both of us?
If you've ever wondered about the right kind of toothpaste to use, then listen to this. It should help you. More dentists recommend Ipana to their patients than any other toothpaste. And not only that, more dentists use Ipana for their own personal use, according to a recent nationwide survey. So, friends, why don't you try Ipana yourself and see why it's so popular with dentists?
See why Ipana is so popular with lovely women everywhere, too. For Ipana helps your teeth as well as your smile to brightness and loveliness.
That's because Ipana really gets teeth clean, but safely, without gritty abrasives, and followed by gentle gum massage aids the health of your gums. So ask your dentist about this home care of teeth and gums, and then let Ipana help you to brighter teeth, a more sparkling smile. Get Ipana and get started toward your own Ipana Smile of Beauty. Rhode Island is famous for you from inside USA. And now back to Duffy's Tavern.
Hey, Eddie, I was just thinking.
That's dangerous.
Cut it out. No, but me future bride's going to be here any minute. What kind of flowers do you think I ought to buy her?
How about a nosegay?
This is no time for pig Latin. I want to get her some flowers so she'll realize I got culture as well as intelligence.
Well, them flowers might be all right for the culture, but what you going to do about intelligence? Show her that gold star you got for basket weaving?
Only as a last resort. Incidentally, look at that Harrison over there.
What?
Over there in the corner, still talking to Finnegan. Can't figure it out. Why would a guy like Harrison talk to Finnegan?
Well, he's here for a rest. Maybe he's just tired of talking to people.
It sure is weird, ain't it? Hey, wait a minute. Hey, this must be the dame now.
Who?
Barbara Maxwell. Look at her. Don't beat the script, boy. Oh, boy, what a magnum cum laude tomato.
Pardon me, I'm looking for a gentleman named Archimedes.
Oh, no.
Do you mean Archimedes, Ph.D., LL.D., and M.A., the gentleman what wrote you that letter?
Yes.
I am that him. Tell me, Miss Maxwell, hick, hike, hook, 6, Caesar Romero, in hock.
What's that?
Don't tell me you don't talk Latin.
Is that Latin?
Of course.
No wonder it's a dead language.
Perhaps you would prefer to converse in Sanskrit?
Archie, why don't we just talk English?
If you insist, but for us intellectuals, it seems like such a live language.
Don't worry, we'll kill it. Archie, your letter said you were a Harvard man. When did you graduate?
1908?
1908? But you couldn't have been over 5 years old.
See what a genius I was? In fact, I was so little that instead of diapers, me old pop used to wrap me up in Harvard pennants. By the way, speaking of paleontology...
What?
Paleontology. Don't tell me you never heard of paleontology.
No, what is it?
Kid, you better go back to Facet. Have you ever heard of them thermodynamics and them concentric crystals?
No.
You didn't? I'm afraid my family wouldn't approve of you. But maybe I can wise you up before you meet them. You see, about 100,000 years ago, before the days of Figaro, the whole Earth used to be covered up with icy glaciers made out of them Paleolithics. You remember that now when you meet me, old man.
You mean your whole family are intellectuals?
Even more than me.
Well, in that case, I'd like to meet them.
Well, right at the moment, Dad is very busy. You know how things are at Oak Ridge.
Your father works at Oak Ridge?
Oh, my, yes.
What does he do there?
Come here. He's assembling the atom.
Oh. Well, then maybe I can meet your mother.
She's at Oak Ridge, too. She's helping me father. You know how slippery them atoms is. She holds them while he splits them. So, now that you know all about my family, what do you say? Would you like to get married?
Oh, but, Archie, I don't really know about your family. I've only heard about them. I think before we talk about marriage, I ought to at least meet one member.
Yeah. Got to have a relative, huh?
How about Uncle Rex?
Yeah. Miss Maxwell, did you ever see a picture called Anna and the King of Siam?
No.
The Foxes of Harrow?
No.
What a coincidence.
What?
An uncle of mine just arrived from England. I'll have you meet him. Oh, Uncle Rex.
Archie, that distinguished-looking gentleman is your uncle?
Yes, he's Dad's brother on the distaff side. Uncle Rex, I would like you to meet me future intended, Miss Barbara Maxwell.
How do you do, Uncle Rex?
Oh, no.
Uncle Rex, I understand you just came from England.
England. Plum. Uncle
Rex.
Where did I land into it by sea?
Rex.
To the hills, man. The dam is breaking.
Uncle Rex, what has came into you?
Hey, Arch. Huh? Where'd you find the tomato?
Barbara, I must apologize for Uncle Rex. You see...
Don't apologize. I find your Uncle Rex very stimulating. Would you care to go for a walk in the park, Uncle, where we can discuss biology?
You got it, kid. Kill him, Arch.
What kind of a dirty trick is this?
I say, Archie, old chap, will you join me in a spotted cricket?
Gangway, here we go.
Go where? Go to town on your whiskers with Benex, the new brushless wonder shave. B-E-N-E-X. Benex whisks off your whiskers like... You see, Benex with its special beard softening formula actually makes your beard 1/5 water. Makes your whiskers weak, waterlogged, set up for your razor.
Oh, hello, Duffy. Guess what? I'm making a personal appearance at the Palace Theater in Cleveland, Ohio next week. Cleveland? Well, you know where the Fulton Fish Market is? Well, it's about 500 miles west of there. Well, Duffy, I'm going to be a vaudeville actor. Vaudeville is dead? Duffy, I got Jane Russell going with me. Well, it might not bring vaudeville back to life, but it'll bring me back to life. Yes, sir, Duffy, starting Thursday, June 3rd at the Palace Theater in Cleveland. Get your tickets now, folks from Ohio.
It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at this same time next Wednesday. Until next Wednesday, then, this is Rod O'Connor reminding you that for the smile of beauty, remember Ipana toothpaste. And for well-groomed hair, remember Vitalis. Rex Harrison appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of The Iron Curtain, starring Dana Andrews and Gene Tierney. The annual poppy sale is now on. Wearing a poppy helps a disabled veteran who made the poppy, and also other disabled veterans and families of veterans now in need. Wear a poppy so that veterans everywhere will know you remember their sacrifice and their brave deeds. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers bring you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which will be heard at 9:30 tonight. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Your mamas. Big brother is coming. And he's coming on strong. Isaac Hayes, the big brother of soul, is making a new kind of music. And it's mean jive.
All right, y'all, let's move. If anybody asks you what happened, tell them you've been hit by a truck. Mack Truck Turner.
When he's hottest, he's the coolest.
Hey.
Could have brought me some flowers.
I got some beer.
When he's baddest.
What do you want for breakfast?
He's the best.
What do you think?
Every gun brother and sister is out to make the big hit.
I want that Truck Turner, and I want him dead.
But he's out to get before he's got. Isaac Hayes, as a skip tracer, a modern-day bounty hunter, making a healthy living by making living unhealthy for cats who skip bail.
Gentlemen, this is my family. These all prime-cut $238,000 worth of dynamite is Fort Knox in pennies. That's Taffy. Her clients call her Colonel Sanders because she's finger-licking good. The man who kills him gets my broads. Truck, they gonna kill you.
They're gonna have to do just that. Because they owe me. I'm gonna collect.
When he gets it on, the action takes off. Isaac Hayes, the magic name of music, winner of the Academy Award for his music in Shaft and scoring again in this one. Truck Turner from American International Pictures.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Jimmy has finally arrived at the flying student's hardest stage, that of learning to land. Speed is well pleased at his pupil's rapid progress, but a veritable volcano growls beneath the surface calm. Jimmy is wildly excited over the conversation he and Dick Croft heard the night before outside Mike Jones' office window. And he feels a grave sense of responsibility since Captain Sweeney and Mr. Russell, the government special investigator, have taken him completely into their confidence regarding the missing plans of the new, mysterious jet-propelled airplane. Upon completing the morning's flying lesson with Speed, Jimmy was approached by Flash Lewis, who, with an air of great caution, divulged a bit of mysterious information. For several days, Flash had been missing small lead bars from the school supply room. He had just discovered that Major Moto was the thief. Jimmy cautioned Flash to say nothing of his discovery. It is now early afternoon, and Jimmy is on the line outside the Army Experimental Aircraft Factory. Speed is about to flight test the new jet-propelled fighter.
Hi there, Speed.
Hello, Jimmy. So you made it down here all right, huh?
Oh, you bet I did. I wouldn't miss this for anything. It's awfully nice of you to let me come down.
Oh, that's all right. As a matter of fact, I had nothing to say in the matter. Captain Sweeney's the one who said it was okay for you to be here. You seem to stand ace high with him.
Oh, gee, that's certainly swell of him.
Now, listen, kid, aren't you supposed to be at ground school this time of the afternoon? You're sure you're not playing hooky?
No. Honest, I'm not, Speed. Mr. Banks said I could come. He said I was way ahead of the rest of my class.
All right, Jimmy, but don't ever neglect your ground school. It's most important. But I think I gave you a lecture on that several days ago.
Yes, you did, Speed, and I haven't forgotten it. Hey, but tell me, what kind of test are you going to make on this plane?
Well, I don't know yet myself, Jimmy. Captain Sweeney will be out here in a minute to tell me what he wants me to do. I understand certain tests were run yesterday by Captain Carver, a regular Air Corps officer.
Oh, I'll bet I know when that was. We were in classroom yesterday afternoon taking an exam, and we heard this most terrific roar. It sounded as though about 20 airplanes were diving straight down from 8,000 feet.
Yeah, I heard it too, Jimmy. I was over in my office at Grand National Airways. But that wasn't anything to what you'll hear this afternoon, if my guess is correct.
Why, Speed?
I'm not sure, but I think Captain Sweeney wants me to run the general maneuverability tests.
Well, can you do that in a jet plane?
Jimmy, this jet will do anything. It has dual power. It has not only a jet engine, but the standard internal combustion engine for maneuverability.
Oh, so you mean that in this plane you'll be diving and spinning and flying on its back and everything like that, huh?
Right you are, kid. If that's what he wants, I'm going to dive this crate straight down for about 35,000 feet. When I come out of that dive, she'll probably be making more speed than any ship has ever made before.
Wow.
Well, here comes Captain Sweeney. How are you, Captain?
Well, hello. How are you, Robertson?
Fine, sir.
Glad to see you out here, too, Jimmy.
Well, thank you. It was very kind of you to allow me to come, sir.
No, not at all. Now, here's what I want you to do, Robertson.
Yes, sir?
I want you to give this ship the usual maneuverability tests. Captain Carver took the ship up yesterday and checked her for stability. Everything was okay. Now, I don't think you'll have any trouble with her at all.
Well, is there any particular order in which you wish me to give the test, sir?
Yes, I'd suggest you take her off in a straight line without climbing too fast the first 2,000 feet. After all, this is still an experimental plane. Then, after having found the most efficient climbing angle, climb her as fast as you can to about 35,000 feet. Now, we want to see what she'll do in that respect. And then you can give her a general acrobatic test in that altitude without, however, spinning her. Then power dive the ship down to about 5,000, keeping accurate record as to your rate of acceleration and maximum speed developed. Then give her another general acrobatic test at that altitude. Then climb her again. Finally, from an altitude of about 10,000 feet, commence your spinning tests. First, a normal spin to the left, then to the right. Now, finally, if you're not too low by that time, an inverted spin. Then come down and land.
Yes, sir, I got it.
I see the mechanic over at the ship is waving his hand now, so I guess he's ready to have you jump into the cockpit. Well, Mr. Russell, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How do you do, Robertson? Hello, Russell.
You, Alan?
Howdy.
Well, I'll be getting over to the ship. Do you want to come, Jimmy? I guess it'll be all right for him to look inside the cockpit, won't it, Captain Sweeney?
Sure it will. Go right ahead, Jimmy. When you get through, though, come on back here.
Thank you, sir.
After I left you last night, Captain Sweeney, I got to thinking. After all, that was a pretty wild story young Allen told us. We don't have a single thing on this Major Moto, and Speed Robertson has acted suspiciously. That's definite knowledge.
Yes, that's very true, Mr. Russell. By the way, have you had any chance yet to check on this Major Moto?
Yes, I have. His passport is okay. I wired Washington and found out that the permission of both the State and War Departments was asked and obtained before he came over to this country to learn to fly. I'm inclined to think young Allen's been reading dime novels.
Well, maybe you're right. I wouldn't be much surprised. I used to read them myself when I was his age.
The point I was getting at is this, Captain. Do you think it wise, inasmuch as Robertson is under suspicion, to allow him to make these flight tests?
Well, I consider that very carefully, Mr. Russell. At the moment, all we have against Robertson is circumstantial evidence. No definite proof. Now, going on the assumption that he is guilty, we certainly don't want to make him suspicious. These arrangements regarding the flight testing of the jet fighter were made before any suspicion rested on him, and if I cancel them now, it might ruin our chances of pinning anything definite on him.
That's very true.
Now, if Robertson is really the one who is slowly making away with these plans, he won't learn any more from flight tests, the plane, than he knows already. And another thing.
What's that, Captain?
Flight testing an experimental airplane, especially spins and power dives, is always a dangerous procedure. Now, it's most dangerous when a plane has such a terrific speed as this jet plane has. Now, supposing Robertson were guilty, now, wouldn't it be poetic justice if he should...
Be killed?
Yes.
Great Scott, Sweeney, look at that ship go. It moves so fast my eye can hardly follow it.
That's the fastest airplane that man's hands have ever built, Mr. Russell. Well, here comes Jimmy Allen. There are a couple of things I thought of since last night that I'd like to ask him about.
Oh, gee, Captain Sweeney, what a crate. Why, that isn't an airplane at all. It's a skyrocket.
You certainly hit the nail on the head, Alan. That's the way the ship impressed me, too, though I didn't think of that name.
Say, Mr. Sweeney, does that ship have atomic power propulsion?
Well, I'm not answering that, Jimmy, but there are several things I wanted to ask you. Now, isn't it quite possible that you could be wrong in your interpretation of the conversation you overheard last night?
Why, I guess it's possible, Captain Sweeney, but I don't think so.
As you probably know, Jimmy, the Central Flying School is the local distributor here for several different kinds of commercial planes. Now, perhaps this Major Moto has been dickering with the school for the plans of some commercial ship, perhaps to be used by his country as a training plane.
Well, sir, I don't think that...
Perhaps, Jimmy, you have been reading dime novels.
No, sir, honestly, I haven't.
There's Robertson. He's up about 2,000 feet now and headed back this way. He started the climb up to 35,000.
Oh, boy, look at him go up. Man, I never believed the ship could climb as fast as that. Hey, look, he's standing straight on his tail.
Jimmy, I'll wager that ship is climbing at better than 8,000 feet a minute.
Do you think that it's climbing faster than those special jet planes the Royal Air Force has over in England?
Well, I can tell you this much, Jimmy, but keep it under your hat. This ship you're watching right now will outclimb any other ship in the world, at least 1,000 feet a minute.
Let's see, Alan, you said this friend of yours, what was his name, Croft?
Oh, yes, sir, Dick Croft.
That he was with you when you overheard this conversation.
Yes, sir.
We may want to listen to his account of that conversation. Can you get him any time?
I believe so.
Did you tell him not to say anything concerning what he heard?
Yes, sir, I did.
Well, you used your head there.
Robertson's up to 35,000 feet. He's putting the ship through the acrobatics now.
Hey, look at him swoop around. Why, that ship's faster than a hummingbird.
Or a mosquito.
And it'll sting like one, too, when we get the new guns on her. Well, I think he's just starting into a power dive.
I don't see how you can tell what he's doing. 1 second he's nothing but a blur, and the next a mere speck.
He is in a dive. Look, he's already lost about 3,000 or 4,000 feet before we could say Jack Robinson.
Why, I can hardly believe it. It's absolutely incredible.
Well, if I'm any judge, that plane's traveling faster than any plane has ever traveled before.
Oh, gee, Captain Sweeney. Do you think his wings will stay on when he levels out?
Well, Jimmy, the plane was constructed to stand that kind of a stress. Anyway, that's what we're having Robertson make this test for.
Great Jerusalem!
The ship's beginning to level out.
Right, but he's just now reaching the most dangerous part.
Well, those wings are staying on, and I wouldn't have believed it possible.
Well, look. He's going absolutely straight up.
And with the speed he's got, he'll continue to go straight up for another 10,000 feet.
Looks like he's leveling out again.
He is. He's going to perform those acrobatics I told him to do.
Hey. Look at him go. Look at that vertical turn.
Now he's flying on his back.
That's a sweet maneuvering ship, and I don't mean perhaps. Look at that slow roll.
What's that, Captain? Oh, I know. That's an Immelman, isn't it?
I see you know your acrobatics, Jimmy.
He's climbing again.
Yes, I guess he's going back upstairs now to start the spin test. Then he'll be through.
You know, Captain Sweeney, I can hardly believe my eyes. I begin to see now, from a military point of view, how valuable that ship is.
Yes, seeing is believing, and believe me, if anybody appeared with a ship like that during the war, every pilot in the air would have been cold turkey for him.
Hey, he must be up to about 30,000 again. He's just a speck. Why, I can hardly see him.
He's cut his power now. He's starting into a spin. I can't tell which way yet.
Oh, I see. It's to the left.
Great Scott, look at that ship whirl around.
What in the world? Why doesn't he come out and go into a right-hand spin? He's already lost over 5,000 feet. He won't have any time left for an inverted spin.
Oh, gosh. The ship doesn't show any signs of coming out, Captain Sweeney.
No, by George, it doesn't. And he's down to about 10,000 now.
Say, he's directly over us. I'm going to get out of the way.
He's in an uncontrollable spin. He would have come out long ago if he hadn't been. For heaven's sake, Robertson, bail out before it's too late.
Speed! Speed! Jump before you crash!
Speed Robertson is beyond any human control except that of his own. You will hear the finish of this thrilling 35,000-foot spin when you tune in for the next thrilling episode of the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Hi, my name's David Byrne, and I made a movie about a bunch of people in Virgil, Texas.
David, relax. Relax. Remember, you're going to look up into the camera.
They're getting ready for the 150th anniversary of their state. They're calling it a celebration of specialness.
Something's happening here, all right. The world is changing.
It's created confusion and chaos.
Do you run out of Kleenex, paper towels, and toilet paper at the same time?
What time is it?
No time to look back.
I want someone to share my life. Marriage is a natural thing, and I'm a natural man. I love the women. Hey, there's more to life than this job.
Hello, I'm Louis Fine, and I'm looking for matrimony with a capital M.
Yep, it's fancy driving, all right. Not only driving, but parking.
Bunch of maniacs out there. You know how hot dogs come 10 to a pack and buns in packs of 8 or 12? You gotta buy 9 packs to make them all match up. That's what I'm talking about.
But this place is completely normal. Anyway.
Well, if this is being nuts, then I don't ever want to be sane.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. All of you young ladies who are starting housekeeping for the first time or plan to start soon, I'd like to say a few words about the modern way of keeping house with wax. It's called protective housekeeping, but it's liked best because it gives such beauty and charm all through the home.
And as an extra dividend, it saves you work all year long because cleaning waxed surfaces is so easy. Now, here's how it works. Periodically, depending upon how much use a room has, you apply genuine Johnson's wax to your floors, furniture, and woodwork. You also wax your accessories, such as picture frames, Venetian blinds, ornaments, and leather articles. And with every application of Johnson's wax, their beauty increases. The coat of wax acts as a shield, guarding against dirt, wear, and moisture. Dust and dirt do not cling readily to a waxed surface, and they're easily and quickly removed. So, rule number 1 in setting up a new home is this. Wax everything right away with genuine Johnson's wax, paste, liquid, or cream. What the harp was to the minstrel, what the lute was to Orpheus, what the piano was to Beethoven. That's what the sound of carpenters at work is to a guy who loves to tinker and putter. So when somebody started to build a new house next door to 79 Wistful Vista, guess who is itching to get over there and kibitz? Yeah, himself, of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Look at that. Look at the way that mug handles a hammer. He's hit himself on the knuckle so many times his left hand looks like 5 sausages stuck on a ham.
Come away from the window, dearie. It's none of our business anyhow. Nobody ever got rich being nosy, except maybe Jimmy Durante.
It is true our business. We can't have a bunch of comedy carpenters lowering property values in this neighborhood. Why, if they go on like they're doing, that joint's going to look like a Swiss railroad station.
Look, sweetheart, I don't imagine those workmen are ad-libbing. They're probably following the architect's plans.
Well, they're reading them backwards or something. Look at how them timbers are cross-braced. That house is going to collapse the first time they play a Spike Jones record on the phonograph.
Well, what house wouldn't?
I'm going over there and talk to them guys. That's what I'm going over there and do.
Oh, now, Magee, for goodness sake.
As a property owner in this neighborhood, I got a right to know
Hello, Mrs. Magee. Mr. Magee.
Oh, hello, Alice, dear.
Hi, Alice. You see what's being built next door? You realize we're going to be next-door neighbors to a combination grain elevator and Chinese palooka?
Oh, I think you mean a pagoda, Mr. Magee.
I don't mean any such a thing. I know what a pagoda is. A pagoda is a town in California where they grow navel oranges, if you'll pardon the expression.
No, darling, that's Pomona.
Who's kidding who? A Pomona is a Japanese bathrobe with no belt. Everybody knows.
Oh, you're a little confused, Mr. Magee. You're thinking of a kimono.
Oh, I am I?
Yes, you am. Or I mean are.
I thought a kimono was an Irish folk song.
That's a kamayi.
I don't know what chance one guy has against 2 women. Then what's a palooka in the first place?
A palooka is a chump.
Certainly. Do you think anybody but a chump would build a house that looks like a Mongolian bandstand?
But, Mr. Magee, I know the man who was building that place, and he showed me the architect's drawings. It's going to be a very good-looking Southern colonial house.
Oh, I love colonial houses. They always look so colonial.
Yeah, an old colonial house, eh? A Southern mansion.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder it looks so cheap. He's building it with Confederate money.
Did he say it was going to be a Southern colonial house, Alice?
No, but I could tell. He's made plans for a mint bed out and back.
Well, don't jump to conclusions, Alice. We got a bird bath out and back, too, but I don't go around washing blue jays either.
Who's the man that's building the house, Alice?
Well, he's a gentleman that I think his name is Vandercook or Beecher or Eldridge or something.
What's it start with?
Well, it all started with a party. A fellow I know that I used to work at the airplane plant who was getting married to a cousin of mine, and this man was invited to it, Gabe.
If his house isn't constructed any better than that sentence, Alice, Magee has a justifiable complaint.
What does this guy do for a living, Alice?
He's retired, I think, Mr. Magee.
Oh.
But he said he used to have a stock on the seat exchange.
A seat on the stock exchange, Alice.
Oh, no, he was a theater ticket broker.
Mm.
Oh.
What does he look like, Alice? What kind of a Jasper is he?
Oh, he's cute, Mr. McGee.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to like him terribly.
I like him that way now.
And I told him all about you folks and that you'd be next-door neighbors and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Well, good for you, Alice. And what did he say to that?
Oh, his eyes kind of flashed, and he ground his teeth a little and said, well, I've got too much invested in that property to stop now. Gee, I've got to get downtown. Goodbye.
Building. An old colonial mansion, is it? Just an upstart. Why, the way we'll snub that guy is going to be... Huh?
Didn't Alice say he was putting in a mint bed in his backyard?
Yes, and of all the... mint bed, eh? You know, the man may have a few decent instincts at that. Remind me to drop in on him the first hot summer night next summer and give him the old fraternity grip. After all, he might... Oh, my gosh. Will you look at him now?
Look at whom doing what?
Those carpenters. Look at that guy with a ripsaw. Why don't he get his back into it? He acts like he was cutting fruitcake or something. Where's my hat? I'm going over there.
Wait a minute, McGee. Don't do that. You'll be just in the way.
I'll show them pagodas how to carpenter. I'll show
Wait
them.
for me, dearie. I'll go with you.
I'm going over there.
McGee, wait for baby.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and the karaoke.
The carpenters, dearie?
Tootsie, when these splinter fingers hear the valuable suggestions I'm going to offer, we'll be as welcome as fresh air in a nightclub.
Yeah, but maybe
now just park your little tweed skirt on a keg of nails and watch old Frank Lloyd Wright McGee. I'll show these lumberjerks how to save a nickel on every 10-penny nail. Hey, Bud. You the foreman here?
Yes, sir.
Fine. Where's your blueprints?
Where's my what?
Blueprints. You building this house from a dream book?
Oh, the blueprints. Here they are, right here, sir.
Oh, thanks.
May I ask, are you building this place to live in or as an investment?
My gosh, I'm not building it at all, Bud.
No, you are.
Oh, yes, I guess that's right. Well, it's going to be a very handsome house anyway. Very well planned. You're going to like it.
I hope so. We're going to be seeing a lot of it.
There's a few things I ain't satisfied with, though, Bud. Now, let me see. What kind of heat you got scheduled?
Oil.
Forget it. Put in a coal furnace. With oil heat, how are you going to get ashes to sprinkle on the sidewalk when it gets icy?
Why don't you build some hot pipes under the sidewalk to melt the ice?
Great, Molly, great. Do that, Bud.
Well, yeah, but the architect says...
Ah, never mind what the architect says. Bunch of impractical dreamers. They spend 6 years in Italy studying Greek architecture so they can come home and build Spanish bungalows with French windows for a lot of Yankees who don't know an English basement from a Turkish bath. Put in coal.
Okay, sir. Anything you say.
Now, a few more things and you can get to work, Si. Now, double the size of the garage, for one thing. Make a storeroom out of it. Make the attic a playroom. Make all the closets larger. Cedar lining in all of them. And move that front porch around to the west side.
What's that for, Pet?
The boy that delivers the evening paper is left-handed. Besides, the driveway's on that side. Okay, Bud, get busy now. I'll have some other suggestions for you a little later.
Yes, sir.
Hey, boys, forget what you're doing. We got some changes to make. Now, look, tear out the study.
Do you realize, I suppose, Magee, that he thinks you're the owner of the house?
It's a good thing I'm not. If I was the owner and a guy like me came messing around, I'd throw me out of here so fast on my clutch.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Standing Bull.
Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hi, body snatcher. What brings you out in broad daylight amongst honest men and decent women?
I admit that Molly is a decent woman, but if you're referring to yourself as an honest man, Titmouse, you are the worst judge of character I ever knew, and I've never met a good one, except myself.
Are you really a good judge of character, Doctor?
Oh, sure he is. He can take one gander at a man and tell whether he's got $5 and a tummy ache or $300 and appendicitis.
Ignoring the slanderous remarks of the man you so unfortunately married, my dear, I might say that I'm practically a genius at analyzing character. The minute I meet a man who gives me that firm blacksmith handshake and looks me straight in the eye, I know I'm in the presence of a wife-beater, a dog-kicker, and a waiter-baiter.
Well, not me, Doctor. I'm no judge of people. I like everybody immediately.
Yeah, she even likes you, Doc. And if that ain't an outstanding case of bad judgment, are you going bowling tonight?
No, my boy. That's what I stopped by to tell you.
Oh.
I'm expecting one of my patients to make the next census richer by one small item.
Oh, I see.
But tell me, why are you hanging around this building project? Waiting your chance to steal some lumber?
No, he's just offering some suggestions about the new house, Doctor. And he has some dandies, too.
Oh, I'll say. My idea for a little platform on the roof so they could go up there and watch for the mailman was a nifty, if I do say so myself.
It was indeed. The owner can also go up there with a high-powered rifle and drill you right between the eyes. And as close together as your eyes are, that's pretty fancy shooting.
Well, I'm sorry you can't go out with Magee tonight, Doctor. I was hoping you'd come to dinner.
Yeah. Going to have a nice rump roast, Doc.
Well, it's just as well, friends. Can't eat rump roast for sentimental reasons.
Sentimental reasons?
Yes, I had a cousin who died of one at Sing Sing. Well, hasta la vista, amigos.
Sweet old character, though.
Yeah. Hey, fellas.
Yeah?
I just had a good idea. Have Willie West and McGinty there put a little balcony outside the master's bedroom so he can stand there over the swimming pool and practice fly casting.
I didn't know the plans called for a swimming pool, dearie.
They don't. And add a swimming pool, Bud. 44 by 20.
We haven't got room for a pool that big.
Well, then make it 10 feet shorter and 10 feet deeper.
Okay.
Did you see the funny look he gave you, Magee?
Yeah, these guys aren't used to a man who can make snappy decisions. Most people fuss around for 10 days about where to build the ironing board. They think it's a...
Magee?
Huh?
Say, look at that man sawing over there. Why, he isn't half trying.
And what's more, he's using a cross-cut saw when he ought to be using a rip saw. Hey, Bud. Come here a minute.
Yes, sir. Something you wanted?
Well, heavenly days, Mr. Wilcox.
What are you doing here working as a carpenter, Junior? Asked fun-loving little Fibber, dancing up and down with excitement.
Oh, I do this every once in a while, pal. I love to work with wood. I like the feel of it, the smell of it.
Do you really, Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, really. I guess it runs in the family. My uncle, Big Paul Bunyan Wilcox, was the same way. Just loved wood. He'd eat 6 meals a day just for an excuse to chew on a toothpick. Sometimes I think that's why I'm in the business I'm in.
You mean?
Yes, selling Johnson's wax.
Oh, you got us, Waxy. You got us. I could see it coming, but I didn't know from what direction.
Yes, when I think how Johnson's wax brings out the beauty of wood surfaces, how it seals the pores of wood against dust and dampness and dirt, and gives it such a gleaming sanitary freshness, well, it just makes me feel good all over.
You sound like you might be a descendant of that great nobleman, Sir Cassian Walnut.
Just as a matter of curiosity, Waxy, why were you using a crosscut saw over there? Sawing with the grain, you ought to use a rip saw.
Oh, no. A rip saw is so ruthless. It tears the wood. I can't stand that. I like to handle wood gently, tenderly.
Oh, my God.
Heavenly day.
That's why I like to be around new houses like this, to see the wood being fitted into place. The door frames, the floors, the windowsills, the paneling. Getting ready for their first application of Johnson's wax.
Oh, sure.
Sometimes I wish I were a piece of wood.
Oh, sure.
So I could be Johnson wax and admired by everybody and live so long and reflect a spirit of cleanliness and hospitality. Well, got to get back to work, folks. Nice to have seen you.
Can you imagine that? Sometimes he wishes he was a piece of wood.
Sometimes I wish he was, too. I'd make him into a hardwood floor and take up tap dancing. Oh, well, I guess we all have our little eccentricities. Hey, do you think this house would look good with a big stoop in front?
Who did you have in mind?
I think I'll take these blueprints home, Molly, and work them over. There's several more changes I want to make. Come on, let's go.
All right, dearie, but I hope the owner of this house... Oh, look, McGee, there goes Mrs. Carstairs. Yoo-hoo, Mrs. Carstairs.
Remind me to buy you a moose call for Christmas. She couldn't resist a good, strong honk on that.
Now, be nice, dearie. She's really a fine woman.
She's a pain in the clavicle. She's so doggone refined, she turns her head away when she takes the pants off her lamb chops.
Well, my goodness. She may be a little stuffy, but... hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. So nice to see you.
How do you do, my dear? Good day, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carsty. I was just telling Molly what a sight you are for sore eyes.
Thank you.
We've been looking over this new house they're building here, Mrs. Carstairs. McGee has a few suggestions and changes to make.
Really? I was not aware, Mr. McGee, that your various talents included a gift for architectural design.
Well, you really don't know me very well, Carsty.
I shall bear it in mind all day Thursday.
Heavenly days. Thursday's Thanksgiving.
Yes, isn't it? By the way, my dear, I had intended to ask you for dinner Thursday evening, but I happened to think that I couldn't ask your husband, as he would make 13 at the table.
Oh, that's okay, Carsty. I eat enough for 2 people, so it'll really be 14. Now, what time will we be there?
Oh, rather late-ish, you know.
Well, just as late-ish as you like, Mrs. Carstairs. Say 7:30-ish?
Yeah. We could even make it 9-ish or 9:45-ish, if necessary.
No, 8 o'clock would be splendid.
Do we dress, Mrs. Carstairs?
What do you mean, do we dress? What kind of a...
Black tie, Mr. McGee.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Carstairs. We'll be there with bells on.
Oh, that will be quite harmonious, my dear. I'm sure that some of my other guests will be rather jingled by dinner time. Well, good day.
And here are the King's Men with the typewriter serenade.
79, wistful vista, 1945. I take my Underwood in hand and hasten to reply. Oh, tap-a-tap-a-ting, tap-a-tap-a-ting, tap-a-tap-a-ting. It's singing, singing you the news in a little typewriter serenade. Every little tap means a little kiss, tap-a-tap-a-ting. It's ringing, bringing you my heart in a little typewriter serenade. And while I'm typing out this letter, I'd let her enclose more kisses. Tap-a-tap-a-ting, tap-a-tap-a-ting, tap-a-tap-a-ting. It is ending, sending you my love in a little typewriter serenade, serenade, serenade. Page 1 is through, and here's page 2. Just a line or two telling you what's new so you won't be blue, my darling. sending you the news in a little typewriter serenade. I called upon the gums, Junior had the mumps, gee, I'm in the dumps. I miss you, thought I'd tell you so in a little typewriter serenade. And while I'm writing you this letter, I'd better get finished with it. So I'll say goodnight, don't forget to write till I hold you tight. Real soon, dear, here's all my love in a little typewriter serenade, 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 serenade. The typewriter serenade.
Hey, Molly, I've done these blueprints practically all over, and you'd never recognize that house.
Now, look, dearie. Fun is fun, but do you realize how your butting in might strike the owner of that house?
What do you mean, button in? I've improved that joint 100%. I take the powder room, for instance. Who else would have thought of putting in green lights so the guests would think they were getting sick and go home? We won't have to go to Carsty's Thanksgiving, Molly. We're having our turkey now. And who else would have ever had... Come in.
Good day. I'm one of your neighbors.
Yeah, we know, sis. You're the cousin of Punchy McFight, the prize fletcher.
No, he means you're the fighter of Punchy McCousin, the Clatch prize.
No. I mean, she was the prize of Cousin McClutchy.
I am the cousin of Punchy McClatchy, the prize fighter.
Certainly.
Well, what about it, sis?
Well, just to be neighborly, I thought you might want to put a wager on the fight tonight. Punchy is fighting Cauliflower Connolly, you know. It's a sure thing.
Well, thank you very much, dearie.
Thanks for the tip, sis. I'll slap a $2 wager on your cousin.
You mean you're betting on Punchy?
Sure.
Oh, you fool, you.
Well, she doesn't seem to have much faith in her own cousin, does she?
Come to think of it, I don't know why she should. That McClatchy has taken more pokes than all the pickpockets on Broadway. That stumblebum has swallowed so many of his own teeth, his stomach chatters on cold days. Why, if he'd only...
Oh, never mind him, Magee. I'm worried about all those changes you made on that new house next door.
Oh, what are you worried about that for? I improved it, didn't I? My gosh, what kind of a neighbor would I be to stand around and see how...
Oh, dear, every time that doorbell rings, I get a chill. I can just see the man who owns that house laying you out with a 2x4.
Ah, pata, I can handle him. Come in.
Oh, it's Mayor Latrivia. Good day, Your Honor.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latriv. I'll be with you in just a moment. I got to finish checking over these blueprints.
Isn't he clever, Mr. Mayor?
See now.
Just think of anybody knowing what all those little white lines mean.
I didn't know you could read blueprints, McGee. In fact, I didn't know you could read. I had it on fairly good authority that you had even been blackballed by the Book of the Month Club.
Ah, Mr. Mayor, you rascal, you.
Let me see. If I use the laundry chute as a chimney for the barbecue pit, then I can put the breakfast...
May I ask just what you think you're doing, McGee?
Well, he's making some changes on that new house next door, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I trust, my friend, that you have acquainted yourself with the building regulations, fire laws, zoning requirements, frontage rules, and all stuff like that. All that sort of thing?
Oh, he doesn't believe in those silly regulations, Your Honor.
Oh, he doesn't.
No, that's for amateurs. I go on the principle of get your building up and then fight the city hall. You probably don't know any more about building regulations than I do.
That is where you are wrong, McGee. I have the entire code in my head.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Can I run upstairs? Can I go up and get you some nose drops or something?
Nose drops? For what, Mrs. McGee?
For your nose, naturally. Unless you want to use them to oil your roller skates.
I don't know what you're talking about, McGee, but I don't want or need any nose drops. Thank you, just the same.
Well, maybe a nice hot gargle would be better anyway.
Make him take the nose drops, Molly. They're much better than a gargle.
What is this, anyway? I don't want a gargle, and I don't want any nose drops.
Ah, don't be a baby, Your Honor. They don't hurt. My goodness, if I had a cold in my head...
But I haven't got a cold in my head.
You said you did.
I said no such thing.
Why, Mr. Mayor, you said distinctly that you had the entire cold in your head, which is very lucky because if it gets to your...
I did not say I had a cold. I was referring to building regulations, and I said I had the code in my head.
Head is so stuffy, he can't even say cold.
Well, anyway, I'll get the nose drops. It won't take but a...
I don't want any stuff drops. Cold nose. I haven't got a sign of a gargle. My head is perfectly empty. Magee.
Huh?
Pardon me.
When I came in here, I didn't have a... Now you see what you've done? You've talked me into it.
A fine thing. Gets a cold and blames us for it.
Oh, well, he's probably running a little fever and don't know what he's doing. You got to be big about these things. He's always such...
I'll bet he does want some nose drops after all. Come in.
Where is he? Where is he?
Where's who, sir?
Where's the man who took the blueprints for my new house?
Oh, you mean these blueprints, Bud? I was just looking them over to...
Are you the fellow who took it upon himself to change my house completely around?
Well, you see, Bud, I figured...
We thought...
Why, the whole plan's been changed. Nothing's the way I originally planned it. This is going to take 3 months longer. It's going to cost me $11,000 more. And you know what?
No.
What?
I like it. Now, show me on the blueprints what you think I ought to do about this. You've noticed, I'm sure, how you develop a friendly feeling for certain things you use or wear. Maybe it's a favorite sport coat. Maybe it's a household appliance that makes your work easier. It might even be Johnson's Glow Coat, because that very useful floor polish certainly saves you work and adds great beauty to your home, too. Women like Glow Coat for 3 very good reasons. First, it does save them many hours of work all year long. There's no rubbing or buffing with Johnson's Glow Coat because it's self-polishing. You simply apply it to your linoleum or other floors and let it dry. Second, Glow Coat gives your linoleum a beautiful polish that's easy to maintain, and it keeps colors new-looking. And third, regular care with Glow Coat adds greatly to the life of your linoleum, new or old, because it protects the surface against dirt, wear, and moisture. For these 3 good reasons, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat is the preferred floor polish everywhere.
Hey, Molly, you know what?
No, what?
That guy's building a big apartment house on the west side. Wants me to oversee the job for $5,000.
Oh, how wonderful.
Huh?
When do you start?
I turned it down.
What on earth for?
Oh, my gosh. I just haven't got the nerve to ask Alice and Doc and Carsty and Harlow and Latrivia and Billy and the King's Men to go clear over on the west side every Tuesday.
Yeah, there's that, isn't there?
Certainly. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry and inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Wop bam bam la bamboo to the fruity, oh Rudy, to the fruity, oh Rudy, to the fruity, oh Rudy. Wop bam la bamboo. Got a girl named Sue. She knows just what to do. Got a girl named Sue. She knows just what to do.
Look, I'm not the first guy who fell in love with a girl he met in a restaurant who then turned out to be the daughter of a kidnapped scientist, only to lose her to a childhood lover who she'd last seen on a deserted island and who turned out 15 years later to be the leader of the French underground.
I know it. It all sounds like some bad movie.
Got a girl named Daisy. She almost drives me crazy. Got a girl named Daisy. She almost drives me crazy. She rocked me to the east, she rocked me to the west, but she's the girl that I love best. So Tutti Frutti, oh Rudy, Tutti Frutti, oh Rudy, Tutti Frutti, oh Rudy, Tutti Frutti, oh Rudy, Tutti Frutti, oh Rudy. Oh, wop, bop, a loo, bam, a lop, bam, boom.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
In Town Hall tonight, folks, 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Pana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. And tonight, a big celebration. Fred Allen's coming back to the old Town Hall. He's bringing Portland and the Mighty Allen art players in his baggage, and they're all going to give us the biggest show we've had in months. Town Hall tonight, ladies and gentlemen. At the railroad station, and Fred's train is just about due. He's coming in from Hollywood, you know, where he's just finished making a picture called Thanks a Million for 20th Century Fox. Everybody's here to greet him. Peter Van Steen and the Ipana Troubadours are waiting. An all-star group of amateurs. Say, here comes the train. Now let's watch the Fred when the train stops. He's flowing. He's and there he is, lifting Portland off that train. Look at that crowd. They're giving 3 cheers for Fred Allen.
Thank you, everybody. Hi, Tiny. What? No brass band?
Yes, the band's here too, Fred. Okay, Peter. There goes the band of Stars and Stripes Forever as Fred, Portland, and the Mighty Allen art players start the parade from the depot to the old town hall. Their friends all around the country are standing by to welcome them home tonight. Folks from coast to coast drop everything to listen. At Washington, England's building battleships, Mr. Secretary. What about the ratio?
Ratio? That reminds me. I've got to get my radio fixed. Fred Allen is back. It's town hall tonight.
At Boulder City.
Why did the president speak at Boulder Dam on Tuesday, Father?
Why, he wanted to stay in the house Wednesday, daughter. Fred Allen is back at town hall tonight.
San Diego, California.
Land's sakes, guys, the fairground's deserted. Where's all the people?
Home listens to their radios, lady. It's town hall tonight.
I want to make a suggestion to you. In just a few moments, Fred Allen's going to start his show in Town Hall, and you have just time to call up 1 or 2 of your friends and tell them that Fred is back on the air. They'll be grateful to you. Don't you think so? And now here we are at the door of Town Hall. There's Fred greeting the crowd as it pours through the door. Let's listen to what he's saying.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away, folks, but an apple at night won't keep the doctor away from the town hall. Step right in for the housewarming. Hi there, Sheriff.
Evening, Allen. How are things in Hollywood?
Fine, Sheriff, fine.
Did you get a divorce out there?
No, I went for business, not for pleasure. Step right in, folks, and welcome. Evening, Mrs. Westmore.
Good evening, Mr. Allen. Heard you've been in Hollywood.
That's right. Clark Gable sends his love to you.
Clark Gable? Oh!
Quick, water somebody. Miss Westmore's fainted. I should have brought regards from Wallace Beery. Now, don't crowd, folks, but hurry.
The band's ready, Fred.
Okay, Tiny. What's the first number?
It's that song, I've got a pocket full of sunshine from your new picture, Thanks a Million, Fred.
It's Dick Powell's picture, Tiny, and how he sings that song. Let's go.
I got a pocket full of sunshine and a heart full of fun. And when I see you, all I want to do is pass it along.
presenting that colossal combination of comedy and capers, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before starting the show, I'll read you the Town Hall Bulletin for tonight. Hodge White is calling band practice at the GAR Hall for Friday night. Now, Hodge wants to warn all of you musicians who chew tobacco to be mighty careful where you bail out around the hall. If you see a brass thing about 4 feet high that looks like a cuspidor, it's Hodge's French horn, so act accordingly. Last year, the horn gave off a fine spray during rehearsals, and along about May, the ceiling in the hall turned mahogany. So much for symphonic precautions, and now for the Town Hall news. Is the picture sheet back from the laundry, Tiny?
It's back for tonight, Fred, and down it comes.
Coming down formal, hey?
Right.
As long as we're parked here, we won't need the lights, do you think?
Out to go.
The projector starts, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows all. Radio City, New York. Prominent radio comedian returning to Town Hall Tonight program conducts door-to-door survey to check on listeners. Town Hall News camera follows Fred Allen as he questions radio public incognito. What do you want? Pardon me, mister.
You won't get no coffee out of me, buddy.
Oh, I'm not panhandling. I'm taking a poll.
Going to open a barber shop, eh? Well, I shave myself.
No, you don't understand. You're talking to America's foremost radio comedian.
No kidding. Glad to know you, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
Excuse me, lady. I'm taking a straw vote.
Oh, well, I'm from upstate, and I'm voting for McKinley as usual. Well, what is it?
Good evening, madam. Have you a radio?
Yeah, and it's paid for. You got the wrong house, long puss.
What is your favorite radio program, madam?
Major Bose. What's it to you?
Who do you like next to Major Bose?
Major Bose.
But this is only Wednesday. What do you do until Sunday night?
I wait for Major Bose.
New York City, New York. Mayor LaGuardia proclaims October a month of noiseless nights. Anti-noise violators will be prosecuted. Town Hall News shows what New Yorkers may expect. An anti-noise trial.
Next case.
Minnie Twerp, disturbing the peace at the Roxy Theater.
Guilty or not guilty, Minnie?
I was only taking the cellophane off my almond bar, Judge.
She was making noise.
It wasn't the cellophane, Judge. It was the almond.
The what?
Almond, nuts.
That's contempt of court, 30 days.
Homes will be broken up. Farewells like this one will be common.
Oh, this cruel law, forcing my poor boy to leave home.
Oh, don't cry, Ma. I can practice my saxophone in Philadelphia. Goodbye.
Oh, my son.
Police cars will be ready for noise emergencies. We'll soon be hearing calls like this.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Man singing in bathtub at 91 Glove Park Avenue. Calling all cars.
This is 91 Club, Chief.
Okay, through this door here.
Hey, listen, Chief. He's in the bathroom.
Break down that door.
I say, well, what's the blooming row?
Come clean, buddy. You're under arrest.
But I say I'm having my cup.
Well, it's against the law.
Oh, you Americans. You say it's a violation to sponge?
It ain't that. It's anti-noise month, and you're singing.
Come on, you pinch, mister. Grab his arm, Chief.
Here, stop it.
Now, hold him, Clancy. He's soapy.
Let me alone now. Let me go.
Get out. Imagine this guy in a bathtub on Wednesday night.
We'll hold him for observation. He thinks it's Saturday. Town Hall News shows results of campaign. Before noise was outlawed, Broadway sounded like this. Oh, but what a difference. Today, Broadway sounds like this. Washington, D.C. United States government plans drive on poultry racketeers. G-men to crack down on gunmen who cost consumers millions annually. Town Hall News shows poultry racketeers in action. The scene, a poultry store in the Bronx, New York City.
Ye old kosher poultry shopping, Mrs. Marcus responding. No, I got no broilers. No, my place was robbed last night. Yes, poultry racketeers. I'm all that's left in the store, and I'm no chicken, so goodbye. Putting on the top hat.
Mrs. Marcus.
Well, what can I do for you two gentlemen?
Pat down, Ma. This is a shakedown.
Make it snappy, doll. Where's your phone?
More racketeers, please.
No cracks. Where's your hen?
Men. Last night I'm robbed. 32 bullets and agenda.
Somebody beat us to it, Butch.
I ain't quitting here empty-handed. What's in that safe, Ma?
Confidentially, I'm holding out. In the safe, top rosin, I'm concealing one chicken.
Open it up.
It's one chicken only. Sarah, she's convalescing.
Don't stall. Open the safe.
Okay. No quiet, Sarah. Just speak up.
Any eggs under that dodo?
I told you she's convalescing.
Tell her to lay a couple of eggs pronto. We ain't had no breakfast.
Tell her yourself. I wouldn't forcing the issue.
Shake her leg. Shake her leg, Sarah. I'll blow your feathers off.
Here, put it away the pistol. She's nervous already.
Look, I'm counting 3. We're going to get eggs or else. Come on, Sarah. 1.
So give, Sarah.
2. 3.
I knew she'd come true. Nice work, Sarah.
Yeah, wait a minute. What kind of an egg is this?
No.
Sure, there ain't no shell on it.
So, could you do any better in a hurry?
Once again, the Town Hall News brings you the outstanding sound of the week. Detroit, Michigan. World Series opens today. Chicago blanks Detroit in first game. The blank.
Thank you. And now, Tiny, how about a scene or one of those talking pictures you used to put on before I went away?
Not now, Fred. Why, here you are just home with us again, and we're not going to take much time even for Salopatica.
No?
I simply want to say this, though. Friends, one of the products that makes it possible for us to present Fred Allen in Town Hall tonight is Sal Hepatica, the mineral salt laxative. Now, whenever you need that kind of medicine, we suggest that you take Sal Hepatica. It will cleanse your body of poisonous waste speedily, gently, thoroughly. And that's not all it does. When you have waste in your body, you also have an acid condition throughout your system. And Sal Hepatica is the laxative that also combats the acidity, building up your alkaline reserves so necessary to good health. In other words, Sal Hepatica corrects both troubles. So keep Sal Hepatica in your medicine cabinet. Don't suffer from a half-sick logy condition, sick headache, upset stomach. Take Sal Hepatica and get a head start towards buoyant, alert, normal health in just no time.
And his Ipana troubadours have just played the Vitalis theme song from the top of your head. When you get down to your teeth, it's Ipana, of course. I've been asked to make an impromptu announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Pop Mullen, leading vitamin monger and sole lessee of the lunch wagon, Belle of the Gutter, says that the man with the indigestion who has been picketing the wagon all week is an imposter. Pop says you can't possibly get gastritis in the wagon because he's cooking with electricity only. Now, on Tuesday... Oh, no. Quiet, please. Whoever's raising that hue and cry, you can stay, but the cry will have to go.
Hello?
Well, sir, as I live and try to keep these bulldog shoes from snapping at the calves on my legs, if it isn't Portland.
Yes, I dreamed last night that you were back from Hollywood.
So you came over before you woke up to make sure, huh?
Oh, I knew you were coming back.
Did a little bird tell you?
Oh, I wouldn't hear a bird this soon. Your picture isn't out yet, is it?
Couldn't you have welcomed me over the phone?
Say, you're lucky I'm alone. Papa wanted to come with me.
Oh, I wish he had come. You know, the last time Papa came down here in his dress suit, the smell of camphor cleared up my asthma.
Gosh, I wish I could have made the trip to California with you.
There's enough confusion in Hollywood without you.
I don't care so much about Hollywood. I'd just like to see what's going on around the country.
You don't even know what's going on in New York. Did you hear about the Dale Lewis fight?
Oh, was there a fight?
Well, I'll admit I use the word loosely. A fight is where two people punch each other, isn't it?
That's what Papa said.
Did he see the altercation?
Not exactly. He had a $2 seat.
Really? How did he know what was going on? Hear a rumor?
No, he took his radio set and tuned in from where he was sitting.
Hey, that's very good. All right, let's drop the whole thing.
But Papa felt sorry for Joe Lewis.
Lewis won, and your father felt sorry for him?
Yes, Papa had to fight a man before he went on his honeymoon, too.
Who did Papa have to fight?
Mama's father.
Oh. I wish you'd do your father a dirty trick for me.
You mean go home?
Exactly.
Oh, no, you don't. Mr. Bowers! Mr. Bowers!
Come in, Forty. I always heed a maiden in distress.
Now listen, Robert. If I lay my hands on that mail-order suit, you'll blow a tweed fuse.
Now, I'm not paging trouble, Junior, but you rest one unsanitary finger on this lapel and I'll up you.
And Mr. Bowers can do it, too, Mr. Allen.
If Mr. Bowers is ever kidnapped, you can ransom him with a phone slug.
You could go just so far with me, Allen, and 1, 2, 3, I'm on you.
And 4, 5, 6, and it's vice versa.
Mr. Bowers is pretty tough, Mr. Allen.
I'll say, with a rounded down.
You look like 10 cents worth of fluff to me. Where I come from, men are men.
Is that why you had to leave, Mr. Allen?
That was good, Forty. I wouldn't take that from an octogenarian.
Now, look, folks, I just came back tonight.
That's what Mr. Bowers came to see you about.
Lord, yes, I've been trying to split an infinitive to get a word in edgewise here.
Going from the abstract to the concrete, what's on your mind, Mr. Bowers?
Mr. Bowers wants to arrange a public welcome for you.
Yes, that's my racket, Allen. Fenton C. Bowers, TWA.
Don't tell me you're a government project.
TWA is Professional Welcome Arranger.
Oh.
Yes, Mr. Bowers arranges welcomes for people.
He should have arranged one for himself before he showed up here.
You'll need Mr. Bowers to stir up a welcome, Mr. Allen.
Lord, yes, you got plenty of enemies, brother. You've been on the radio 3 years.
Have you any references?
Tell him about Frank Buck's welcome, Mr. Bowers.
Lord, I tore the town wide open for Buck. Met him up at the dock with a rhinoceros, 2 mongoose, and 400 paid-up elk with teeth akimbo.
And what about Admiral Byrd?
The Bird welcome was Bowers at his best. High jinks super.
And oh boy, was it noisy.
Why, the din was nerve-wracking. At high noon, 3,000 housewives slammed their icebox doors in salute.
Are your welcomes expensive, Brother Bowers?
They're all prices. For $85, I can give you a fair welcome. 50 Boy Scouts wig-wagging.
Oh, that would look silly. Boy Scouts wagging their wigs at Mr. Allen.
have you anything semi-rousing for around $15?
Lord, you don't expect to rock a hullabaloo for $15.
I'd go the whole hog, Mr. Allen. You only come back once.
$15 is a lot of drachmas, though.
Well, if you want to dog it, I've got a $10 celebration.
What's that one, Mr. Bowers?
For $10, I rent 2 orphans. They meet you at the train and recite.
Recite what?
A verse I wrote for Cheapskate.
How does it go, Mr. Bowers?
Quiet, please. Woodchuck, ermine, partridge, grouse. Welcome, Alan. You're a...
I'm a what?
For $10, you're no peacock.
What you need is a mirror, Mr. Allen.
Yes, you can take a good look at it and give 3 rousing cheers for yourself.
Why, you...
And you, too, and you. Hey, put that in your pipe and inhale. I'm off.
I guess I'm off, too, Mr. Allen.
There's no doubt about it. Goodbye, Portland.
Tally-ho!
And now, without the help of Mr. Bowers, we welcome the Town Hall Quartet and their guest star, the guy from the Isle of Capri.
There's a guy who's got me full of fear. A knife between his teeth, a ring in each ear.
He thinks I'm after his wife, and now he's after my life.
He's from the Isle of Capri. With blood in his eye, the guy is chasing me. Wherever I go, I never go slow. I know that he is following me, the guy from the Isle of Capri. I walk in the park, he hides in the dark. But I can tell when God I can smell the guy from the Isle of Capri. I can't take a chance and explain the romance. That's why I worry if that's so.
He won't understand. All I did was kiss her hand.
He wants to tickle me with his stiletto. If I want to laugh, I've got to go fast and keep one jump ahead of the chumps, the guy from the Isle of Capri.
Oh, cantato dell'amore io.
Upon the island of Capri.
Quando ho veduto questa bellissimo, bambino, sento che...
Upon the island of Capri. The night was dark, the moon was bright. I kissed my hand as she went by.
You know, she said to me, much to my surprise...
Yeah,
and rolled her eyes
upon the island of Capri. And then I bent to kiss her hand. That's when I saw the wedding band. I took one look and then I flew to where I'd anchored my canoe on the island of Capri. Now he's over here from over there. He's right behind me everywhere. He's getting in my hair. I go for a drive. I do 85. But that's no good. He's under the hood. The guy from the Isle of Capri. I thought it would stop when I beat up a cop.
But there was the mug inside of the jug.
The guy from the Isle of Capri.
Thank you, boys. Thank you. And now, Tiny, I hear you've been doing a good deal of talking while my back was turned this summer.
Why, yes, Fred. I have said a word or two now and then.
Well, own up. Now, what have you been talking about?
Well, a lot of things. But here, I'm going to show one of them to you and to our friends here in the audience. I'll hold it above my head so everybody can see it. You know what this is, friends?
Yeah, sure.
Of course, you all recognize it. Now, will this gentleman here in the front row tell us what it is? Why, it's a package of Ipana toothpaste. Right. The famous red and yellow striped box that Ipana toothpaste comes in. I'm going to open this box now just as you would if you were about to start using a new tube of Ipana. First thing I take out is an instructive little folder. Briefly, it tells you why the health of your gums is important, how best to take care of them, why dentists recommend Ipana toothpaste. And furthermore, it urges you to see your dentist regularly.
But there's something else in that box, Tiny.
Yes, sir, Fred, and here it is. The shining red and yellow tube of Ipana toothpaste. You've noticed what an attractive package it is, from the handy black cap to the black seal at the bottom. But that, of course, is unimportant compared to what the contents of this tube can mean to you. What can it mean? Cleaner teeth. Teeth that are brighter, more sparkling. Healthier gums. Gums that are firmer, more resistant to infection. Surely it's worth your while to use Ipana toothpaste to brush your teeth and massage your gums with it. So why don't you get a tube tonight or tomorrow morning?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the season for hay fever and the mighty Allen art players. Those two plagues for which science has never found a cure. These actors, so-called, who have hitched their wagons to a groundhog, are ready to resume their barnstorming careers and will lay their first official egg of the season tonight. They present a melodrama of modern hillbillies entitled Once an Amateur, Always an Amateur, But Never a Bride. Overture, Peter. M is for the amateur she gave me. Oh, dang your hair lips, Harry. Can't I sing without you giving me the gong all this?
Oh, shut your yap, Paul. You always was a gonger. You always will be a gonger. You always, was a gonger.
Well, ain't nothing to be ashamed of. 4 gongs was invented. Singer like me could pick up a good vegetable dinner after a performance.
Well, the gong's more humane for actors than a ripe tomato. Say, where's them children of ours?
Oh, gone hunting, reckon.
Hunting?
Yep, took their guitars. They're hunting sponsors. Season's open for sponsors. Lord, they're running wild. One got away from me yesterday. Must have been this long.
Well, all our young'uns is good boys, all except Pale. He run off to the big city for a national hookup.
Oh, Pev's all right. Best sweet potato and best sweet potato. I hate sweet potatoes that get in my mouth. You
yes,
see, they
I know.
confuse me.
Always did, Paul.
But our Pev is all right. Best sweet potato player in 9 counties. I'd have kicked them big city notions right out of his hide if he hadn't up and kicked me first. But take his shoes off, and Pev's a good boy.
Oh, wished I was young again. Could get on one of them amateur programmers.
Oh, you was a great one in your day, Sarah.
Sure was, Paul.
Oh, slap me perpendicular. Every time you opened your yap, you got the gong, didn't you?
Sure did, Paul. Never missed a gong.
You was the first G-woman, all right.
Sure was, Paul, right now.
Listen.
Huh?
There's our Pev. Listen at him. I know. I thought he'd come back with his sweet potato dragon.
Oh, ain't nobody can play that yam like our Pev.
Hiya, Ma.
Hiya, Pappy.
Hi,
son.
Well, Pev, what's new on relief?
Happy? I come back to tell you I made good in the city.
How do you all know you made good?
Well, after I played my sweet potato, a fellow spoke up and asked me for my autograph.
Smooth going, Pev. You give it to him?
Yep. I can't write, so I'll give it to him verbal.
Middlin' glad to see you back, son.
You hope you're ready to settle down now that you've had your fling.
I ain't come home to roost, Pappy. I'm a-going back to the city and make big money.
Money? A son of mine take money? Pev, this family's been amateurs for 3 generations. Me and your ma Chair was amateurs before you. Why, you cut your first tooth on a gong.
Sure did, son.
Well, I don't care. Amateur acts is all taking money nowadays.
Why, that'll make you rank professional. You can't do it.
I can so.
You can't neither.
I can too.
You can't.
I'm a-going out with a bunch of amateurs to make personal appearances.
What personal appearances, son?
In them there movie houses. The amateurs appears in the flesh.
Hush, son. That ain't decent. You can't disgrace us like that.
No, son, don't take money. You'll break your pappy's heart.
Hand me my shotgun, Siri. I'll learn him a lesson.
Well, take care, Pap. You loaned it to neighbor Vaughn for his daughter's wedding.
So I did.
Well, I reckon I'm off.
Open up, Oh, it's your brother and your sister.
Maybe they can shame Pev out of his crazy notions. Come in, Chuck.
I've been fine, Hannah. How you been, and you, Luke?
We've been fine, Pal.
Listen, Chair Hannah. You too, Chair Luke. Take yourself a couple of chairs, Chair. Take a good look at your brother Pev, Chair, because he's a-getting out of chair of the house here for good.
For good?
Yeah. We've been a happy family living here in this little one-room and well. Ain't nothing fancy, but the well's operating. But Pev's broke it up now.
Where you going, Pal?
I'm a-going to make personal appearances.
He's a turning trader, that's what.
Oh, now, Pal.
Get out, son. Haul sweet potato.
Hold on, Pal. Hannah and me's going away, too.
What?
Yep, we got us an offer to be amateurs in movie shorts.
For money?
Of course, for money. Times has changed, Papa.
You mean you're all a-going and leaving your pappy and ma?
Let 'em go, Sarah. You and me'll just start all over again.
Oh, now don't take on so peppy.
Even my little amateur is again me.
Movies and personal appearances. I reckon there just ain't no more amateurs like you and me, Paul.
No, reckon they ain't. Nowadays, amateurs is all working for money. Professionals is all working on sustaining programs. Well, I reckon we better get a-going.
Yep, come on, Hannah.
Go on, get on. And don't let your guitars and sweet potato darken my acoustics again.
Goodbye, Ma.
Well, that's done it, Terry.
Sure has, Paul.
You're right back here where we started 20 years ago, come town hall tonight.
Sure do. Sure are, Paul.
Children's all gone.
But I still got you, Paul.
You got something there, Terry.
Oh, the children is all turned against us, but I'll always be an amateur to you, won't I, Pappy?
Kiss me, Terry. You sure will, Terry.
Oh, now you kiss me, Paul.
Tiny, I received a telegram a little while ago from a friend of mine in the city, and I think you'd like to read it.
Well, let's see it. Oh, say, you just bet I'll read it. Say, this makes a wonderful illustration for what I was just getting ready to talk about. Now, here's the telegram. Sorry I can't welcome you back to town hall tonight. Stop. Got a terrible cold. Signed, Bob Stevens.
I was sort of expecting him tonight, too, Tiny.
And the point is, he might have been here to join in our welcome to you. Yes, friends, if this man had drunk 2 teaspoonfuls of salopatica in a glass of water when he first felt that cold coming on, and then kept on a few days with smaller doses, I'll bet you he'd be okay tonight. You see, it's all very simple. When you have a cold, you have poisonous waste in your body and an acid condition throughout your system. And sal hepatica is the laxative that both rids you of those wastes and also combats acidity. Start with those 2 teaspoonfuls, but don't stop there. Keep on with sal hepatica in smaller doses until your cold is entirely gone. That builds up the alkaline reserve and resistance to colds as well. Now, it's too bad Bob Stevens couldn't have been here tonight, but if he'll get a bottle of sal hepatica and use it, following this scientific way to treat a cold successfully, he'll be with us next Wednesday night, and we'll expect all the rest of you here, too. Don't you get sick. Presents his All-Star Amateur Contest.
Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we present a group of winners who distinguished themselves in the Town Hall Amateur Contest, chaperoned by my good friend Frank Crummett while I was out in Hollywood. These boys and girls will compete for a grand prize of $100 in cash and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City. Now, we have no applause machine on the stage this evening, for the winner of this contest will not be determined by the audience here in the town hall. Tonight's winner will be selected by you folks who are listening to your radios at home. Now, we're asking you to choose your favorite, mail in your vote so that we receive it no later than next Tuesday morning. And if you will do your part after the contest is over tonight, we shall be happy to do ours and award the prize next Wednesday night. The winner of the $75 prize for last week's contest is Dwayne Harmon. Tiny tells me that Dwayne played the trumpet and recently won the Midwest Amateur Contest in Omaha before he came to the town hall. Congratulations, Dwayne. And now for our contest tonight, ladies and gentlemen. First, we welcome Mr. James Smith. Mr. Smith is here in a chef's outfit with a table. You're from Haverhill, Massachusetts, yes, Mr. Yes, sir. You come up with your accoutrements, did
yes,
you?
I did.
Excuse me, Mr. Smith. It's not catching, I can assure you. You have nothing to worry about. Mr. Smith calls himself the musical chef and has a large table here filled with a motley collection of bowls, egg cups, custard bowls, oatmeal bowls. And you play music on these, do you,
yes, sir.
Mr. Smith? You play, what are those you use for hammers there?
Those are lady shoe trees.
Lady shoe trees, and you spank the bowls to get music with the... You use the shoe trees to get the footnotes, I imagine. How do you, that surprised me more than it did you, really, Mr. Smith. How do you get these dishes tuned up? You buy them in tune?
Well, these are just ordinary dishes that I went around different corking stores testing the bowls till I could find the scale, the chromatic scale.
Oh, that's fine. You go into a 5 and 10, say, and give me an E-flat egg cup, and they... Well, that saves a lot of trouble. And what are you going to play for us tonight, Mr. Smith?
I'm going to play a little medley of Marching Through Georgia and Over There.
Marching Through Georgia and Over There. I'm afraid Ethiopia is going to have trouble with China here tonight. I'm not sure. But you go right ahead with your musical sauces there. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to Miss Marie Phillips. Miss Marie is from Brooklyn, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you have ambitions to be an operatic singer, have you, Marie?
That's right.
You have? Well, I hope you'll have success in your career. You know, things are looking up. The opera singers had their breathing spell long before President Roosevelt gave business its breathing spell. And the Metropolitan expects a great season this year. You know they have their insurance company on the side, a little business they run, which helps out. And what are you going to sing for us tonight?
Oh, I'm going to sing the aria Grace Moore sings in her picture, Love Me Forever, from La Boheme.
The aria.
The aria is called Si mi chiamano Mimi.
You took the words out of my mouth, but go right ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we're proud of many of the boys and girls who have been up here on some of our earlier amateur evenings. We have as you probably know, a town hall unit now. Some of our earlier winners have banded together and have been touring around the country. This week they're in Baltimore. And I just wanted to mention this tonight because the boys and girls have pooled some of their spare resources and sent me a telegram, and I'm very happy to receive it, and I just let them know if they're listening in. It says, "We who have kept the fire burning while you were enjoying your Hollywood vacation welcome you back to the air. Stop. We are enjoying our tour and trust you had a wonderful vacation. Welcome home." That's from Al Mitchell, the Master of Ceremonies, and Marilyn McKay, Joe Williams, Victor Mizzy, Irving Taylor, and the other boys and girls who are with our Town Hall Tonight amateur show. Incidentally, Friday and Saturday of this week, the Town Hall amateurs at the Capitol Theater, Lancaster, PA, Sunday at the Stanley Theater, Camden, New Jersey, and Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at the Strand Theater in York, Pennsylvania. And I certainly wish all of the boys and girls the best of luck on their tour. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to Arthur Young, singer and guitar player from Bison, New York. Is that right, Arthur?
Buffalo.
Buffalo? Oh, Buffalo. It's Bison and Buffalo. Practically the same thing. Arthur is here. Is that I never knew. Arthur is wearing one of those Stetson hats, about a 4-gallon, I'd say, isn't it?
20.
20-gallon hat, is it? And a leather jacket, and he's carrying a guitar. I never knew Buffalo was so far west until I saw your costume
right around
tonight.
the Buffaloes.
Huh?
Right around the Buffaloes.
Around the Buffaloes, eh? You're a guitar player and singer, Arthur?
Right.
You are.
I think
Incidentally,
so.
I hope so. You think so? I hope so. Incidentally, you're a left-handed guitar player, aren't you?
Right. Southpaw.
Southpaw. You have to restring the guitar the other way to play left-handed, do you?
That's what I do.
You have to mix it up, huh?
Right.
You'd have an awful time with a harp, wouldn't you, getting all of those strings? What are you going to play for us tonight, Arthur?
I'm going to sing Why Did I Get Married?
Why did you get married and play at the same time?
Yeah.
Well, if you ever get married, you'll have no time to play, so you make the most of it. Go right ahead.
Come and gather all around me, you boys who wonder why. Listen to my warning, you thank me all your life. For I was once a bachelor, and I wish I was again. I'd never give up that single bliss to wear a ball and chain. Oh, why did I get married? Why did I don this neck yoke? If I talk back, he'll give me a crack, and I'm liable to get my neck broke. When I popped the question, here's the answer that I got. You'll have to build a house on it before I'll share your lot. I went to see her father, and he cut to beat the band. Before I got the old man's foot, I took his daughter's hand. Oh, why did I get married? What can the reason be? Want to see the missing link? Just take a look at me. My wife, she keeps the bank account, but I keep right on working. I have to wear one shirt so long, it looks like an old lace curtain. She's getting fatter every day. She weighs 400 gross. I haven't kissed her now for years, 'cause I can't get that close. Oh, why did I get married? Look what I went and done. It costs 3 times as much for 2 to live as cheap as 1. Ole, 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 ole,
Buffalo, New York. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a group of boys, 6 boys. 6, are you boys? The Yugoslavian Tamburitzer Orchestra. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I got it all right. Are you the manager of the band, are you?
I'm just a spokesman. Spokesman
Just
tonight.
a spokesman, are you?
Yeah.
What is your name?
David Blowson.
David Blowson. Glad to know you. My name's Alan, Mr. Blowson.
I've heard of you.
Happy to have you up here. You heard Arthur singing there, didn't you? The yodel?
Oh, yes, sir.
I don't know where he got the lay, but the low comes from Buffalo. That's confusing. Now, what are you boys going to... You have an odd collection of instruments here, haven't you? Why is it no one with a Ukrainian or Slovakian orchestra ever plays a trombone? Why is that? I guess you play a trombone in those little countries that goes over into Italy and have to start more trouble, I imagine. Stick to the string in. What are you going to play for us tonight?
We're going to play Repaz Band.
Repaz Band. Go right ahead. Thank you. The Yugoslavian Tamburitzer Orchestra from New York City. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant-looking boy confronts me here. One Kenneth Yarrow from Jersey City. Is that right, Kenneth?
That's right, Mr. Allen.
And you are a singer, Kenneth?
I'm making an attempt at it.
You're making an attempt. Something tells me you're going to be very good. I have intuition, if you know what that is.
Oh, right.
You wouldn't know it to look at. I'm so deceitful. I mean, you wouldn't know it. I'm just telling you confidentially. And you are, according to my little slip here, you are a bass baritone?
That's right, Mr. Allen.
Haven't you decided, or is your voice changing?
But you see, it's right that way. It's in between.
Oh, we're fortunate. We're just sort of catching you in a hyphenated stage of your vocal career. Do you work for the Standard Oil Company, do you?
That's right.
Well. figured it was about time. You know, jokes come back every 7 years, and I figured that one was about due. It's been a good 30 years since anyone dug that up. But you, as an employee, an employee of the Standard Oil Company, how do you like our little place here?
Oh, is it little?
Yeah? You're probably standing in the biggest filling station in the world today, Kenneth. America gets more gas out of this building than all of us. Competition. And you, what are you going to sing for us, Kenneth?
Old Man River from the Showboat.
Old Man River.
Right.
You work for the Standard Oil Company. Oil and water don't mix, you know. I hope you'll come out all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Old Man River, that old man River, he must know something, but don't say nothing. He just keeps rolling, he keeps on rolling along. He don't plant potatoes, he don't plant cotton, and them that plants them is soon forgotten. But old man River, he just keeps rolling along. You and me, we sweat and we strain, body all aching and racked with pain. Oh, that bud, lift up that there bell. Get a little drunk and you land in jail. I get weary and sick of trying. I'm tired of living and scared of dying. But old man River, he just keeps rolling.
Jersey City, singing Old Man River, and very good, too. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the two of you boys want to stand on one side and two on the other? Would you rather? Is it all right? Sure. You're entitled to the use of the building, of course. If I'm in the way, just put me away and forget about me. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to four affable-looking gentlemen here. The Friendly Four, they call themselves, so I don't anticipate any trouble, boys. The Friendly Four from Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. Is that right?
Correct.
Well, where is Pine Grove, if I'm not too...
40 miles west of Harrisburg, or east of Harrisburg.
40 miles east of Harrisburg, yes. Pine Grove. What is the principal... industry at Pine Grove? I'm interested. The name sounds familiar, but I can't place the metropolis.
I believe tanning is the most important industry.
Tanning
leather, yes.
Tanning leather is, huh? I suppose most of the people, it's unusual for the population of a town to hide during the day, generally. Well, I'm stuck. What? If you can think of better jokes, fellas, you're perfectly all right. It's all right with me. But the name intrigues me, the Friendly Four. Is it a trade name? Is it just the name of a club or something?
Just a male quartet.
Just a male quartet, the Friendly Four.
Yes.
I don't know, names are deceiving. I saw a good humor man with a long face last Sunday. I can't tell. What are you going to sing for us, boys?
Street Urchins Medley.
Street Urchins Medley. Thank you very much. Go right ahead.
On the store we'll sing a song of cities, cities great and small, thriving little ditties, tell about them all. New York has her lobsters, Boston has her beans, Baltimore's a place for oysters, but for lasses, New Orleans. Roll 'em bones, roll 'em bones, roll 'em on the square, roll 'em on the sidewalk, the streets, or anywhere. We roll 'em in the morning.
We roll them in the night. We roll them bones a whole day long. While the cops are out of sight, we roll them bones.
Shine, shine, who wants to shine? My name is Teddy, and I'm always ready. My brush is all new, and my blacking is fine.
Hi there, mister, don't you wanna shine? Roll them bones, roll them on the square. Roll them on the sidewalk, the streets, or anywhere. We roll them in the morning. We roll them in the night. We roll them bones a whole day long. While the cops are out of sight, we roll them bones.
Thank you, boys. We've heard the Friendly Force, Pine Grove, Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen. And now we've come to Charlie Sinnott. Is that right, Charlie?
That's right, Mr. Allen.
An accordionist? You are an accordionist. You're not just carrying that thing on your stomach there as a pose, as an idle gesture. What are you going to play for us, sir, Charlie?
I'd like to play the 12th Street Rag.
Well, you'd like to. There's nothing to stop you. All right. Go right ahead. The 12th Street. It must be pleasant to play an accordion in the summer, air conditioning your stomach in that fashion. The 12th Street Rag. Go right ahead. Fortunate with Charlie. Charlie was playing the 12th Street Rag and got up around 4th Street and found out that he hadn't unbuttoned the accordion. We just almost didn't hear the last 8 blocks there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that ends tonight's All-Star Amateur Contest. And please don't forget that we want all of you who have heard our amateurs at home tonight to help us select the winner of our $100 grand prize and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater. It is your contest, ladies and gentlemen, and your votes alone will decide who wins. All you have to do is to vote for your favorite, is to send a postcard or a letter to me, Fred Allen, small capitals, in care of the station to which you are now listening. All votes must be in not later than next Tuesday morning, if you will, please. And now, Tiny, I know you in Portland always like to have the last word, so what is yours tonight?
Well, just one parting suggestion to our audience, Fred. Friends, I'm going to ask you again, as I did earlier this evening, if you won't start to use Ipana toothpaste yourself. Ipana, you know, when used with massage, will help you to prevent or correct pink toothbrush. That sign of tender, flabby gums, which, if neglected, may lead to serious mouth disorders. Ipana toothpaste and Salopatica are the two products of the Bristol-Myers Company, which bring you this hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight. And I hope that when you think of Fred Allen in Town Hall, you remember Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica.
This is Fred Allen, ladies and gentlemen, saying good night to you and you and you. And don't forget, next Wednesday evening, we'll all be back waiting to greet you with our amateur contest and another hour of smiles in the old town hall. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
in my eye.
Something in your eye? Be careful. Look out. You'll never make it, George.
You know something, George? I think we're dead.
I think you're right. It's funny, I don't feel any different.
No, neither do I. Now I wonder what happens.
Tell the girlfriend all about it.
What girlfriend?
Yours. Me. Say, you don't mind if I, save my energy and just become nothing for a while, do you?
Well, I don't suppose I do. I don't know what you're talking about.
Dematerializing. Watch. It works like a zipper. Zip.
Oh. Marion, where are you?
Right here.
Now, Toppy. Relax. Take it easy. There he goes again. Ups-a-daisy, Toppy.
Say, George.
What?
We can't go down the lobby like this. We'll cause a riot. Faith.
Okay. Don't teeter, Topper.
For heaven's sake, what's the matter with that man?
Why doesn't he fall?
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Good evening, Mr. Syberts.
Oh, hello, Henry. Can I buy you a drink?
No, thank you, sir.
What you come into a saloon for if you ain't gonna drink?
No offense, Mr. Syberts. I just don't feel like a drink.
Well, man's free to do what he feels like, Henry.
Up to a point, he is, sir.
You're all alike, you Southerners.
We keep our word to men and to women.
Now, is that what you're here for, to see that I don't run off?
No man's going to shame my sister, sir.
What are you talking about? I'm going to marry her in 2 days.
Yes, sir, you are.
Look, Henry, we postponed the wedding last month because I had to go to Abilene on business. I run a big ranch, and it takes a lot of hard work and time. And the ranch comes first. Now, can you get that through your head?
I understand. I just hope for your sake you don't have to go anywhere this time. Polly wasn't proud having to call off the wedding last month.
Now, suppose you leave that to me and Polly and keep your puppy nose out of this.
I don't care for that remark, Mr. Syberts.
No? And let's see what a young Confederate gentleman does about something he don't care for. Well, go ahead. You're wearing a gun.
You can't bluff me, sir.
All right, hold it, you two.
Oh, get this little whippersnapper off my back, Marshal, before I shoot him.
That's enough, Syberts. All right, Henry, get out of here. Go drink someplace else tonight.
I'm not drinking, Marshal.
You're still ahead. Now get out anyway.
All right, sir. But don't you forget what I said, Mr. Syberts.
I don't know if I ought to marry into a family like that or not.
Marrying's your problem, Cybers. Just don't kill any of them, that's all.
Have a drink, Marshal?
I've got one at the table over there, thanks.
Later, maybe, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
You sure stopped that just in time, Matt.
Yeah.
That kid wouldn't have had a chance against Nate Cybers.
No, but he'd have tried it anyway.
They're going to make a real happy family.
Oh, they'll get along, Kitty. Syberts and Polly, anyway.
They will if Henry and his father give them a chance. Too bad Mrs. Troyman isn't still alive. She'd handle it better.
They're nervous about the wedding, that's all.
Yeah, and about Sybert's money. They need it bad.
Yeah, they used to be rich, Kitty, back in Virginia.
Well, sure, before the war. Why do you think they're so happy to be able to marry Polly off to a big rancher like Cybert? You know the fellows like him.
Yeah, except for Polly. I think she's real fond of Cybers.
Well, sure. He's fond of her, too. After all, she's a woman, isn't she?
Yeah, I know. But maybe he'll settle down now. Quit running around so much.
Yeah, I hope so. For her sake. When's the wedding, Matt? Day after tomorrow?
That's what they say.
You're going, aren't you?
Yeah, I suppose we'll go.
I love weddings.
Oh, Kitty, that reminds me. I saw Polly on the street the other day, and she asked me to tell you that you'd be welcome at the wedding if you want to come.
She did?
Uh-huh.
I've only met her at the store and around.
Well, it seems like she likes you. Anyway, that's what she said.
Gee, Matt, do you think I should?
You were invited by the bride. I don't know why not.
Well, maybe I'd better think it over. She's got enough trouble as it is. But anyway, I feel kind of good, her asking me.
Well, they're just people, Kitty. Like anybody else.
If there's anything I hate, it's a liar, Matt.
What's the trouble now, Doc?
These eggs. The cook swore they were fresh. And I know darn well they've been put down in water glass.
Oh, well, why don't you raise some chickens, then?
I would, but it'd just create a whole new class of thieves, chicken thieves.
Seems to me you're in for a bad day, Doc. You started feeling this way.
I'd sooner trust Crazy Beulah over there than most people I know around here.
Crazy Beulah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen her in a long time.
Yeah. Funny thing about her, man. She's still sort of pretty.
Yeah. Till you look in her eyes, she is. You know something, Doc? I can't help feeling sorry for her.
I know. There's nothing anyone can do to help her.
No, I guess not.
She came to see me a couple of weeks ago. She had the ague.
Oh?
And she paid my fee, too. And if Crazy Beulah can pay up, you'd think the more prosperous citizens around here could. I tell you, I sometimes wonder about these people, Matt.
Maybe you charge too much.
If I charge nothing, they'd still cheat me somehow.
Oh, morning, Miss John.
Oh.
That's Doctor.
Here, just look at this. Read it.
Right. If Nate Seibert's marries that Troyman girl, there'll be a killing. I'm warning the law to stop it before it's too late. There's no signature. Where'd you get this, Chester?
It was under the office door when I opened up this morning. What do you make of it?
Well, here, let me see it, man. It's printed. I thought I might recognize the handwriting.
That's why he printed it, I guess.
Well, I wouldn't want to be in Nate Seibert's boots. Young Henry's going to shoot him if he doesn't marry Polly, and here's somebody who's going to shoot him if he does. All in all, it'll make for a lively tomorrow.
Well, I think we better talk to Seiberts about this, Chester.
Oh, he's staying over at the Dodge house till after the wedding.
Yeah, I know. So long, Doc. Have a pleasant day.
Yeah, sure, Matt. Yeah, so long.
Marshal, Chester. Oh, Nate.
Like to talk to you, Seiberts.
Sure, Marshal. Come on in. Come in.
Chester found this note at the jail this morning. Here.
Now, who wrote this?
Well, I thought maybe you could tell me.
No, I got no idea, Marshal.
Can you think of anybody who doesn't want you to get married, Seiberts?
I got enemies, sure. What man hasn't? But they don't have nothing to do with me and Polly. What do they care if I get married? Well, maybe it's just a joke somebody's kindly playing on you. Well, it's a mighty poor joke under the circumstances. Yeah, I suppose it would be. My old man told me to stay away from women a long time ago. I should have listened to him.
It's a little late now.
Yeah?
If you get any idea, let me know, will you? Anyway, we'll be at the wedding. We'll do what we can.
I'll be wearing a gun, too, Marshal. You can count on that.
The Red Cross means different things to different people. To the family left homeless by a fire, flood, or tornado, the Red Cross means food, clothing, and shelter, perhaps even a gift of money. To a serviceman overseas or a veteran in a hospital, the Red Cross may mean a friendly reminder of home or a few moments of care-chasing entertainment. To someone seriously injured or undergoing an operation, the Red Cross means a ready supply of life-saving blood. To a refugee or political prisoner in a foreign land, the Red Cross means a helpful hand that reaches across borders and through barbed wire. All the good things that happen to people through the efforts of the Red Cross happen because many people have given generously their money and volunteer services. It's not too late to join and serve at your local Red Cross chapter.
I didn't like the idea of a groom having to wear a 6-gun at his wedding, and even less the fact that a shooting might take place in church. So I went out to see the Troymans. Polly came to the door and ushered me into the front room, where her father and Henry were sitting.
Can we fetch you something, Marshal? A glass of bourbon?
No, thank you, Mr. Troyman.
It wouldn't be very good bourbon, I'm afraid. Prices are up, money's down. Things haven't been easy lately. Well, not with this family, anyway.
Please, Father.
Polly, I hate to bother you this way, but it's important.
Nothing happened to Nate.
If he's run off, I'll find him.
Quiet, Henry. Now let the marshal speak.
He's all right, Polly. I just want to know if you can think of anybody who'd try to put a stop to the wedding tomorrow.
Try to stop it?
That's right.
Marshal, I don't understand what you...
Well, somebody's threatened to, Polly. I don't know who it could be, and neither does Nate Seiberts. I talked to him about it.
This is mighty strange, sir.
It sure is.
Is it true, Marshal?
Yes, it looks that way.
Well, who'd not want us to get married?
Polly, when you took up with Nate Seiberts, was there anyone else who might have been jealous about it?
Uncommonly jealous, I mean. Enough to start trouble tomorrow.
Oh, no, Marshal, there wasn't.
What about Red Withers?
Red Withers and I broke off 2 months before that, Henry. Besides, he's gone to Los Animas.
There wasn't anybody else, huh?
No.
Marshal, have you thought that maybe Nate Syberts himself might have started this?
He didn't.
How do you know he didn't do it? He ran out once before, and he's like...
Henry.
He's not that kind of a man, Henry, that's why. Now, let's not get all upset about this. I promise you, Polly, that Chester and I'll be there tomorrow, and we'll see that nothing goes wrong.
Well, thank you, Marshal.
I'll be there, too. Don't forget that.
Sure, Henry. But don't come wearing a gun.
Why not?
Because I'll take it off you if you do. You're too ready to use it.
Is there anything I can do, Marshal?
I'll let you know if there is, Mr. Troyman.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I had to trouble you with this, Polly.
I understand, Marshal, and I thank you kindly. I'll see you to the door.
Thanks.
For as much as Nate and Polly have consented together in holy wedlock and have witnessed the same here before God and his company, and thereto have given...
Come on, Chester.
And pledged their troth either to other, and have declared the same by giving and receiving gold and silver, and by joining hands, I pronounce that they be man like together, in the name of the Father.
Well, I can see a lot of real friendly faces in there, Mr. John.
Yeah. There's nobody outside here.
Yeah, that's Syberts' buggy right there, ain't it?
Yeah, he's driving Polly out to the ranch right after the ceremony. She didn't want a celebration of any kind.
Well, looks like there won't be no trouble after all. I sure hope not, on their wedding day and all.
It sounds like it's over. They'll be coming out now.
Yes, sir.
We'll stay close to them till they drive off. It could happen right out here.
Well, I'll watch whichever way you ain't watching.
How would you know which way I'm watching unless you spend your time watching me, Chester?
Well, now, sir, I didn't mean exactly that. Oh, here they come. Oh, my, don't they look pretty?
Congratulations, Syberts.
Thanks, Marshal. Let's go over here a minute, huh?
Sure.
I guess that warning wasn't much to worry about after all.
Yeah, it looks that way. You got nothing but friends here, as far as I can see.
Sure unsettles a man, though, a note like that.
And I think you can forget about it now, Syberts.
I'll forget it when I find out who wrote it, Marshal. That's what I wanted to ask you.
What?
If you learn anything about it, let me know. Will you promise me that?
What would you do if I did find out?
I'd kill him.
That's what I thought. Look, Syberts, you're married now, and you've got more than yourself to think about. I'm a peace officer. I'm paid for it. It's my job. And if I find out who wrote that note, I'll run him out of the country. And I'll try to keep you from finding out who it was.
I'm not a boy, Marshal. I'm not sure I appreciate your trying to protect me.
What about Polly?
Polly?
Yeah.
I think I see what you mean, Marshal.
You're just not used to being married, Syberts. But you better go on and start getting used to it. Polly's looking for you over there.
Well, thanks, Marshal.
All right.
Are there anything wrong with Dillon?
Nothing, Chester. Come on, let's see him off. Goodbye.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon.
What's the matter, Chester?
Yeah, no, I'm just like an old woman at a wedding. You know, they ought to have more weddings around here.
Well, if you like him that much, why don't you do something about it?
Oh, my land, what could I do?
Get married?
Me? Get married?
Oh, why not?
Well, now, Mr. Dillon, you know I wouldn't be able to do that. I don't make enough money to keep body and soul together just for me, let alone a wife and a lot of kids and in-laws and such as that.
Well, you could start with just a woman. It's down that road Syberts took. Come on, grab a horse. Anybody's horse.
we know of approves of wasting money. In spite of that, however, we Americans are often guilty of wasting our money by the uses we make of our government facilities. Take the operation of the post office, for example. Mostly out of habit, many offices and individuals post outgoing mail at the end of the day. In addition, many people fail to include zone numbers as part of the address. In both ways, we're slowing down the entire system for delivering mail and adding to the cost of our postal operation. The problem is simple enough to solve. Start solving it tomorrow. If you will arrange to post letters and packages earlier in the day and include zone numbers on the return address as well as the outgoing address, you will help our post office operate more efficiently for you and at less cost, too. Remember, for faster, more economical service, mail early in the day and include zone numbers.
There's a buggy just past the bridge there. And that's Nate all hunkered over. He must have been hit.
Pull up so we don't scare the horse, Chester.
Oh.
You take a look under the bridge.
Yes, sir, I will.
Marshal, they shot him.
Is he dead, Polly?
He's breathing, but I couldn't drive the horse back and hold him, too. Marshal, what? Why did they do it?
Who did it, Polly? How many were there?
I don't know. I didn't see anybody. We were just driving across the bridge and they shot him.
Take the way around.
Please, Marshal.
How is he, Mr. Jones?
Marshal, do something. You die.
Chester, get in the buggy and drive back to docks, quick.
Yes, sir. Now, give me them lines, please.
Tell everybody to stay in town. I don't want them messing up the tracks out here. Now, hurry.
We'll be there before you know it, Polly. Now, get a good tight hold on Nate.
As soon as the buggy had gone and the dust had settled, I looked around everywhere. I could see no one. And I walked back, followed Chester's horse tracks down off the wagon road. His were the only marks on that side of the bridge. So I crossed over to the other side. There I found the footprints of what must have been either a child or a woman. They led off in the direction of a small cabin about 300 yards away. I followed them, gun in hand.
Oh, it's you, Marshal.
Beulah. Who's in there? Tell me.
Nobody, Marshal. Nobody now that I'm not here.
Get out of the way, Beulah.
That's what Nate said. Get out of the way, crazy Beulah.
Nate?
He won't say it no more. I fixed him.
Beulah, what are you talking about?
He wouldn't even look at me on the street after. And then he up and married that Troyman girl.
You mean you shot him?
I warned you, Marshal. I told you to stop the wedding. I told you what would happen. I told you. Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you stop it?
Beulah. Beulah, take it easy now.
You believe me, Marshal?
What?
Take a look in the cabin.
All right, what's this all about, Beulah? There's nobody in there.
Smell my rifle.
Where is it?
Right there by the door.
Yeah, it's been fired, all right. Did you really shoot Nate Savage, Beulah? I want the truth now.
I said I would, didn't I? I hate him.
Why, Beulah? Why did you do it? Tell me.
No, I won't tell you. I don't have to.
All right, Beulah, get your things. Let's go into town.
I don't need nothing, Marshal. I got all dressed up and everything, see? See?
Yeah, you look fine.
I feel better now, Marshal. Now it's all over. He's dead, and I feel a lot better.
Give her anything she wants, Chester. See that she's comfortable.
Yes, sir, I sure will. It sure beats all, though, don't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm going up to Doc's. Maybe Syberts can talk now.
You better hurry up. Paul'll be back there any minute.
All right.
Hello, Matt.
How is he, Doc?
Well, I can't tell yet. But don't tire him out.
Hello, Syberts.
Marshal?
I guess we should have stayed with you a little longer, huh?
I don't even know where it came from, Marshal. He was under the bridge there, I guess. Got me right in the back.
It wasn't a he, Syberts. It was a she.
A woman?
Crazy Beulah. I just locked her up.
Beulah? How do you know it was her, Marshal?
I trailed her to her cabin. She admitted it.
She say why she did it?
She said you wouldn't look at her on the street. Told her to get out of the way or something. Doesn't matter much. Unless you want to tell me.
Well, I got drunk one night, Marshal. She kind of chased after me ever since. I tried to keep out of her way.
I see. What are you going to tell Polly?
If I live?
Yes, if you live.
I don't know, Marshal. I might even tell her the truth.
All right, Matt. That's enough.
Yeah, sure, Doc. So long, Syberts.
Goodbye, Marshal.
2 days later, Doc announced that Nate Syberts would live. And the next day, they moved him up to the Troyman house where Polly could nurse him. I never did know if he told Polly what it was all about. Maybe he didn't have to. Crazy Beulah never asked about him, never mentioned his name again. For her, it was all over and done with. And finally, somebody remembered she had people in St. Louis. And once I located them, I put her on a train and sent her off. She seemed quite happy about the trip. And more normal than I'd ever seen her.
Hi. Maybe you'll recall this tuneful reminder of times past. This is Dennis James with something else worth remembering. It's this. You're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. See, it's the normal, natural way to useful regularity. The whole brand content of Kellogg's All Brand supplies your system with all the bulk-forming food that you need every day. There's only one All Brand. It's Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve irregularity from lack of bulk, as millions do, with a bowl full of Kellogg's All Brand each morning. ALL-BRAN. It's Kellogg's All Brand. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Gene Bates, Virginia Gregg, and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Fitzcarraldo. Klaus Kinski und Claudia Cardinale. Der Film von Werner Herzog. Erleben Sie die Geschichte eines besessenen Träumers, der mitten im tiefsten Urwald des Amazonas von Caruso und großer Oper träumt und dafür das Unmögliche wagt. Ein Film, wie ihn nur Werner Herzog erfinden konnte. Fitzcarraldo, demnächst in diesem Kino.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Hello again. Darn it, I forgot how I used to say that.
Jack, let's rehearse the commercial once more. We'll be on the air in just a few minutes.
Later, Don. Jello again. Jello again.
Jello a goon.
Mary. Mary, I'm nervous enough without you throwing me off. We'll be on the air in a few minutes. Why don't you study the script?
Some script. I went through it 5 times, and I can't find a single joke.
Well, hold it up to the light. There must be some there. Gosh, I don't ever remember being this nervous on an opening broadcast. I guess I'll be all right as soon as I get my first laugh.
That may take us clear into April.
Will you stop being so pessimistic? You got plenty of funny stuff for tonight.
Yes, Jack, I wouldn't worry about the script if I were you. By the way, have you got the same writers you had last season?
You mean Scum and Abner? Yes, they're still with me. Incidentally, I wish they'd get here. The last routine needs fixing up.
Where are they?
Oh, they're across the street at Roseland dancing with each other. The bald-headed one thinks he's Yolanda. Oh, well. Jello again.
3 minutes to go, Mr. Benny.
Holy smoke. Gosh, I don't know why I'm so jittery. An old trooper like me. Why should I be nervous just because we're broadcasting from New York?
Well, maybe it's because you can remember when the Indians were here.
Oh, quiet. I tell you one thing, Mary. Nervousness is a sign of temperament, and it proves that I'm a great artist. Hey, Don?
Yes, Jack, you certainly are.
Yep.
What that fat guy won't say for money.
You keep that up, Miss Livingston. And when you get your first paycheck... Dennis, if you want to practice, go out in the hall. I'm all on edge the way it is.
What's the matter, Mr. Benny?
Well, we've been off the air since last May. We'll be broadcasting in a few minutes. Aren't you nervous?
No, I'm happy. It'll be fun to start eating again.
What? Why, Dennis, you poor kid. If you needed money for food this summer, why didn't you come to Uncle Jack?
Uncle Jack's rates are too high.
Now, wait a minute.
When Kenny Baker needs money, Mr. Allen doesn't charge him any interest. He's very liberal.
Listen, liberal? Listen, kid, Fred Allen wouldn't give his grandmother a new tip for her crutch if he owned a rubber plantation. Talk about saving money. He tried to get a transfusion from a Chinaman so he could live on rice. Imagine.
I'd keep quiet if I were you. You took me to the store club the other night, and when the check came, you pulled a knife on the waiter.
Well, where do they get that stuff? $1.50 for a steak sandwich? Who wouldn't complain? Who wouldn't squawk?
Well, I'm getting tired of being thrown out of every place we go.
Nobody was thrown out. Now, listen, Mary.
2 minutes to go, Mr. Benny.
Yipe. Hey, I wonder if the music is all set. Where's Phil Harris?
There he is, looking out the window.
Oh, yes. Gee, has that guy changed? Huh?
Gosh, he's so in love since he married Alice.
Yeah. Oh, Phil? Phil?
Have you noticed, fellows, the leaves are turning brown?
Oh, my goodness. Phil, snap out of it. Now, remember not to play your opening band number too loud, Phil, because Don has to do his commercial over it. So keep it down.
I'll be very happy to.
Thanks. See, while he's in such a soft mood, I ought to slug him. I may never get another chance like this. Now, Phil, come too, will you?
Say, Jack, I'm not going to do this joke here. It's too corny.
Where?
This one here.
Mary, that's a topical gag. We have to do them.
Topical or no topical, I'm not going to say that you go out with a girl in Brooklyn because you can't dodge her.
Dodger, don't you get it? Mary, the Brooklyn Dodgers. That's a baseball joke.
If I had a bat, I'd hit you right over the head with it.
A fine attitude. Now, look, I'm the boss here, and if you don't
Jack, here comes our sponsor.
Whoops, the sponsor. Oh, hello, Mr. Mortimer.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Mary and everybody.
Oh, hello, Mr. Mortimer.
Hello, Don.
Well, Mr. Mortimer, we're just about set for our first broadcast. Are you going to listen to the show this evening?
Yes, Jack. And I hope it'll be funny. We don't want to get off on the wrong foot, you know.
No, we don't. No, indeedy. No, sir, no.
You know the public. They can tune you out just as fast as they can tune you in.
Oh, faster. I mean, yes, sir. It's up to them, all right.
1 minute to go, Mr. Benny.
Okay. Get ready, fellas. Now, Mr. Mortimer, you've looked over the script, and everything is fine, I hope.
Yes, Jack. There's only one thing I don't like. Why don't you...
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Wait till he tells you.
Oh, yes. Now, what was that suggestion, Mr. Mortimer? What's wrong? Now, if there's anything you don't...
Hey, Jack, here are your riders.
My riders? Oh, back from Roseland, eh? Listen, you guys, where's our last routine?
Look, we won a cup.
All right, you won a cup. You're wonderful dancers. Now go in the other room and fix up our last spot.
On what?
On what? Where's your typewriter?
We bet it on Lou Nova.
Oh, my goodness. Well, use a pencil, anything. Get it done.
Okay. Come on, Yolanda.
Coming. Phil, cut it out. Now, cut it out. Don't encourage him. Isn't that awful? You'll have to excuse him, Mr. Mortimer. Now, what was that gag you didn't like?
The one Miss Livingston tells about your girl in Brooklyn that drives a Dodge.
Oh, no, Mr. Mortimer. You've got that wrong. She drives a Dodger. I mean, I go with a girl in Brooklyn because I can't dodge her. It's very funny, don't you get it?
Now, just what is there between you and this woman?
Nothing, Mr. Mortimer. I don't even know her. It's only a joke, you know.
10 seconds. Stand by, everybody.
Okay, come on, fellas. Let's give him a good show. On your toes.
Well, what about that joke?
All right, Mr. Mortimer, you're the boss. Take it out, Mary. Take it out.
I thought you were the boss.
Not when he's here. Take it out.
Jack, quiet. We're on the air.
Take it. Oh, Jello again. Pardon me, that's too soon. Shh. Quiet, everybody. Quiet, we're on.
Jello. The Jello program, brought to you by Jello and Jello Puddings, coming to you from New York City, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Hi, Neighbor. News, big news, good news, the most exciting news in years for dessert lovers everywhere. It's news about Jell-O. Your favorite, everybody's favorite, the one and only Jell-O. But so new, so much better than any gelatin dessert has ever been, you'll hardly be able to believe it. And what's the reason? Why, it's Jell-O's new locked-in flavor, the most revolutionary improvement in gelatin desserts ever made. Before Jell-O made this discovery, gelatin desserts constantly lost flavor right up to the very moment you used them. But the new Jell-O is different. Today, by means of a new exclusive process, all of Jell-O's full, original goodness is locked right into the little Jell-O particles for keeps, so time can't steal it away. Prove it for yourself. Buy a package of Jell-O. Open it. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor whatsoever. Then make it up. The instant you dissolve it, there it is. The clear, rich, vivid flavor of Jell-O, treasured up for your enjoyment by Jell-O's new locked-in process. Don't wait another day to try it. Get several packages of Jell-O, Jello, tomorrow. The flavor never goes away. We put it in. It's there to stay. Hi, Neighbor, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time this season, we bring you our master of ceremonies. A man who has missed you as much as you have missed him, or have you, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, isn't it wonderful to be opening our season here in New York for a change? There's so much going on, so much excitement and everything.
Yes, Jack, I've never seen the old town so crowded.
Well, why not? All the new shows opening, the Lewis-Nova fight, the World Series. Have you seen any of the games, Don?
No, I haven't, Jack. I knew it would be terribly crowded, and I didn't want to get pushed around.
Look who's worried about being pushed around there.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. That fat stuff isn't going to be believable this year. I was on a diet all summer, and I lost 8 pounds.
8 pounds, huh? Don, taking 8 pounds off of you is like losing a homing pigeon. Look in your backyard, and there it is. But speaking of crowds, Don, I went to Ebbets Field yesterday, and boy, those Brooklyn fans go absolutely crazy. Billy, you never saw anything like it.
Yes, I read where a lot of people even had their clothes ripped off.
You said it. Don, I can understand what happened to my hat, my tie, and my shirt. But how I lost my arch supporters, I'll never know. My shoes were still on.
That must have been quite an experience.
Oh, I wouldn't want to go through that again for... Oh, well. Hello, Mary.
Hello. Hello, Don.
Oh, hello, Mary. How are you?
Well, Mary, here we are in New York again. And believe me, we couldn't have picked a better time.
Yeah, things are sure popping.
Yes, sirree.
Jack and I were just talking about all the people that came here for the fight in the World Series.
Yep.
The hotels are so crowded, it's hard to get the accommodations you're accustomed to.
Oh, it's murder.
I'll say. Jack had to take a room with a bath.
Now, wait a minute, sister. I always get a room with a bath. None of that walking down the hall for me, you know.
Oh, no?
No.
Then why do you always buy hiking shoes with your pajamas?
Mary, you keep that up, and I won't take you to any more shows. You're not the only girl I know around here.
That's right. You know, Don, Jack goes with a girl in Brooklyn because he can't...
Whoop, 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 whoop. Hold it. Take it out. Take it out.
What's the matter with you?
Mary, we can't do that gag. The sponsor's sitting in the front row.
That's all right. He's asleep.
Well, a big laugh will wake him up. Just remember, Mary, we're not doing any corny gags on this program. Correction, look who's coming.
Hiya, folks. Here's your little ray of California sunshine. Make me happy.
That's plenty, folks. I'm the star here. Well, Phil, I haven't seen you since last June.
Neither have I, Phil. Gee, you look great.
Why not? I'm in love. I feel like $1,000,000.
Well, Mary sure agrees with him.
Hey, Phil, did you bring Alice with you?
Did I bring Alice with me? My baby's always with me.
Listen to him. Did you fly or take the train?
Who knows, Jackson? Who knows?
Well, I'll be darned. Folks, ain't love grand. What hotel are you stopping at, Phil?
Well, you know them 2 big towers on the Waldorf Astoria?
Yeah?
We're living on a cloud right above them.
On a cloud?
Hey, Jack, maybe you can get one without a bath.
Mary. Well, Phil, you sure got it bad. You know, I haven't been in... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Well, folks, here's your little squirt of California orange juice. Applaud on me.
Well, Benny, brother, how are you, boys? Yeah, right. Oh, yeah.
Well, here we are, the Jello gang all together again. Well, have you been enjoying yourself, Dennis?
Yeah, I've been listening to the World Series games on the radio. Those Dodgers are a cinch to win.
Oh. Oh, so you're a Brooklyn fan, eh?
They'll murder them.
Well, I don't know about that, Dennis. Those Yankees are pretty powerful.
Baloney, they're scared of Brooklyn.
Scared?
Sure, they were supposed to play at Ebbets Field Friday, and they didn't even show up.
Well, naturally, it rained Friday.
Oh, yeah?
Dennis, they don't play baseball when it rains. Now, look, Dennis, if you're so sure of the Dodgers, and they certainly had a tough break today, I'm sorry, Leo, but how would you, Dennis, if you're so sure of them, how would you like to make a little bet?
I haven't eaten since May, and he wants to bet me.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that. I'll tell you what, Dennis. Right after the broadcast, meet me over at the Stork Club, and I'll buy you a nice steak dinner.
The Stork Club? Why, Jack, I thought you just...
Never mind, Don. Never mind. It's a date, Dennis. Meet me there.
But it's always so crowded, Mr. Benny. How'll I find you?
If you come at the right time, they'll throw them right in your face.
Mary, one more crack out of you, and you'll be holding that cake of ice in the new Olsen and Johnson show. They're looking for talent. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Time is fleeting, so how about entertaining us with a number? Are you in good shape for a song?
It rained, he said.
It did. Now sing. Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, where are you?
I'm up here at the Lenox Avenue. If at first you don't succeed, roll 'em again, Club.
Oh, shooting dice, eh? How much are you ahead?
Ahead? Boss, if I was winning, this phone call would be purely social.
Oh, so that's it. Well, Rochester, don't expect to borrow any more money from me.
But, boss, now look, boss. I'll get it, gentlemen. Stand back.
Rochester, who are you talking to?
Some fraternity brothers who ain't too fratty.
Well, I'm very sorry, Rochester, but I can't advance you any more money.
Look, boss, how about sending over that $50 I won from you on the Lewis Nova fight?
The Lewis Nova fight, I told you before, I do not owe you that money.
But, boss, I'll get a gentleman. Fold that thing.
Rochester, our bet was that Nova would be knocked out.
Knocked out?
Yes. Now, you see, Lewis couldn't have knocked out Nova because Nova had what you call a yogi cosmic punch.
Uh-huh.
He's been perfecting it for months.
Uh-huh.
That cosmic punch is something brand new. It's never been used before.
Impractical, ain't it?
You don't understand, Rochester, and I'm not going to explain it to you, so goodbye.
But wait a minute, boss. Gentlemen, please.
Rochester, I'm going to hang up now. I'll discuss this with you tomorrow.
You'll have to discuss it with my yogi, because I'm going to be a stud.
Oh, don't be such a coward. Goodbye. I'd like to come to New York just once without Rochester getting into trouble. Sing, Bella.
Poet and musician sing the same old tune to the sweethearts that come and go. Let your intuition, aided by the moon, tell you little things the poet doesn't know. Darling, you and I know the reason why a summer sky is blue, and we know why birds in the trees sing melodies cool, and why love will grow from the first hello until the last goodbye. So to sweet romance there is just one answer. Why love will grow from the first hello until the last goodbye. So to sweet romance there is just one answer.
that was You and I, sung by Dennis Day, and very, very good. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Mr. Benny.
What is it, kid?
Do you know where I can get a ticket for the game tomorrow? I'd sure like to see the Dodgers play.
Well, I've only got a pair of them, Dennis, for Mary and myself. Do you want to go tomorrow, Mary?
Sure I do. I paid for my ticket and I'm going.
Oh.
You speculator.
You paid just what I paid. Squawking. I'm sorry, Dennis.
Why don't you give me your ticket? You've been out to every game and haven't seen one of them.
All right, so I left my glasses in California. Anyway, I told you I don't need glasses.
Go on. You can't even read the news flashes on the Times building without them.
Well, those letters move. That's why.
You should have seen him last night running round and round the building trying to get the headlines.
Oh, quiet. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
But, Jack, what about those glasses you're wearing right now?
Don, they came this morning airmail special, so I'm wearing them. Big thing over nothing. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
You don't need your glasses, eh? Tell them what happened in Ebbets Field yesterday.
Nothing happened.
You know, when you try to catch...
Mary.
What was it, Mary? Tell us about it.
Oh.
Well, Jack and I went over to Brooklyn. And when we got to Ebbets Field, boy, was it crowded.
I told him about the crowds.
Well, anyway, as Jack told you, he's left his glasses in Hollywood. So as we walked through the gates, he kept saying to me, "Are you sure this is the place, Mary? Are you sure? Are you sure?"
Are you sure this is the place, Mary? Are you sure? Mary, where are you?
Don't get panicky. I'm right here in front of you.
Oh. Well, take hold of my hand. You promised to lead me. Now, stick close.
The idea of coming to the ball game without your glasses. You know you can't see a darn thing.
Don't worry. I can see all right. As a matter of fact... Whoops! Oh, pardon me, madam.
That's all right, Bud.
I mean, sir. So crowded here, I can't tell a man from a woman. Where are our seats?
Right over here. Follow me.
Hot dogs, get your hot dogs. Get your red hots here. Hot dog, old-timer?
Yeah. Where are you? Where is he? Where are you?
Just follow the garlic.
Oh, yes, yeah. Give me 2 hot dogs, buddy.
You want the regular or the king size?
The regular will be all right.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thanks.
This hot dog sure smells good.
You said it.
Pardon me, mister, but you're putting the mustard on my thumb.
Oh, I'm sorry. It just so happens that... What? What's that? What happened, Mary? Where? Who? What? What happened?
Hurry up, Jack. The game started.
Gee, I hope we haven't missed much. Where are our seats?
Right down here by the first baseline.
Oh, nice and close, eh?
Hello, Mary. Hiya, Jackson. What's cooking?
Who's that, Mary?
Jeepers, he's deaf, too.
Oh, that's Phil Harris. Hello, Phil.
What a game! What a game!
Yes, sir. Who are you betting on, Phil?
Cincinnati, Jackson. I'm in love.
And he's going to be a father. What a guy. See you after the game, Phil.
Here we are. Uh-oh. Hey, Jack, look at that.
Where? Who? What? Look at what? Where? Say something.
There's a great big guy sitting in our seat.
Oh, there is, eh? Well, I'll straighten him out. I'm sorry, mister, but you're sitting in my seat.
So what?
Here's what. Look, Bud, you'll just have to get out of my seat or I'll throw you out.
Oh, you will, huh? Well, let's see you do it.
Now, listen, pal, I don't care if you are a sailor. Get out of my seat.
That's a policeman.
Oh. Well, blue is blue till my glasses get here. Move over, little Mary. I'll sit on half of your seat.
Okay.
What's that? What happened, Mary? What? Boo, boo, boo. What happened? What's going on? What?
They called a third strike on Camille, and the Yankees are coming up to bat.
Oh.
Where do you get that stuff, you mug? Kill the umpire! Kill the umpire!
Boy, she's tough.
Kill the umpire!
Madam, why do you want to kill the umpire?
We was once engaged.
Oh, it's personal. I mean, it's personal. Oh, boy, what a game. Who? What? What are they cheering? What's going on, Mary? What?
DiMaggio is coming up to bat.
Oh, boy, now there's a guy that can really hit. Hooray for DiMaggio! Out! Madam, watch that right.
That's me left. With me right, I'd have killed you.
Oh. Gee, there's a fan for you, huh?
Yeah, the Dodgers sure are popular.
You said it. Say, that gives me an idea, Mary. I just thought of a terrific gag for our program next Sunday.
What is it?
Well, you say to Don Wilson, Jack goes with a girl in Brooklyn because he can't dodge her.
This dame here?
No. Look, a Dodger, don't you get it? It's a topical gag, and the sponsor will love it. It's terrific.
I ain't laughing.
When I want your opinion, officer, I'll ask for it. You see, Mary, when Don says to you... What? What's that? What happened, Mary? Mary, what happened? What?
DiMaggio hit a fly.
Oh.
It's a foul ball, and it's coming this way.
It is? Oh, yeah. Stand back, everybody. I got it.
Get out of my way, I got it.
Oh, no, you know, lady, I got it.
Look out, Jack.
I got it. Ooh.
Well, he got it. Throw some water on him.
What? What happened? Who? Where am I? What happened, Mary? Who?
So you see, Don, that's exactly what happened when Jack went to the ball game yesterday without his glasses.
Well, I'll bet you're glad you got them now, Jack. You'll enjoy the game today.
Oh, for heaven's sake, are you going to believe Mary? Look, Don, here's what really happened. When Medwick hit that foul ball...
That was DiMaggio.
All right, DiMaggio. When DiMaggio hit that foul ball, I saw it coming my way. I stood up and caught it with one hand. You know, Don, when I was a kid, I used to play shortstop with the Waukegan Wildcats. Why, we used to beat the best teams in the league. Kenosha, Racine, Zion City, Highland Park. Why, there was nothing to it.
Luscious red cherries, rich crimson cherry jello. Cherries and cherry jello. Put them together, and you have one of the most dazzling and delicious desserts that ever brightened a table. Next week's Jack Benny special now being featured by your grocer. All you need to make this grand red cherry mold is one package of jello imitation cherry flavor and one can of red cherries. And next week at most grocers, you can buy them both as a combination. And when you get them home, just dissolve the cherry jello in hot water as you usually do. Next, chill your jello until it's slightly thickened. Fold in 2 cups of canned red cherries, then mold, and place in the refrigerator until firm, and serve it with a garnishing of orange sections and mint. It's an easy recipe to remember, just cherry jello and canned cherries. And it makes up one of the most enticing desserts you ever tasted. So get a can of cherries and a package of cherry jello tomorrow, sure. A special combination at most grocers next week. Remember, Jello's new process of locked-in flavor gives all the flavor, always.
This is the last number of the first program in the new Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night, again broadcasting from New York City. Oh, Mr. Mortimer, did you like the program? Mr. Mortimer? Mr. Mortimer.
Oh, don't wake him up, Jack.
Oh, that's right. Good night, Joni. Good night, folks. Sleep tight, Mr. Mortimer.
Remember, folks, when you order Jell-O tomorrow, be sure to order several packages of Jell-O puddings. There's Jell-O chocolate pudding, and a more luscious, creamy dessert you just couldn't imagine. It has a smooth, mellow flavor developed exclusively for Jell-O chocolate pudding by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. And that makes every spoonful of this grand dessert a real delight. If you ever thought it was impossible to make a pudding the way Grandmother could, well, just try Jell-O chocolate pudding. It has all the rich, tantalizing goodness of a pudding that's homemade. Yet it's so much easier and inexpensive. So when you ask your grocer for Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Honestly, Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
Do you believe that sex is directly related with chess?
Walt Disney gave me this.
It's Mickey Mouse.
Do you enjoy playing chess as much as you do having sex?
I gave him Donald Duck and he gave me Mickey Mouse.
They're gonna get you for what you've done, because they know what you've done.
You want something? Can I get you something?
What are you doing on this train, anyway?
I'm escorting a coffin. It's a black man in that coffin. It's a great black man.
Watch yourself. No, really. Really watch yourself. There are dangers. There are many dangers.
I take trains all the time. Just travel. See places. I never know what's going to happen.
My mother... I used to lay on the kitchen floor doing my homework, pretending to make her step over me so I could look up her dress. You know what you look like to me? You look like a poster I saw once in a wheat field with a hammer and a sickle. And I say something. I think you're beautiful. I know that's very corny these
Get away from me!
No.
I don't want to know you! Get off! You're crazy!
I'm on a very important
You're crazy!
mission.
Listen to me, you gotta help me, okay? All you gotta do is hide me. Will you do that for me?
Will you help me?
But I'm working hard.
My buddy died because of guys like you.
Out in the hallway right now.
Out for life! Out of here! You gotta get out of here! Get out! Out! The hall, mister.
You're not kidding me, you know.
About what?
Anything.
There'll be a hot time in the town of Berlin when the Yanks go marching in. You could never keep them happy down on the farm.
The life of these would never please, they'd shudder with alarm.
No, you couldn't keep them happy down on the farm after they take Berlin.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Bing Crosby, Joan Caulfield, James Dunn, and Elizabeth Patterson in Sing You Sinners. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Mitchell Lyson.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Our hearts tonight are on the other side of the Atlantic, and so, quite properly, if any news of importance should develop, this performance of the Lux Radio Theater will be interrupted. Here on our stage tonight, we have a rather unusual combination. First and foremost, the winner of this year's Academy Award as the outstanding motion picture actor. Second, a man who combines his thespian talents with such business projects as a cattle ranch, an airplane factory, and a Hollywood producing unit. Finally, we have a genial performer who plays Hollywood's best golf and wears the most outrageous shirts in screendom. These are not three men, of course, but one, Bing Crosby. He appears tonight in his original screen role in Sing You Sinners from my home studio, Paramount, where Bing has just finished his forthcoming picture, Road to Utopia. Co-starred with Bing on our stage tonight is another veteran and ever-popular performer, James Dunn. While in behalf of romance, we present the fresh and glamorous Joan Caulfield, who will soon be seen in her first starring role in Paramount's Miss Susie Slagle. Also in tonight's cast, as the lovable Mrs. Beebe, is Elizabeth Patterson, who played the same role on the screen. Sing You Sinners is the story of a happy-go-lucky family before the war, their trials and laughter, fortunes and misfortunes. A family perhaps not quite like yours and mine, but typically American in their loyalty, romanticism, and good humor. I don't know whether they use Lux Flakes or not. But if they're typically American, it's certainly a safe guess that they do. Maybe that's what keeps them singing. And maybe that formula will have the same effect on you. For a song in your heart as you wash those dishes and wash those precious fabrics clean, try Lux Flakes. And now the curtain rises on Act One of Sing You Sinners, starring Bing Crosby as Joe, James Dunn as David, Joan Caulfield as Martha, and Elizabeth Patterson as Mrs. Beebe. When a good mother has stood for hours over a hot stove so that her 3 sons may have a healthful and appetizing dinner, and when those 3 sons are late as usual, and the dinner is slowly being cooked away to nothingness, the good mother has a perfect right and privilege to bang the pots around. Uh-oh. Mrs. Beebe is banging her pots around right now.
Won't even be fit for the dog. I ought to know better by now. Try and fix something decent for... Is that you, Dave?
That's me. Hello, Mother.
Hello, Mother, my eye. I suppose it'll never mean a thing to you that when you say you want supper at 6 o'clock, I expect you'd be here to eat it.
I'm sorry, Mom, but a fellow came in late with a brake relining job. What's for dinner, Mom?
Don't touch that pot.
Oh, it's hot.
Told you not to touch it.
Oh, pot roast. Why can't we have macaroni sometime?
Because as long as I'm cooking, we'll eat for our health around here. You know macaroni makes Joe fat.
Yeah. But it's not macaroni, it's lack of work.
There's Michael. Every time he comes in, the pictures fall off the wall.
Oh, Mom.
We hear you.
Hiya, Dave.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, Mom.
What are you doing lately? Going to night school?
Hey, what's for supper, Mom?
Don't touch that pot!
Ouch! Ouch! Pot roast, huh? Joe's favorite. Why don't we ever have hot dogs? I love hot dogs like my own life.
Take off your hat. Go wash your face.
Okay.
What were you doing, Michael? Why were you so late?
Oh, I was studying at the library.
Studying?
Studying what?
Oh, about the world and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah, we know.
Here I am, Mom.
About time, too.
Hiya, man.
Hiya, Joe.
Hello, Joe.
Hello, Mom. How are you?
Well, where were you?
Looking for a job?
Yeah, at the pool room.
Dave, that is not kind. Mom, what goes on the menu tonight?
Don't touch that pot!
No.
Don't you boys ever learn?
Well, fill my mouth. It's pot roast.
Yes. Sit down before it dries up and blows away. If we don't get a little more order around here, I'll never cook another bite, so help me. Someday, you night owls will come home and find me lying on a chaise lounge eating chocolate bonbons. Michael, where are you going?
I want to get the ketchup.
Grab some chili sauce.
Bring the mustard, too, Mike.
I already got it. Here.
What's the use of cooking a decent meal, watching a bunch of idiots splatter it with junk? Take some of that cauliflower, Marshal.
Oh, Ma, it smells like old laundry.
I said take some cauliflower.
Okay. Gee, I see.
Well, Dave, I was walking down the street today, seeing what would turn up. Happened to catch sight of you and Martha driving along. Nobody talking. Looked pretty dull. 2 of you stiff as a poker there.
Pass the rolls, will you, Joe?
You know, if I had a little number like that dog in my tracks for 3 years, I'd turn in my suit.
Joe, be quiet.
Yeah, you keep your yap shut about Martha.
What's the matter with you? All I keep saying is, why don't you marry the gal?
You know darn well why I don't marry her. Because you haven't got enough vinegar to pitch in and help keep this family going.
Listen, can I help it if there's nothing in this burg for a guy with ideas?
What ideas? Outsmarting some chump at the pool hall for a couple of bucks? Swapping the shirt off your back for a brass doorknob?
All right. Go ahead. Put me on all you want about swapping. But you can't show me a big man in this country today who didn't get where he is by swapping something for something.
Or something.
Dave, you shouldn't lay into Joe that way. Why don't you go ahead and do what he tells you?
Sure, get married and then find out you can't take care of yourselves after I'm set. No, thanks.
Well, now, listen.
Let's quit talking about
Well,
it.
I'm only trying to tell you what I did this afternoon.
What?
Well, I got us a job at a dance in Pleasanton.
You got... Oh!
Listen, Joe. How many times do I have to tell you I don't want any more of that trio stuff?
Well, it's a job, ain't it?
Is that the only kind of a job you can get? One where you have to drag Mike and me in on it?
All right. I don't like it any more than you do. But what am I going to say when a man offers us $15?
Yes, what should he say to that?
Now, look, Joe. I work in a garage, see? I've got a decent job and I like it. And if you expect me to spend my nights blowing my brains into a clarinet while you sing to a lot of screwballs bouncing around a dance floor, well, I'm a man, doggone it, and I want to stay one.
Me, too. I built up a tough reputation working out horses at the fairgrounds all summer, and then bang, you shove an accordion into my hands and turn me into a Buster Brown. You keep quiet.
Now, listen, Dave, I know how you feel. You feel the same way as I do about singing.
Oh,
but...
is that so? After I've spent every last cent your father left us to teach you music, you all go around blabbing you won't play or sing because you're men. What's the matter with you? Men sing.
I don't care, Mom. I won't do it.
All right. The whole thing's off.
It is not off. As long as you can earn a nickel by opening your trap or squeezing the music box, you're going to do it. When's that dance?
Tonight.
Now, listen, Mom. I got a date with Martha tonight.
Take Martha to the dance.
No, I won't do it.
We'll see about that.
Joe didn't have any right to book
no
a dance
use.
without
I'm
telling
going out.
anybody.
I don't want to do it any more than you
I
do.
say you're going, all of you. So you might as well shut up about it and start getting ready.
I'm no millionaire, but I'm not the type to care. I've got a pocket full of dreams. It's my universe, even with an empty purse. I've got a pocket full of dreams. I wouldn't take all the wealth on Wall Street for a rose where nature trod. And I calculate I'm worth my weight in goldenrod. Lucky, lucky me, I can live in luxury. I've got a pocket full of dreams. Oh, I'm no millionaire, but I'm not the type to care. I've got a pocket full of dreams. It's my universe, even with an empty purse. I've got a pocket full of dreams. I wouldn't take all the wealth on Wall Street for a road where nature trod. And I calculate that I'm worth my weight in goldenrod. Lucky, lucky me, I can live in luxury. I've got a pocket full of dreams.
Oh, I thought you were grand, Dave, all of you.
Oh, thanks, Martha. I hated to drag you out this way.
Oh, don't be silly, Dave. I liked it.
Yeah, but look, you may not like what's coming next.
Why, what's the matter, darling?
Well, a fellow called from town, and there's a truck stall out on Highway number 9.
You mean you've got to go out there?
Well, I could pick up $10 pretty easy, Martha. And every nickel counts on that house we're going to build.
Oh.
Someday.
We'll build that house all right. You wait and see. Go ahead, darling. I'll need that $10 for drape.
Oh, gee, darling. It's like sort of a dream, isn't it?
Oh, yes. But that truck isn't. Hurry up and get it unstalled.
Okay. I'll get Joe to take you home. Hey, Joe.
Here you are, Dave. Here's the loot. Oh, boy, you know, that's a pretty happy scratch for 2 songs, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, Joe, do me a favor. Will you take Martha home for me?
What's the deal?
Well, I got a job to do. I'll take Mike along to help, and you can have the car. And here's $1. You can buy her a sandwich and coffee on the way.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Say, you're getting kind of liberal with your little girlfriend, aren't you?
Well, if you can't trust your own brother, what do you say?
Sure. If you're willing to let her go out with me, I'm not going to knock it. Now, give me the keys to the car, will you?
Here, and take it easy. I want it back all in one piece.
Kind of a rough roll, ain't it? Having the boyfriend walk out on you?
Oh, I don't mind. It's all for a good cause. Dave and I will make up for it someday when we're married. Whenever that may be.
Don't tell me. I know. As soon as I get a job and hold it.
Why don't you, Joe? You could, easily.
I could, but it breaks up my whole day, really. When money comes my way, it's going to come fast and plenty. You wait.
I am waiting.
And don't seem to be exactly on your side at that, do I? Gee, it's too bad you aren't my girl.
What?
I'd worry about the family until after the wedding. Then you'd be mine. Nothing else would matter anyway.
Oh, I wish Dave felt that way. I mean, sometimes I do.
But unfortunately, you're not my Lily, except for tonight. Well, here we are.
Here we are where?
Well, Dave told me to hit you with some groceries, didn't he?
You mean we're going to that joint over there?
What do you mean, joint? That's the finest roadhouse in these parts, the old Straggle Inn.
Straggle in and stagger out. Listen, I don't even come here with Dave.
All the more reason why you should see it. Such a nightlife. You've got a mix. Yeah, mix. Good for you.
Do you think Dave would mind?
What mind? It's only his girl and his money. Come on, let's go. Well, what do you think of it?
Where do all these people come from?
They come from some of our finest families. Practically.
Well, I still say we shouldn't be here.
Now, listen, what's wrong with this place? It's quiet, restful.
Oh, brother.
Well, don't you think so?
All right, you good people, all right. Now, I really think that with a little bit of applause, we might be able to bring about a little bit of extra added attraction here this evening. Now, sitting right over there is that Stokesbury Flash himself, Master Joe Beebe. Come on, Joe, what do you say? How about it?
What kind of a hustle is this here, huh?
Oh, go on, Joe.
Well, I guess you mean it, but I'm going to hold it against you.
Step right up, Joe.
Thanks, Mouse.
Well, what'll it be, fella?
Why don't we take a little whack at that song, Don't Let That Moon Get Away, and wait for me on the curves,
I'll be with you.
A one, a two. It's one of those nights for adventure. We ought to be recklessly gay. Who knows what we'll find? So if you're inclined, don't let that moon get away. Your eyes have a way of revealing the thoughts that you really should say. It may be romance, so while there's a chance, don't let that moon get away. And don't let this meeting adjourn. And don't be so ready to go. For now is the right time to learn what every young heart should know. These moments don't happen so often. It doesn't seem right to delay. If you feel it too, whatever you do, don't let that moon get away. And don't let this meeting adjourn. And don't be so ready to go. For now is the right time to learn what every young heart should know. These moments don't happen so often. It doesn't seem right to delay. If you feel it too, whatever you do, don't let that moon get away.
Thanks a lot, Joe. Lovely, lovely.
Yeah, miss.
Yeah, Joe.
Who ordered the drinks?
Compliments to the bartender.
Thanks, partner.
I can't drink this stuff.
Oh, you have to drink it. Compliments to the bartender.
Yeah, miss.
Yeah, Joe.
Whose birthday is it?
That's the compliments of the band leader. And there's another round coming up from one of the customers.
Oh, my.
Well, I'm beginning to see where music has its good points. What are you breaking up about? What's the funny?
Oh, you. For a fellow who hates music, do you know how many times you sang at that place?
Those are for you.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, if you weren't Dave's girl, I'd make a big play for you. I'd tell you I love you.
Oh, you don't love me. You're just feeling good.
It's the same thing, ain't it? How you feel?
Fine. A little excited.
Like love.
Oh, it is not. Compliments of the house.
You know what I bet? I bet we'd get along like $1 million, you and I. What do you like that Dave for, anyway?
Oh, I don't know. Lots of reasons, I guess.
You better give me a little tumble. I'm a barrel of monkeys. You see there, I haven't even opened my trap, and I'm a riot. Yo-ho, yippee! Ollie, ollie, out in free! Oh-ho, run, sheep, run! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, beefsteak, yippee!
Oh, you're passing the house.
Woo-hoo, yippee! There you are, Martha. Joe Beebe delivers them safe and sound.
A little bit late.
Dave.
Hiya, Pappy. You been waiting up for us there?
Where were you?
We've been on the town, old boy, taking in the sights. I was showing the little woman what she's going to miss by marrying you.
You're drunk.
He didn't buy the drinks, Dave. They just kept giving them to him and asking him to sing.
All right, Pappy, so I'm lit. I'm fractured. I took your girl out. I showed her the first good time she's had since she started going with me. So what?
If you weren't my brother,
Yeah, you're America's big brother. Honest, hard-working,
And you're stupid as a duck. Why don't you get wise to yourself, you big chump?
Why, you...
Dave. Oh, Dave.
I didn't mean to do that. All of a sudden, Go inside, Martha, will you? And I'll see you tomorrow.
He didn't realize what he was saying, Dave.
I know. But go in, will you? And I'll take him home. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, come on, Joe. Come on, get up. I didn't mean it, Joe. Come on, kid, stand up. Take it easy now. We don't want to wake Mom.
Oh, you should have hit me harder, Dave. Why didn't you really tag me? You should have nailed me. You know what I'd do to a guy like me, Dave? I'd shove my fist right through his chops. Why didn't you hit me harder, Dave? Why?
Now be quiet.
I tell you really should have now.
Shut up, will you? Go inside and I'll get you to bed.
I can't see anything.
Well, the bed's over here.
I found it.
Quiet.
Dave, Joe, what's the matter?
Mike, get out of here.
Gosh, what happened to you, Joe?
I got what was coming to me. That's all.
Did somebody slug you? Are you okay, Joe? Oh, boy.
Mike, get out of here, will you, before you wake up Mom?
But he's in trouble, ain't he? I gotta help.
We don't need you now, Mike. Get out of here. Go on, get.
Okay. Gee.
Come on, get your clothes off.
Dave, sometimes I turn into such a heel that I surprise even myself. You know what I was trying to do tonight? Move in on your gal.
Ah, give me a foot.
I'm glad you clunked me, Dave, and you don't have to worry about Martha. Boy, she's all for you. And I'm all for both of you.
Give me your other foot.
You think I'm no good, but I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to fix it so you can marry Martha. You watch me, Dave. When I think of what you've done for me and this family, never squawking unless somebody gets way out of line. Gee, you're the kind of fellow I want to be, Dave.
Yeah, I know. Now, come on, get under the covers.
Did I tell you about my surprise, Dave? Did I tell you?
Yes, you told me. Good night.
Oh. Good night, Dave. Good night, Pappy.
Good night, Joe.
Going all right. I heard him opening and closing the drawers.
Why, he can't be going. Where would he go?
All right, Mom, I'll speak to him.
Hello, folks.
Joe, you packed the grip.
Yeah, I'm leaving, Mom.
Why, Joe?
You don't have to ask me that, Mom. I'm going to go to Los Angeles. I'm going to prove that I can amount to something. I'll fend for you and Mike the minute I get set.
But we want you here.
Please, now, don't ask me to stay.
Joe, not even for dinner. It's pot roast left over.
Sorry, Mom. Give us a kiss, huh?
Oh, Joe.
Well, Dave?
I'm going to ask you not to leave, Joe.
Me too.
Well, thanks, but this is what I want to do.
Whatever you say.
Dave, you know I don't fit into this town. I'm going to go where I can do the family some good. You're going to be surprised one of these days when I send for the folks and I give you that okay on marrying Martha.
Well, if that's why you're leaving, Joe, you don't have to.
Oh, I know what I'm doing.
Well, you'll need some money.
No, thanks. This is on me. So long, Dave.
So long, Joe.
Seeing you soon, Mom.
Oh, Joe, I wish you wouldn't.
Well, I got to. Bye. So long, Mike. Dave.
Gee. Well, he finally made his break. I'm sorry he did, but I'm glad, too, because it'll bring out the fight I know he's got in him. His pa was the same way. Just drifted along without a worry in the world till you boys started coming. Then he dug in and worked without stopping till the day he died. God bless him. I'm going upstairs.
Good night, Mom. You know, Mike, you don't realize until he's gone just how you feel about him. Good night, Mike.
Good night. Gee, this is the darnest family.
In just a moment, our stars will bring you the second act of Sing You Sinners. Why, Sally, come out from behind that magnifying glass and hunting cap. I hardly recognized you.
Shh, Mr. Kennedy, I'm a detective.
Oh, and what kind of a mystery are you detecting?
A murder.
Ooh, give us the gory details.
The pale, lifeless body was found in a trash can in an alley. One shoulder was broken and the sides were torn and mutilated.
How horrible. Did Sally Sherlock find any clues as to the perpetrator of this foul deed?
Mm-hmm. One Monday morning, I saw a girl hanging out her wash.
The colors were faded and the print dress she had on looked drab. She was drying nice slips and nighties that should have been hung indoors right out in the bright sunlight.
So that made her a suspect?
A very good one. I followed her to market, and what do you suppose she was buying?
Poison?
With a box of strong wash day soap, although there was a package of Lux Flakes staring her right in the face. That clinched it. I knew I had to act quickly then to prevent another murder.
I hope you caught her in time.
Yes, I burst into her kitchen just as she was about to torture her latest victim. She was putting a lovely satin slip into hot water and strong suds.
Did she plead guilty?
Of course, all the evidence was against her. The hot water and strong soap, rough handling, and the faded clothes on the wash line and poor discarded slip in the alley.
Oh, so the body was a slip.
Yes, its color was lifeless, its shoulder straps frayed, and its side seams pulled out from careless washing. That girl was guilty, all right. Guilty of murdering her nice undies and robbing them of the long life that they could have led.
What was the sentence?
Life. I sentenced her to give her undies long life with gentle Lux care.
But that's no punishment, Sally. With Lux Care, her nice underthings would stay lovely 3 times as long as they did with hot water, strong soap, and rough handling. Tests prove it.
Well, I figured she'd had enough punishment already, Mr. Kennedy. Always having to buy new lingerie, only to have it fade and wear out too soon. So from now on, she'll use nothing but gentle Lux Flakes and lukewarm water. And her undies will stay color bright and new-looking throughout a long and useful life.
Back now to Mitchell Lyson and our stars.
As I said in the beginning of the program, we will interrupt this broadcast in the event of any important news bulletin. And now Act 2 of Sing You Sinners, starring Bing Crosby as Joe, James Dunn as David, Joan Caulfield as Martha, and Elizabeth Patterson as Mrs. Beebe. Long months have passed, and nothing has been heard from Joe since he left home. At last comes a telegram for Mrs. Daisy Beebe.
Dear Mom, pack Max other shirt and hurry to Los Angeles. I'm in the swap shop business and cleaning up. Tell Dave to get married before Martha realizes her mistake. Love, Joe. Mike! Mike Joe's got a swap shop. He wants us with him. We're going to Los Angeles. There he is, Mom. There's Joe. Oh, hey, Joe.
Well, yeah, I thought you'd never get here. Hiya, Mom.
Oh, Joe, I'm so glad to see you.
Hello, Joe.
Hiya, Mike.
Well, you sure did it, didn't you? Look at that suit, Mom.
Oh, you look good,
Oh,
Joe.
you betcha. We're in the chips now. Hey, Redcap. Hey, get a hold of those bags, will you?
Yes, sir. Want a cab?
Well, certainly. Why not?
A cab, oh, boy.
Come on. Say, Mom, why didn't Dave get married before you left?
Well, he just wanted to be sure that everything was all right here first.
All right. Are you kidding?
Oh, Joe, I'm so happy.
Where do you live, Joe? You got a swimming pool?
Well, no, not yet, kid. Give me a couple of weeks.
I'm so anxious to see the house, Joe.
Well, we're not going home right away, Mom. We got to make a stop first. You better get ready for the biggest surprise of your life.
Oh, Joe.
Just take a little turn right over there, driver. Pull up in front of that barn, huh?
Okay.
Joe, what is this place?
It's a racetrack, ain't it, Joe?
Hold your hats, folks. Okay, driver. You can wait, huh?
Yes, sir.
Come on, Mom.
What in the world?
Come along now, right over here, Mom.
Howdy, Mr. Joe.
Morning, Felder. How's the big boy today?
Oh, he's just fine, Mr. Joe. Hear that? He's getting to know you already.
Hi, Gus, old boy.
Joe, will you please tell us?
Folks, I want you to meet Uncle Gus, the grandest racehorse that ever peeked through a bridle.
Racehorse?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
Mom, if you ever looked your fortune in the face, there it is. There's the horse that's going to carry the 3 of us right into that field of clover.
You mean it's ours? Really ours?
Front and back.
Oh, boy.
Why, Joe, you mean to tell me that you can afford to keep a racehorse out of what you take in at the swap shop?
Swap shop? Oh, I have some news for you, Mom. I swapped it.
You swapped it?
Mm-hmm.
For what?
Uncle Gus.
But where are you working?
Right here, training Uncle Gus.
You get paid for it?
No.
Well, where do you make your money?
Well, I'm not making any right now, but as soon as Uncle Gus starts racing, it'll only be a couple of months.
Joe, do you
realize
realize that you sent for us, told Dave to get married, told us to sell the house?
Nothing to worry about, Mom. Things might be a little tight for a while, but we're loaded. I got a nice little house, 2 months rent paid, credit at the market, credit for Uncle Gus's feed bill.
Sure, he don't need a job.
No.
We got a racehorse.
Sure.
Can I ride Uncle Gus, Joe? Can I be a jockey?
You shut your trap. Joe, are you crazy? What are you going to do when your credit runs out? Are we all supposed to move in on Dave and Martha?
Never happened. Now, believe me, Mom, you got to take a chance if you're going to amount to something. And my chance came.
Yes. Your chance came and you traded yourself right out of it. Just the same as you've done ever since you were old enough to have a thought in your head.
Now, don't worry. Whatever you do, Mom, don't worry. Say, you got $1 for Filter? I got to keep him eating.
Oh, dear.
Just a buck will be enough.
Oh.
Thanks, Mom. Here you are, Filter. Pork chops tonight, boy.
Thank you, sir.
Keep Uncle Gus in good shape. Stay right under them hind feet.
Yes, sir.
Come
All
on.
the time.
Come on, Mom.
Don't you want me to stay here, Joe? Don't you think I ought to stay with Uncle Gus?
Oh, no, we're going home. That is, if Mom's got the cab fare.
Now, listen here, Joe.
Oh, now stop worrying, Mom. Come on home. We'll talk it over. There's the living room, Mom. That's the dining room over there behind that screen. I know it isn't much of a place, but will you stay, Mom? Please.
There's nothing else we can do. And remember this.
I'll say we'll stay. Look at me on Uncle Gus. I'm coming around the turn. I'm
Well,
coming like a house
you'll
afire.
take it
I'm
down.
way
Stop
ahead.
it, Michael. I say remember this. As far as Dave and Martha are concerned, you still have the swap shop and you're earning money. They mustn't find out the truth, do you understand?
Yes, Mom.
Because no matter what happens to us, you're not going to ruin things again for them.
Can you imagine that? All upset when we got us a racehorse. Mom, if I didn't know you so well...
Nick's quiet.
Yes, I'm afraid we all know each other too well.
Hello, Mom. We're back.
Hiya, Mom. What's for supper, Mom?
Ouch! There's a stew for supper, as usual. Did you get that fool horse entered in a race yet?
Fool horse. That's fine talk. Only today he breezed 3/4 and 1/14 flat hard hell that wouldn't have blown out a match.
114. I asked you a simple question. When is Uncle Gus going to run?
In a couple of weeks he shall parade postward. We've got to wait for our spots.
Yes, it's been a couple of weeks for the last 2 months. Michael, I told you not to clean those jockey boots in the kitchen. We're going to leave this house like we found it.
Oh, Mom.
Hey, that's right, isn't it? We get kicked out of here in 3 days, don't we?
Yes, in 3 days. And you sit there like a king reading that crazy horse paper. Do you realize we won't even have a roof over our heads?
Yes, maybe so, but in a couple of weeks we'll be right back on top again.
Yes, on top of the bread line. Oh, answer him, Michael. Tell him we'll pay him next week.
Okay, I'm getting good with that yarn.
There's just one thing I can be thankful for. That Dave and Martha don't know what's happening here. Dave ever found out.
Mom, now wait a minute. Nobody's going to find out about anything.
Hiya, son. Well, looky here.
Oh.
Hey, Mom.
All right, Mom. All right. I don't know. Well, I mean, act just like those letters you wrote. Everything's fine. Get it? Now stick to it. Stay in there and sit. Don't weaken, Mom. Don't weaken.
Hiya,
Joe.
Hiya,
Hello,
Mother Davy. Oh, well, are you married? Are you on your honeymoon?
Better yet, we're going to be married right here.
Oh, that's so sweet of you. I did so want to see the wedding.
Well, that's what we thought. The whole family, you know.
Say, Dave, have you heard the news? Joe's got himself a race.
Up there.
Ouch!
What's the matter?
Michael, go straighten up your room. Oh, he's so darn fidgety. Go on.
Okay.
Well, how do you like the house?
Oh, it's quite a place.
Nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cozy little spot.
We're going to build a house ourselves pretty soon.
When do you have to go back?
Oh, in 4 or 5 days.
Oh.
What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Only, we are moving in 3 days.
Well, what's the matter with this?
Well, it's kind of small.
Say, you must be a one-man riot around this town.
Doing what? Oh.
Say, how about getting married right here, huh? Throw a little feed somewhere so nobody will have to cook. Wine with the grub, maybe, huh?
That sounds great.
Yeah, it'll be kind of nice being all together again. Oh, say, Joe, I got a laugh for you.
What's that?
I brought all our old instruments along so you can dump them in the swap shop.
Oh, you did?
The accordion, the clarinet, and your guitar. Sure feel good to know they're gone, huh?
Yes, won't it?
Dave, look at me. Our own colors.
Hey,
Michael.
what's the idea of the jockey suit?
Look, Dave, I'm coming into the stretch. It's Uncle Gus by a head, Uncle Gus by a length, Uncle Gus pulling away. Look at me go.
Hey, what is this? What's the idea?
Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. I'm a real apprentice jockey now, and I'm going to ride Uncle Gus that Joe traded for his swap shop. And I'm going to win on him, too, because we got to win on him on account of getting kicked out of this place. Can you stay and see me ride, Dave? Can you...
Shut up. Well, Joe, what's this all about?
Well, there's nothing much to tell except that we've got this Uncle Gus to the swap shop. We got a chance to make a lot of money, though.
And you're going to get kicked out of here.
David, I don't think we ought to burden Martha with any family trouble.
This is a great thing to walk into after planning like we did. Martha, you step outside for a few minutes, will you?
Well, certainly. But, Dave, no matter what happens...
Please, Martha.
All right, darling.
Now, David, I think...
It was nice reading your letters how well Joe was
Well,
doing.
I thought it was better.
Yeah, better to lie instead of telling me the facts. That Joe's no better than he ever was. That he can no more take care of a family than he can fly.
Well, what are you using for money?
Well, there's a fellow down at the pool hall
We have
promised.
credit.
Yeah, sure. We got.
Swell. And who's going to pay off?
I am. As soon as my horse starts to running.
Joe, if I thought it'd do any good, I'd sock you right in the kisser. All right. Now, where do you stand, and how long can you hold out?
Well, it's like this.
Well, Dave, what's the bad news?
Can you imagine a guy like that sending for his family?
They're broke, aren't they?
They're $400 in debt, not a chance to pay off. And Mother and the kid living on beans.
What are you going to do about it?
Well, there's only one thing to do. Stay here and get them straightened out.
And me?
Oh, well, maybe it won't take long, Martha. If you'll only wait.
Oh, but why? Let's be married tomorrow, just as we planned, and I can stay here and help.
Drag you into this mess? Marry you into a family that won't even have a place to hang its hats?
I'll get a job here. That'll help some.
Can't you understand, Martha? That the one thing I want to do is to give you that house and everything we've talked about. But marrying you now, moving you into a lot of trouble, I'm not going to do it.
Oh, Dave, you don't think the way I do and never will. Because if you did, you wouldn't care what was happening. You'd only know that you loved me, and nothing on earth could stop you from marrying me.
Martha.
Oh, they'll never change this family, and I love them for it. I'm going home now, Dave, and I don't want to hear from you until you've realized that they're going to be just as much a part of our future as we are, trouble and all. You'd better find that out in a hurry, Dave. Goodbye. Dave, where's Martha?
She's gone, and I don't blame her.
Why?
After what you've done, you pull that? Joe, if I did half what I wanted to do, I'd kick you all the way back to Stokesbury. I've lost Martha. I'm losing my job on account of you. And now I'm almost losing my mind. Now grab that guitar and stand up.
What for?
Go on. You too, Mike. Get your accordion.
What did I do?
It's not what you did. It's what you're going to do. Now play.
Play what, Dave?
Play anything.
Okay.
Joe, you sing.
Now listen, Dave.
Sing before I ram this clarinet down your throat. Now we're going to rehearse, Steve. And we're going to get a job. I'll put this family back on its feet if I have to break everybody's leg doing it. Now louder. Louder.
I am. A small fry strutting by the pool. Small fry should be in the school. My, put down that cigarette. You ain't a grown-up high and mighty yet. Small fry dancing for a penny. Small fry counting up how many. My, you just listen here to me. You ain't the biggest catfish in the sea. You practice pecking all day long to some old radio song. Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes. You'd better listen to your pa. Someday practice the law. And then you'll be a real success. Small fry, you kiss the neighbor's daughter. Small fry, get on back into shallow water. Seems that I should take you cross my knee. You ain't the biggest catfish in the sea. You've got your feet all soaking wet. Land, you'll be the death of me yet. Oh, me, oh, my small fry. Smash, huh, Dave?
Well, I don't think so. Every night I work on this joint, I feel more like cutting my throat.
Oh, yeah, but when Uncle Gus wins tomorrow, oh, boy, will we be loaded.
Wins?
Well, it's a sure thing, I hope. What do you say, Mike?
Well, Joe, I've been excited so long thinking about riding Uncle Gus that now I'm kind of shaky, but I'll be all right tomorrow.
Where are you going?
Well, that manager guy said he wanted to see me. I'll be right back.
Well, what would the manager want to see Mike for?
Oh, come in, Mike.
Yes, sir?
I want to meet a friend of mine, Harry Ringmer. How are you, son?
Glad to know you, sir.
Mike's the kid I was telling you about, Harry. He works for me here, and he has his jockey papers to ride his brother's horse. Sit down, kid. What's the matter? You nervous?
No, sir. Just, riding my first race tomorrow.
Mr. Ringmer's got a horse in that race, too. Mr. Bank.
Oh, Mr. Bank's a good horse, but ours is better.
Think you'll win, huh?
I got to.
Why?
Well, we already caused my brother David a lot of trouble, and his girl, and just family reasons.
Oh, that's too bad.
How do you mean?
Well, you're plenty green, kid. Lots of things can happen out there to spoil your cake. For instance, the rail.
Well, what about the rail?
Well, when the other boys start crowding, it's tough going. I've seen it tear a kid's leg right out of the socket, throw him under the horses.
Well, I ain't afraid.
We really need that dough, don't you?
We sure do.
Well, there's a way of turning a race into a sure thing sometimes. You know what I mean?
And that's what my brother Joe likes, a sure thing.
Got a smart brother, kid. He knows what he's talking about.
He's smart, all right.
Sure he is. We can help your family out by taking your brother's tip. No worry about losing the race. No risk. No nothing. Just play the sure thing.
Huh?
Now, look. You've got $400 coming to you, if you win. Now, suppose another horse crowds you. What if you get pocketed and shoved up against the rail? What have you got? Nothing. Now, look. Ever see one of these before?
No, sir. $100 bill.
Well, that's yours. And 3 more like it tomorrow. If you don't win.
If I don't win? Hey.
Yeah, like your brother says. The sure thing. You want to help your family, don't you?
Yeah, sure I do.
Okay. Al, would you mind stepping outside for a minute? Not at all, Harry. Not at all. Thanks. Now, look, son. Hey, Al, you see Mike any place?
Mike? Oh, yeah, he just went back to the dressing room.
Thanks.
Joe, wait.
Huh?
How do you think Uncle Gus will do tomorrow?
Oh, he'll win. He'll gallop, of course.
If you were a gambling man, I'd take you up on that.
I'm sorry, Al. I don't bet. What kind of odds?
2 to 1. It's as good as you get at the track tomorrow, maybe better.
Oh, yeah. Al, boy, you ought to be a little more careful with your dough. This Uncle Gus is a sure thing.
Well, if that's the way you feel.
You go on, put your hay in the bank. Anyway, I wouldn't bet couldn't bet. No chance. I haven't got a dime.
What difference does that make? You're working, aren't you? You get paid every week.
Al, you serious about this?
Sure, I want to bet against your Uncle Gus. I'll put up plenty, too.
Al, I wouldn't do this, only... You see, I'm sort of on my good behavior, if you know what I mean. And... Well, the sure thing's a sure thing. Okay. You got a bet.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. We'll be back in just a moment with Act 3 of Sing You Sinners. Meanwhile, listen to this.
Butter, 24 points a pound.
Loin of pork, 12 points.
And a porterhouse steak, when I can get it, is 10.
Well, even margarine's up to 12 points. Why, remember when that's all butter cost.
I just don't see where I'm going to get enough points for it all.
Cheer up, ladies. There are extra red points waiting for you at your butcher's. 2 points for every pound of used fat you turn in. I know it's hard to save more fat when you're getting less meat, but it can be done. Here's how. First, keep your salvage can handy, near the stove where it'll be ready to receive every drop. Then, after you've poured fat into the can, scrape the roaster, broiler, or frying pan with a spoon to get what's left in the corners. And don't forget to melt down those scraps of fat left on plates at the table. If you like boiled ham or frankfurters, set aside the water you've cooked them in and let it cool. Pretty soon you can skim quite a bit of soft white fat off the top. Poultry, too, yields a lot of fat, a point-free source of extra tokens if you don't use it in baking. All these things mount up, help you get more red points, and at the same time help supply the government and industry with thousands of necessities for the war and home front.
But do they still need so much fat? The war seems to be going so well with victory in Europe so close.
But don't forget the Japs still hold many of the oil-producing Pacific islands. And even on the ones we've just liberated, it'll be quite a while before they get into production again. So this year, it's up to us at home to turn in 100 million more pounds of fat than we did last year. Surveys show that 6 out of 7 women aren't salvaging all the used fat they could. And only if everyone does a 100% job will there be enough to meet the demand. The government especially urges housewives in small communities or rural sections to ask their county or home demonstration agent where to turn in the fat they've collected. Remember, our country needs every drop from everyone. We return you to Mitchell Lyson.
As I mentioned before, we will interrupt this broadcast for any important news bulletins. Be sure to join us after the play tonight, when we'll take you backstage for a brief talk with Bing Crosby and his co-stars. And now, here's Act 3 of Sing You Sinners, with Bing Crosby in the role of Joe, James Dunn as David, Joan Caulfield as Martha, and Elizabeth Patterson as Mrs. Beebe. The afternoon of the big race, 3 minutes before the horses go to the post. Just outside the jockey's dressing room, the gambler Ringmer waits for Mike. As the boy comes through the door, Ringmer grabs him quickly.
Just a second.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Ringmer.
How do you feel, kid?
Fine.
Another $300 is waiting for you.
Yes, sir.
You know what else is waiting for you if you try to get funny.
What do you mean?
It'll be the last trick you ever try on or off the track. Now, remember that.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll beat it.
Yes, sir.
Hey, boss.
Pete? Did you get the bet down?
Oh, sure. I got the whole $3,000 covered at 2-1.
Nobody got wise. It was my money, huh?
We got $6,000 in sucker money the minute Mr. Bank wins. Hey, you sure that jockey on Uncle Gus won't cross you?
I'm scared to death. Even if he does try to pull anything smart, my jockey will take care of him. Come on, let's go.
Hey, this is the only way to bet on the day.
Riders ready, 2 minutes.
Everything okay, Mike?
I guess so, Joe.
Listen, don't get excited. You just pretend it's a regular workout, see? Of course, don't go forgetting it's a race now. But sort of, well, you know, just relax.
Yeah, Joe, sure.
What's the matter with you? You feeling funny?
No. The only reason we want to win is the money, ain't it, Joe? We sure need the money, don't we?
We need the money, all right. More ways than one.
How else do you mean?
Well, I wasn't going to tell you because I didn't want to get you upset, but I bet our next 10 weeks' pay against $2,000 if we'd win it.
Joe, this is awful.
What?
I know it's wrong, but I was only trying to do like you always said. The sure thing, Joe, you know, the sure thing.
What did you do?
The man that owns Mr. Bank has given me $400 to lose the race.
What are you talking about?
It's terrible, ain't it, Joe? But we needed the money, and like
telling me what I said.
But lots
Shut
of
up.
times
Riders up.
Come on. Get up there.
All right, on the track.
Look, Mike, I've done some wrong things myself, plenty of them. But what you've done that's cheating. You can see that, can't you?
I got mixed up,
I
Joe.
know, Mike, but whatever we do, we can't do anything crooked. We mean too much to each other, this family and everything. That if one of us gets in a jam, why, it's going to hurt all of us. What if Mom found out, Mike?
I see what you mean. I just didn't have it straight, what you meant about the sure
I
thing.
know, it's all my fault. Here I am trying to tell you what's wrong, and I'm out betting yours and Dave's share 10 weeks' pay.
You were just trying to make money for all of us.
Well, I wish you wouldn't feel that way, Mike, about me, because I'm wrong lots of times. But I gave you this bad steer without meaning to. Now, maybe it'll be better if you figure these things out for yourself in the future, huh?
Whatever you say is okay with me, Joe.
All right, then. Now, let's go on out there and win this race, huh?
But I already got that $100. Here, I didn't know where to hide it.
I'll take care of it. You just go out there and win the race.
You'll stick with me, won't you? You'll stick with me if anything happens?
You're darn tooth.
That's swell. You just watch me. We'll show you. Me and Uncle Gus.
How's everything, Joe?
Oh, everything's great. Fine.
Don't Mike look cute sitting up there all alone?
Yes, I hope you don't finish that way. Hey, Dave. What? Dave, come here a minute. There's liable to be trouble if our horse wins. You coming out the barn after the race?
Why?
Well, Ringmer's paying Mike $400 to lose the race to Mr. Bank, and I just told Mike to go on up and win it.
But why in the world?
Oh, my fault. Now, he thought he was doing what I'd do. He's trying to get some money for us.
Now, look, what's so important about this race? The purse money doesn't amount to a hill of beans, and we haven't got any bets. Or have we?
Well, yes, Dave, we have.
How much?
Look, Dave, I hate to tell you this.
How much?
Well, 10 weeks' salary.
10 weeks?
Now, don't get sore.
Don't get sore. I ought to break your neck.
I know,
Say,
Dave.
what are you two talking about?
Oh, nothing, Mom. Nothing at all. We just... Oh.
The horses are in the starting gate. It looks like a start. And there they go! Around the first turn, it's Mr. Bank in front by half a length. Sandy Man on the rail is second by half a length. Uncle Gus is third on the outside by a length and a half. Sanctuary is fourth by 2 lengths. And Fairchild is fifth. Turning into the back stretch, it's Mr. Bank in front by half a length on the inside. Sandy Man on the outside is second by a length and a half. Uncle Gus is third.
Hold it, Mike. It's right, Mike. Come on.
That's a half. It's Mr. Bank in front on the rail by 2 lengths. Sandy Man on the outside is second by a length and a half. Uncle Gus is third between horses. Sanctuary is fourth and Uncle Gus is moving up on the inside. It's Mr. Bank in front of the half. Uncle Gus is second by a length and Sandy Man is third. At the 3/4.
Hey, boss, look at that kid. He's out to win. He's crossing you, boss. He better not. I tell you, he's trying to win. Uncle Gus is second. Shut up. He won't cross us. If he does, I'll break it.
They're coming into the stretch. It's Mr. Bank in front by a length and a half. Uncle Gus is second by a length. And Fancy is third. It's Mr. Bank and Uncle Gus. And they're right in hard. They're head and head. It's Mr. Bank and Uncle Gus. They're coming down the field now with Uncle Gus.
It's all over, Mom. We win it.
Well, Mike, you sure rode a great race.
I was scared, Joe. They shoved me into the rail, so I shut my eyes. But I won, Joe, didn't I, huh?
Oh, it was great work, Mike. Great.
Hey, look. There he is, Joe. Ringmer. He's got a guy with him.
Come on. Hey, you got nothing to worry about, see? Just keep going.
Hello, kid. Nice race.
My brother's going to give you back your $100.
I'll take care of this, Mike. Here, Mr. Ringmer. This belongs to you, doesn't it?
The next time you get some extra money, you'll have to find a better way to spend it. We don't go for that.
Yeah?
That's right. Glad you like the race. Come on, Mike.
Come back here, you.
Leave that kid alone.
Grab this guy, Pete.
No, you
Listen,
don't.
You.
Look out, Joe.
Why, you... Now, kid, I'm going to teach
Let
you
me
what
go,
it means.
let me
Come
go.
on, run, Mike.
Dave, help.
Shut up.
Hey, Mike, where are you?
Over here, Dave. Come on, take him. Get in there.
Take your hands off that kid. All right, sucker, you asked for it.
Keep after him, Dave. Work on him, boy.
Tend to your own cooking.
Get out of here. Bring out this guy.
I gotta help. Let go of my back.
Oh, fight me, will you?
Oh.
I'll break your neck.
Mike, what's the matter? What's the matter? It's a fight, Mom. It's a fight, can't you see? Oh, Dave, Joe. Are you winning?
We ain't losing. And here's another one for luck, you bum.
Yeah, how do you like this, mister? Oh, all right.
Quit.
Quit, I tell you.
Okay.
Have enough. Let me alone.
Go on, get out of here.
Come
Take
on.
it on the arm.
Come on.
Get out of
And
here.
they're running. Look at them. Oh, boy.
Well, Dave, I guess we took him all right.
Yeah, we sure did. We sure... Go.
Dave, he fainted. He fainted.
Dave, get up. What's the matter with you? What do you want to go and do? Oh.
Oh.
Now, let's see. We got to figure this out. We won $2,000 on the bet.
That's right.
$425 on the win. And $37 that we had saved up before. That's 7 and 5 is 12 and 6. $2,462.
Wow, we're millionaires.
And you're still earning $100 a week with your music.
Oh, that's out. We're quitting tonight.
But why?
Well, Dave's pulling out to see if he can get set somewhere, and I figured we'd take Uncle Gus east to the big races. We don't need music anymore.
I see.
Keep moving. That's the ticket. New faces, new places, mix.
Maybe buy another horse, huh, Joe? And start a big-time stable?
Not a bad idea. We'll be in that winner's circle in Kentucky one of these days,
Well,
boss.
suit yourself. You're on your own now.
Oh, it's a cinch. We're really going to town, huh?
Yep, old Quick Money Joe.
You haven't asked me what I'm going to do yet.
What do you mean?
Well, you're quitting your music, even though it pays you the best steady money you'll ever earn in your lives, just because you've had one lucky day. Dave's going one way and you're going another.
Oh, but with you and Mike.
Not with me.
Huh?
I'm telling you. I've raised the three of you, and I know you'll never amount to anything unless you stick together. Now, what happened? David's trying to run away from himself just on account of a little trouble with Martha. And you're going hog-wild in a silly business that'll break you flatter than a pancake. What if Uncle Gus gets a stomachache?
Got a sick
What have
horse.
you got then? Even Michael can't talk about anything but racehorses and tracks and sure things. What's he going to grow up to be? Now, I mean it. If you boys walk out on your job, I'm walking out on this family.
Oh, Mom, you're crazy.
Thank you.
Well, I don't mean you're crazy, Mom. Of course I don't mean that, but we know what we should do, Mom.
All right, I'm leaving.
Oh, but Mom.
Mom, you shouldn't act like that. You need someone to take care of you.
I'll take care of myself, don't worry.
Ah, but listen.
Maybe we can figure this thing out, Mom.
Not the way you're figuring now. I'm going upstairs and pack.
Well? Gee, I wonder what's come over her.
She sure acts like she means business.
Well, I guess there's only one thing to do.
Telegram, miss. Sign here.
Oh, thank you.
Dear Martha, we and our music are going to stay in Los Angeles. Please come back and marry the four of us. Love, Dave.
I wouldn't take all the wealth on Wall Street for a road where nature tries. And I calculate I'm worth my weight in goldenrod. Lucky me, I can live in luxury, 'cause I've got a pocket full of dreams.
Our stars return for their curtain calls in just a moment. Whose picture is that, Libby? A new beau?
Uh-huh. He's all of 3 months old.
A little too young for the army yet, isn't he?
Yes, but the war's affecting his life, too. Just the other day, his mother said...
Oh, honestly, Libby, you've no idea the time I'm having getting diapers for my offspring. Why, I've combed every store in town, and I still can't get enough.
What did you tell her, Libby?
Why, that the Army needs 136 yards of cotton material per year to equip every soldier from his overseas cap to his socks. Now, that's enough to keep 3 babies well-dressed. So wartime infants just have to get along with less.
Hasn't the government done anything about it?
Oh, they're even investigating the situation in Congress.
But there just doesn't seem to be enough cotton to go round.
What's the poor girl going to do?
Well, I gave her one tip that'll help her stretch the supply she has. I told her to lux them so they'll stay soft and comfortable longer. That way she can use the same ones over and over again and get along with 2 dozen instead of 3.
Sound advice, Libby. These days when so many things babies wear are hard to get, it's extra important to take care of what you have. Use safe, gentle Lux suds for everything that touches his tender skin. Never use harsh soaps that may leave a film of irritating alkali. Lukewarm Lux suds keep babies' pretty colored dresses and sweaters new-looking longer, too. Use gentle Lux flakes for all babies' things. Here's Mitchell Lyson, our guest producer.
As a producer, I'm going to venture a prediction that in the future you'll hear a lot about one of the young stars in our cast. Supported by Elizabeth Patterson, Joan Caulfield, and James Dunn, you know, he's shown real promise on our stage tonight. Bing Crosby.
Mitch, you think this might open up something for me in the Dr. Gillespie series?
Well, Lux has a way of making stars and flakes.
You mean, Mitch, that for Crosby there is hope?
And for hope, there's Kelowna. Oh.
Well, Bing, I can give you some encouragement so far as pictures go. Last time I left this stage, I got a call from Fox to take the part of Johnny Nolan in A Tree Grows in Brooklyn.
And, Jimmy, when you leave this stage tonight, I hope you get another phone call for his bigger part.
Speak for me, too, won't you, pal?
Actually, Mitch, Bing doesn't have to worry whether he clicks in radio or pictures. He has other interests.
You mean horses, Elizabeth?
Oh, Bing's horses aren't an interest. They're a liability.
Elizabeth means Bing owns part interest in a fighter.
Oh, I get it. You mean his company made the great John L. Tell us about the picture, Bing.
Well, I'm afraid, Mitch, people might misunderstand. I wouldn't want to stoop to crass commercialism on this.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it.
Of course, if you're going to press me, I might...
No. You have a right to your high principles, but I bet you have a winner in that picture, Bing.
If he hasn't, he's back in that same old betting groove.
James, you know I never bet.
No?
Of course, I occasionally see a chance at parlaying a handful of greenbacks into an acre of lettuce or 2. I take the bite, I plunge, I sail, I go.
That's not betting?
No, that's double talk, Mitch. But tell me, what do you have in the way of a winner on Lux next Monday night, Mitch?
Next week, we bring you from 20th Century Fox the story of a great man and a great dream. Alexander Graham Bell, with June Dupre and Don Amici. Among the many colorful sagas for America, few have as much suspense and romance as the life of the great inventor who enabled man to speak to his fellow men in every corner of the globe.
I wouldn't miss it, Mitch. Thanks and good night.
Good night.
Good night, and all our thanks. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Alexander Graham Bell with Don Amici and June Dupre. This is Mitchell Lyson saying good night from Hollywood.
Sing You Sinners was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current production is Salty O'Rourke, starring Alan Ladd and Gail Russell. Mitchell Lyson's next picture to be released for Paramount is Kitty. James Dunn appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Bing Crosby appeared through the courtesy of the Kraft Cheese Company. Tune in again next Monday night to hear Alexander Graham Bell with Don Amici and June Dupre.
It's strawberry time. Now treat your family to luscious strawberry chiffon pie, tender, delicate shortcake made the Spry way. Clip sugar-saving recipes from Spry's ad in leading women's magazines for May. And remember that big word for baking and frying success, Spry. That's right, pure, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Alexander Graham Bell with Don Amici and June Dupre. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Road games.
What the hell?
The truck driver plays games. The hitchhiker plays games.
Aren't you kind of young to be hitchhiking out here all by yourself?
Aren't you kind of old to be picking me up?
And a killer is playing the deadliest game of all.
Oh, he's just killed a girl.
Did he make love to her first?
I don't know. What's the difference?
It makes a lot of difference. I think in order to play the game properly, we have to know what he thinks of women.
Stacy Keach's Quid.
No, it's Q-U-I-D. D isn't death to young girls, you cretin.
Jamie Lee Curtis is Hitch.
In Canberra.
Now you're looking for a little adventure.
I could go to Disneyland for a little adventure. What I'm looking for is a little excitement.
Road Games. Across 1,600 miles of desert highway, they're playing games of violence and sudden death. Road Games.
It's my game.
Okay, Sherlock.
If someone doesn't stop soon, there won't be anyone left alive to play. Road Games.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's the glittering center of a glittering universe that's propped against the shadows, and its desolation. A gaudy ruin with a lie in its teeth. And the lie is in gorgeous technicolor, and the screaming of trumpets and the dancing on the streets. And there's silence, too. So still, so empty, you can hear a teardrop. Whatever it is, it's Broadway. My Beat. After midnight, Broadway is a place that pulls up stakes. Wives lead husbands home to their cages. Bartenders sweep up the sawdust, and a few drunken clowns. A tired voice invites you to a sideshow.
Hi, mister. Try the Palace of Fun?
And you keep walking. And then a voice calls your name.
Hey, Danny! Wait a minute, Danny! Danny!
And it's the voice of Maxie Stern, manager of the most colossal, most stupendous, most nothing movie crib on Broadway.
Danny, come quick, huh? Real quick.
Hi, Maxie.
Hi, Danny. Come quick, please, huh?
Well, what's the matter? Somebody doesn't like the picture?
Worse than that. He's sitting in the loge and he won't go home, and the picture is long since over.
Well, maybe he's waiting for the prices to change.
I don't think so, Danny.
No?
No, I think the gentleman who was occupying my loge is dead.
Come quick, huh, Maxie?
Yeah. The way we discovered him, Danny, is one of my charwomen who sweeps out the dump, the theater, was sweeping out the loges. This gentleman she can't politely budge, so she calls a private.
Huh?
A usher who's at the bottom of the rung of success. The private calls a corporal. The corporal calls... Oh, nuts. Finally, it gets to the head usher, and he calls me. And I verify their opinion that the loge seat is dead. But this I have to have official, so I called you.
Where is he?
Up these Persian carpeted stairs, Danny. $30 a square yard. Wait, Danny. Danny, I'm out of breath.
Where is he?
In here. Through this Renaissance door that opens out onto a luxurious loge.
Hi, Danny. I'm glad Maxie found you.
Danny, I took the liberty of first calling our house doctor, Dr. Jeffrey Connor, the house doctor.
Well, it's all right, Maxie. Why are you glad Maxie found me, Doc?
Because this man's been poisoned.
Oh?
Dilated pupils, tinge of blue on his lips, all the usual symptoms.
Suicide, maybe?
Maybe, but I hardly think so. People don't take poison and go to a movie. Not this poison. The pain is excruciating.
How long has he been dead?
I'd say an hour, maybe two.
Well, he must have cried out. He must have
The
made
picture's hilarious, rib-tickling. It's a comedy, Danny. Maybe the other schmoes in the loge thought he was laughing. Some people laugh in such a way, you know.
Yeah. Let's see who he is. Wallet, name stamped in gold. Sherman Gates. Cigarettes, hotel key, Carnegie Hotel.
And his umbrella, Danny, lying wet on the carpet. A man commits suicide in the loge, Danny?
Suicide or murder. I had to know which. So I had a call to make. The Carnegie Hotel on 2nd Avenue was an institution that had never received an endowment, but its educational possibilities were infinite. The signs walking up the steps from the street made you know that. You could hold a seance with Madame Astarte, 7th daughter of the moon. You could buy magic tricks from Professor Novotny. When that was over, you could buy a Swedish massage from a brother and sister team. At the top of the steps was a man seated behind a cage. He was looking down at a glossy magazine. I looked down at him. He kept looking, and I kept looking. I got tired first, so I rang the bell on his desk.
I heard you when you hit the third step coming upstairs. That's a loose one.
And why don't you pay attention to me?
Paying attention to something else right now, Mac. You want to see?
See what?
This magazine. Get it every month. Here, look. Picture of Phyllis in again this month, wearing a hat. First time I ever saw her wearing a hat. Last month it was stockings. Cute, huh?
All I want is some information.
About Phyllis? No, I can't do that. I wish I could. But we can both dream, can't we?
Information about a guest, Sherman Gates.
You got the information. He was a guest.
He's dead.
People die. Say, who are you that wants to know what you want to know?
I'm Danny Clover, police.
Oh, so I'm Lee Crandall, clerk. So?
So what about Sherman Gates?
He was a guest who guested at room 12 down the hall. He made a couple of phone calls early in the day through my switchboard. Went out, didn't come back. Putting two and two together, I'd say the latter was because he's dead. Am I helping?
What about the 2 phone calls?
I'm being a citizen like all get out. I got 'em right here. Right here someplace. Yeah, here they are.
Thanks. Don't mind if I use your phone, citizen. I know you don't.
Not for a dime, I don't.
Sergeant Tartaglia speaking.
Danny Clover, I want you to check 2 phone numbers for me, Tartaglia. Here are the numbers. Give me the names and addresses to go with them.
Yeah, Danny.
Plaza 7, 9970. And Regent 4, 1098. You got that?
Yeah, I got it.
Good, I'll call you back. Here's your dime.
Thanks. Now I guess you want to look at Mr. Gates' room, huh?
Yeah, I want to do that.
When you're finished, I got something to show you.
More art studies of Phyllis?
Broken down dentist once left a stack of National Geographics here. Maybe a guy like you gets his kicks from stuff like that.
It made him happy to say that, and he was being a good citizen, so I let him be happy. The room of Sherman Gates, guest, deceased, revealed a bed and a table, beat up, broken down. Not much else. Mr. Gates' other suit and a change of underwear. I leafed through the National Geographics to give Tartaglia time to check on the phone numbers. I learned little-known facts about the Pygmy people of Mozambique, then called headquarters. 2 phone numbers. One listed to Irene Vincent in the East 60s. The other, a photographer's shop on 10th Avenue. It was midnight, and neither place answered to my call, so I waited till the next morning. Called in person.
Something I can do for you?
Yeah, there is. I want to ask you a few questions.
Oh, good. About a camera? This one takes wonderful pictures of the whole family.
I don't have a family. Questions about a photographer.
Oh. Well, we've got some wonderful brochures here. The tricks of all great photographers. Ouija, Lou Jacobs Jr., Steichen...
Not about them. About Sherman Gates.
Gates. Don't know him. If he were a photographer of note, I'm sure I'd know him.
This photographer was also a customer. Try that.
Gates, huh?
Gates. Sherman Gates.
Sherman Gates.
I'll give you a big fat clue. He called you yesterday.
Gates.
Maybe I ought to rack your brain for you.
Gates, of course. He called me yesterday.
Maybe you'll have a better memory if I tell you I'm from the police, Mr.
Quimby. Junius Quimby. There's nothing wrong with my memory. I just told you. Mr. Gates called me yesterday afternoon.
What did he call about?
About the usual thing.
Like?
Were his pictures ready?
And were they?
No.
What did you tell him?
I told him no.
I mean, when did you say his pictures would be ready?
Today, this morning.
Now?
Now.
Get them. I'm calling for them.
It's irregular, you know.
I know. Get them.
Why does Mr. Gates call for them himself?
He's dead. Now get them.
Of course, they're right here. In this drawer. Here they are. In this envelope.
Yeah, thanks. What do you know? Cats. Pictures of cats.
Aren't they lifelike? So real. Here, pussy, pussy, pussy.
I'd never heard a man say that to a picture of a cat before, so I tiptoed out, pointed myself to East 60th Street, and took off. Irene Vincent's apartment house was fashionable. It had a fashionable doorman accoutred in dawn pink, standing under a fashionable moss green canopy. And his fashionable eyes were the color of dead fish as he took my name, my occupation, my sex. Took them over to a lavender phone, spoke them in a shocked voice, arranged me in an elevator, pushed a button, and washed his hands of me on the 10th floor. I lit a cigarette and saw Irene Vincent waiting for me in her doorway. She didn't leave much breath for smoking.
Come in, Danny Clover.
Yeah, thanks.
He is frightful, isn't he?
Who?
The doorman. I hate snobs, don't you, Danny?
If you say so.
You hate snobs. Then why are you calling on me?
Man named Sherman Gates. You know him?
If you say so.
He called you yesterday from the Carnegie Hotel.
So he did.
He died last night in a movie.
So he did. I read it in the paper. They say it might be suicide.
What do you say, Miss Vincent?
Oh, I don't think so. Sherman wouldn't commit suicide, not that way.
Tell me about Sherman, Miss Vincent.
Oh, Sherman was 100%, Danny. All boy, all star. High school track, B-club, cheerleader, a devil with the girls. I was in love with Sherman once. 100%.
When was that?
Too long ago, when I was a little girl in Iowa. When little girls fell in love with little boys like Sherman.
And he called you yesterday? Why?
He wanted a date. The flame was flickering, he said. That's the way Sherman talked.
You gave him the date?
Of course. It flatters a girl, Danny, when an old love comes out of Iowa and asks for a date.
Where'd you go? What did you do?
In detail.
Mm-hmm.
In detail, we went to Gino's, had a few drinks, left Gino's, had an argument. Oh, that should interest you, Danny.
It does.
Well, it was about a cat. A cat rubbed itself against the leg of Sherman's tuxedo, and Sherman kicked the cat in the face. So we argued.
And?
So I took a cab home, threw my umbrella in the tub to dry off, took my clothes off, got into...
Oh, Irene, the drinks are ready. Well, haven't you finished with the police, my dear?
Oh, I think so, Joseph. Danny, this is my fiancé, Joseph Dorcas, Danny Clover.
How do you do?
Mr. Dorcas...
I've been eavesdropping, Mr. Clover. You'll want to know if I knew of Irene's going out with Sherman Gates.
Oh, I hadn't thought of it, but it'll do.
I knew about it, Mr. Clover. Irene has full personal freedom until we're married. You've read of our marriage?
I'm afraid not.
It's been in all the columns. A winter romance, they call it. That is, my part of it. Nice phrase, isn't it?
I told you, Joseph, they're only little dogs barking. You mustn't let them hurt you.
You see why I love her, Mr. Clover. And in 2 weeks, she'll be mine. And then, Irene, no more jaunts to Iowa to see your mother. No more evenings with callow youths like this Gates fellow. No more.
Shh, darling, you're embarrassing Danny Clover.
They clinched. And I got out of there. I checked in at headquarters, grabbed a cup of coffee, and then went back to a man named Quimby, who had pictures of cats for a dead man who hated cats.
Oh, I see you're back.
You remember me, huh?
Of course. You said you were a policeman. You told me that this morning.
Right. I'm a policeman, and I'm still working. I got some new questions to ask you, Mr. Quimby.
Please ask them in a hurry. I got some pictures in the tank.
This won't take long. Those pictures you gave me this morning.
Mr. Gates' pictures?
Those. Are you sure they were the pictures he left to be developed?
Am I sure? What do you mean, am I sure?
I mean, are you sure?
Of course I am. Now, if you'll pardon me.
One more thing.
Please, those pictures in the tank, they'll spoil.
All right, but hurry up back.
I'll only be a minute. Just look around. Browse.
Quimby, what happened? He tried. He really did try to tell me what happened, but he couldn't. He'd never be able to. I hurried over to the open door which led to the alley. Empty. The sound of a car starting off, a car driven by a killer, suddenly made the whole place empty. Empty except for one thing. One single and shining fact. The dead man in the lodge wasn't a suicide. He'd been murdered. Now he had company.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. A whale of a Christmas present for a few moments brain-scratching. Could be there's $54,000 in the Sing It Again jackpot now. $25,000 of it in cold hard cash, and the rest in wonderful prizes. Sing It Again is heard for a full hour every Saturday night on most of the same CBS stations.
In the afternoon, Broadway is a place of regret. It's the interval between the furtive lunch hour and quitting time, the longest 5 hours in the world, and it happens 5 days a week. It's also the time to dust the coconut husks at papaya stands, to dodge the cloak and suitor for whom nothing exists except the clothing rack he's pushing, and it's a time for window shopping. For me, it was a time for homework, and headquarters is where I study. There's a sergeant there who helps me. His name is Tartaglia, and he tries real hard. Or, as he puts it...
I try real hard, Danny.
I know you do, Tartaglia. So tell me what you found on Junius Quimby.
Oh, that little photographer was a naughty boy, Danny, with a record. Not a long one, but naughty.
Pictures, huh? Photographs.
Pictures, Danny. Photographs.
That all?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I almost forgot, Danny. There's a guy outside to see you. Joseph Dorcas says he's the fiancé of one Miss Irene Vincent.
Well, show him in, Tartaglia.
Yeah. Go right in, Mr. Dorcas.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Clover. I hope you're not too busy to see me.
Oh, not at all. Sit down, Mr. Dorcas.
Thank you. Mr. Clover, I'll come right to the point. I'm a very rich man.
I'm happy for you, Mr. Dorcas.
It's a fact that doesn't need a comment, Mr. Clover. I only tell you that because, well, you should know it. I'm in a position to buy off any trouble that Irene may be in.
Your fiancé's in trouble?
Yes. She just came back from a vacation with her mother in Iowa. And since she's back, she's being blackmailed.
Uh-huh. That'd fit. I don't know how exactly, but it would fit.
I can't guess what you have in mind, but I think I can help you.
Well, frankly, Mr. Dorcas, I could use a little help. What have you got to offer?
Some pertinent facts.
Good. What are they?
Well, the day before yesterday, a man called her. Said he had some information that he was going to take to me.
Mm-hmm.
He was going to take it to me unless Irene paid him $20,000.
What kind of information?
Mr. Clover, Irene swears to me she doesn't know. She got a phone call from a man. The man set up a meeting place, but the man never showed up.
Go on.
Yesterday, the same thing. Another phone call. Another man. And this man didn't show up either.
What else?
About an hour ago, one more phone call. Still another voice. This time, the man told Irene to meet him at 1 o'clock tomorrow morning at the 23rd Street docks, Hudson River.
Was that all he said?
No. He mentioned the names of Junius Quimby and Sherman Gates.
Oh?
He told Irene that what happened to them would happen to her if she didn't appear with the money. Does that suggest anything to you, Mr. Clover?
Yeah, it does. It suggests this third caller is our killer. He's got some piece of information to blackmail your fiancée. Some piece of information that belonged to 3 men. Now it belongs to only one, the killer.
Well, what shall we do, Mr. Clover?
We'll do this. Tell Irene to get the money and meet the man.
Yes, but
Don't worry, I'll be there. Tell her I'll be in the doorway at the port agent's shack. Tell her to walk past me so I'll know she's there. But above all, tell her not to talk to me. Got that?
Of course, Mr. Clover. I have it exactly.
At midnight, the 23rd Street dock is an island torn out of limbo. The mist, the vapors rising out of the dark river, the sob of distant turbines, the almost silent hiss of the sea. It's all there. And you stand in dark space at the edge of a universe and wait and hope you're doing the right thing. Across oil-black water, you watch an electric sign in New Jersey arrange itself in numerals of time, and then a sound brings you back. It's a simple sound, the sound of a woman's heels on wood. So you're back, and you remember why you're there.
Danny Clover, are you there?
I told you, don't talk to me. Keep walking.
But I'm frightened, Danny Clover, 100% frightened.
He sees you talking to anyone, he might kill you, like he killed the others.
Yes, Danny.
And remember, talk to him as if you were alone. No outcry, no hysterics, nothing. Understand? Now, keep walking.
Yes, Danny Clover. Here goes a pretty girl.
It's him, Danny! It's him! Get him! Get him!
You fool! I told you not to yell!
away, didn't he, Danny?
Yeah. Why did you cry out? Why?
Because I'm a girl, and girls are unstable.
Yeah.
Are you hurt, Danny? Did he shoot you?
No.
But there's blood on the ground. See, Danny Clover?
Danny Clover saw the blood on the ground. Danny Clover put an idiot named Irene in a cab. Danny Clover went back to headquarters. By 2 o'clock, the orders were out for every drugstore, every hospital, every doctor to be on the lookout for a wounded man. And then Danny Clover curled up in his swivel chair and fell asleep.
Are you decent, Danny?
Oh, of course I'm decent. What are you talking about?
There's a lady out here to see you, Danny, from the Salvation Army, with a drum and a cymbal and a tambourine.
What?
Yeah, she says she knows you, has something important to tell you.
Oh, sure in, Sergeant. Sure in.
Yeah. Go right in, miss. Ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, Danny. Oh, it's a glorious, glorious morning, isn't it?
Glorious, Opal. How are you?
Glorious.
Why don't you put the drum down? Tartaglia, help Opal.
Oh, sure. Allow me, Miss Opal.
Thank you.
Tartaglia said you had something important to tell me.
Well, it may be. I don't know. It just may be important, and then again, it may not. Strange the way things are one way or another, isn't it, Danny?
Tell me anyway, Opal.
Well, last night at the mission, it was my tour of duty. You know, helping the poor wandering souls.
What happened at the mission, Opal?
Well, about 3 o'clock in the morning, this man came in with a terrible wound in his shoulder. Oh, a terrible wound. I dressed
Where
him.
is he now?
Well, back at his hotel, I suppose. The Carnegie Hotel. You see, Mr. Crandall's one of our steadies. But, Danny, where are you going? I haven't finished.
All right, I'm coming. Oh, it's you.
Yeah, citizen. It's me.
Come to tell me I'm not much of a citizen no more, huh?
A real bad one. A wounded one, too. Your shoulder hurt?
Some. If I make an effort, it'll still operate.
Don't try. I'm booking you. We'll take fine care of your shoulder.
I missed everything, didn't I? Messed it all up. Amateurs oughtn't to play that game. It makes them gun happy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I turned all of Phyllis's pictures to the wall. She isn't proud of me. She looks sad. Even the one in stockings.
Tough. You ready?
Sure. Can I figure on how long a rap is?
Figure on all the time there is left in the world, so you won't be disappointed. After all, you killed 2 men.
Killed 2 men? What are you talking about?
Sherman Gates, 1 man. Junius Quimby, 1 man.
Wait a minute.
2 men.
Wait a minute. You're talking too fast. Words are going by me. I think I hear, but I don't know what they mean.
Let's go, Lee.
I'm telling you, all I did was try a blackmail stunt. I loused it, that's all.
You're talking for the record now, Lee.
Sure I am, and this is a record. A letter comes for guest Sherman Gates after he's deceased. I open it, pictures in it, blackmail pictures to a guy with brains. More brains than me.
So you called Irene Vincent?
Sure, her picture's been all over the paper on account of her marrying that millionaire. Sure, I called her.
Where are the pictures?
Right in my back pocket. They never left there.
I'll take them.
Well, here.
Thanks.
You can't book me for murder. You can't...
Here's a dime, citizen. I got to call headquarters. We're going for a ride. You, me, and the pictures.
You sent for me, Danny? I was just on my way to home. I phoned Mrs. Tartaglia.
It's a little early, isn't it, Sergeant?
Well, what with the rain and all, by the time I get through the traffic...
Take off that slicker and stick around a while. I want you to look at a picture.
Okay, Danny. Well, where's the picture, huh, Danny?
Here. What do you see, Tartaglia?
Well, I see a gorgeous dame in a swimming suit by the name Irene Vincent. I see a guy also in a swimming suit by the name Sherman Gates, deceased. And they're leaning up against the new Nash. Looks like the 1950 model. Did I see everything, Denny?
Where are they?
Well, to me, it looks like Miami. I've never been to Miami, but to me, it looks like Miami. Palm trees, ocean, swimming suits.
Yeah. Neat piece of blackmail.
This is the blackmail? To be in Miami in the winter?
You can go home now, Tartaglia.
Oh, thanks, Danny, thanks. It's because of the rain I'm leaving now.
What do you got there?
The umbrella?
Umbrella?
Yeah, sure, an umbrella, Danny. It's raining outside. Cat and dog.
Umbrella? Go home, Tartaglia, and tell Mrs. Tartaglia today you did real good.
I want to apologize for Irene's not being here, Mr. Clover.
Oh, that's okay. You're here.
After all, Irene and I are engaged, and the fact that you found me in her apartment shouldn't cause you to lift an eyebrow.
Oh, not the merest wisp of an eyebrow. Maybe you'll react, Mr. Dorcas. I know why Irene was being blackmailed.
Good for you. So you found the blackmailer. You understand, whatever Irene did before we're married doesn't concern me.
Oh?
That was a part of her life that I didn't belong in. It was hers under whatever circumstance she wanted.
What if it happened 3 weeks ago?
Oh, impossible.
Look at this picture, Mr. Dorcas. Does it tweak you?
Irene, come in here.
Well, you mean you've been out clevering me. Irene's been listening all the time. My.
I don't like to subject my fiancé to the police. Now, come here, Irene.
Yes, what is it?
A picture. I want you to look at it.
Were you in Iowa 3 weeks ago, Irene?
I told you I was, dear. That means I was.
Irene, you're not looking at the picture.
I'm looking. It was taken 3 years ago in Miami before I met Mr. Dorcas.
You're lying, dear.
You're doing just that, Irene. They didn't have 1950 cars 3 years ago. They had them just about 3 weeks ago.
Irene.
So I went to Miami. So what? So what if I did?
Irene, tell us. Tell us what happened the night Sherman Gates died.
I've already done that 100%.
The part after you left him. Do it again.
All right, I will. I came home in a cab, undressed, went to bed. Happy?
The part about the umbrella. What did you do with it?
Threw it in the bathtub. Happy?
Yeah, but you're not. A guy comes to call for you to take you out for an evening. He brings an umbrella, like a 100% gentleman. I know because it was found with his dead body.
Poor him. So?
So you carried an umbrella, too. When a gentleman carries an umbrella on a date, a girl never does. But you did. You know why, too.
Throw him out of here, dear.
No, I don't want to do that.
Because you knew you were coming home alone, Irene. So you poisoned his drink and left him. That took care of blackmailer number one.
You mean Irene killed someone else?
Did you, Irene?
You're both crazy.
You killed Quimby, too. The nasty little photographer who developed a few extra blackmail pictures for himself and wanted in on the blackmail.
Poor Irene.
You're crazy.
But still another man got in on the blackmail. A hotel clerk who opened Sherman Gates' mail and figured you'd been cheating almost up to the altar.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen
So
to
you
him.
dreamed up a story, Irene, and told it to Mr. Dorcas here. A story that made the hotel clerk look like he murdered the other two. He didn't. You did.
Irene, put down that gun.
Get out of the way. I'll kill him.
Irene, don't. Irene.
You fool. You stupid little fool. I'll take that gun.
I'll kill
I said,
you.
give me that gun. That's better.
Irene,
She looked at him, then fell suddenly to the floor, took Dorcas's head in her arms and swayed back and forth. Her eyes filled with the terrible fright you sometimes see in a child. And it was hard to believe she was a murderer. But you knew better, so you called headquarters. And they sent an ambulance and a couple of burly cops. She was 100% with them, so they gave her the best seat in the paddy wagon. Broadway looks clean. It's been washed by the rain. It smells good, and everything looks sharp. Sharp like a knife at your heart. And you walk against it, and it plunges deeper and deeper and deeper. And finally, there's no pain. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover and is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The musical score was composed by Alexander Courage and conducted by Wilbur Hatch, and the program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The cast tonight included Charles Calvert, Joe Forte, Paul Duboff, Junius Matthews, Mary Jane Croft, Herbert Rawlinson, and Joyce One step to curing a disease is recognizing it and treating it. Hate is a disease. It's recognized as such by patriotic citizens who refuse to spread the doctrine of hate by speaking against a fellow American because of his race, color, or religious creed. The treatment to cure the disease of hate is to accept or reject people on their individual worth and to speak up wherever you are against prejudice and for understanding. Stay tuned now for Sing It Again, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where you find Broadway is My Beat every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Brought to you by RadioClassics.com. Programs are copyright their respective owners. All rights reserved. Owners. All rights reserved. Owners. All rights reserved. Owners. All rights reserved.
Now, baby, listen to this. Above all, the city is a promise of something better.
I've been to plenty of cities, and they ain't nothing but trouble.
Trouble in mind.
There's a place people head for when they need a second chance.
Don't blow it. Guys like you get maybe one more chance.
It's called Rain City.
A little bit of everybody belongs in hell, Lieutenant.
And to get what you really want,
Well, I'm not greedy. I just want to make some money.
you have to want it really bad.
I think you're a good man who's had bad luck. And I think all that can change.
And if there's one thing everyone seems to get,
Clue me.
it's trouble.
Oh, what?
She's back. She's got trouble.
Where are you going? Trouble. Hawk, you're headed for real trouble, and I won't be able to help you.
Welcome to a place where everyone changes.
You are dead meat! Punks!
And everyone either gets what they want
You're dead dirt!
or what they deserve.
I just spent too many years wanting, and never having.
Chris Christopherson is Hawk. Ex-cop, ex-con.
Nobody gets saved.
Keith Carradine is Coop.
Great, huh?
Stumbling toward the big time.
You push me. You don't like where I go.
Laurie Singer is Georgia, as much a child as a woman. Geneviève Bujold is Wanda, a mystery woman who's seen it all. And Divine is Hilly Blue, who has everything and wants more.
Miracles happen when you surrender. The trick is surrendering on your own terms.
He's my trouble in mind.
Trouble in Mind, a new film by Alan Rudolph.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For deep down laughs and listening enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for deep down coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, with extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffees, skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Well, George has had a pretty rough week, what with Meredith Wilson and his joke book occupying the den. But this morning, the little man has decided to be happy come what may, as he strolls into the living room with a song on his lips.
Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Ain't misbehaving. I'm happy on the sofa.
Honest, he's not suffering. He's really happy. But there is one thing the poor little goon doesn't know. Going on in the den is a meeting of Gracie's club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. Unaware of the frightful doom that lies in wait, he cheerfully scratches himself and looks around for his wife.
Oh, Gracie, here's your boopsie boy.
Boopsie boy. Isn't that revolting?
Maybe she's in the den talking to Meredith.
No, George, no. Keep out of the den. It's full of uplifters. You're headed for disaster like a duck waddling straight into the frying pan. Waddle the other way, George. Oh, too late. His hand's on the doorknob.
Oh, no. Not that.
He doesn't think it's real. He can't believe fate would play such a dirty trick on a good-natured little schnook who never did anything worse than tee up a golf ball in the rough. So he sneaks the door open again.
Gracie, come out here.
Oh, George. What is it, dear?
Gracie, I thought you promised me that those uplifters would never meet in my house again.
Well, we're not meeting in your part of the house. Meredith rents the den, and he said we could use it.
I don't believe it. No man could be that stupid. Not even Meredith.
Well, come in and see for yourself. Girls, let's be quiet, please. My husband has honored us with a visit. Blanche, you remember George? Clara, you remember George? Francis, you remember George? They all remember
Yeah, they all remember.
Hi, George. Have a seat.
You're the one I came in to see, Meredith. Did you give this mob permission to meet here?
Yep, I sure did.
But why? Why in heaven's name would you want...
quiet, George. We have to get the meeting started. Now, as their names are called, the members will please answer here. Clara Bagley? Here. Blanche Morton? Here. Francis Fowler? Here. Meredith Wilson?
Here.
Genevieve...
Wait a minute. Meredith is a member?
We swore him in this morning.
But this is a woman's club.
Oh, we took care of that. We made him an honorary woman.
Well, congrats.
Well, thank you, George. Sure going to be a surprise to my sister. Up to now, she's been the only girl in the family.
But, Meredith, how can you stand these females?
I find them delightful and very appreciative of my humorous stories and anecdotes.
Oh, I'm beginning to see.
Would you girls care to hear another one right now? I have a dandy about married people, if someone will just mention the subject of married people.
It's your turn, Blanche.
All right. My husband and I are married people.
Ha! Speaking of married people, I am reminded of the grateful wife who said to her spouse, "Hubby dear, it's nice of you to send me away for a vacation." Whereupon the sly husband replied, "Yes, I certainly need one."
Is that the finish, Meredith?
Yeah, it is.
All right, girls, let's show our appreciation.
Well, that does it. I'm getting out of here.
Well, now we continue with the meeting. We're here today, girls, to get a report on the club's finances. During 1945, we did many things to make money. First, we gave a play. Money taken in, $47. After the first act, we refunded the money to all those who weren't satisfied. Money paid out, $47.
Those stupid people. Well,
next we made taffy and sold it throughout Beverly Hills. Money taken in, $17. Later, we paid dental bills of all children who ate the taffy and lost their teeth. Money paid out, $85.
I just can't understand it.
Well, that's just one of those things. As a result of these and other money-raising projects, we begin the new year with a debt of exactly $112.14.
Oh, dear. How will we ever be able to raise that much money?
Well, may I make a suggestion?
Oh, of course, Meredith. What is it?
Well, nothing yet. I just wanted to make sure I could speak out if I thought of one.
Well, if no one else has a suggestion, I'd like to propose a new member for our club. The opera singer, Madame de Silva.
Opera singer. She hasn't been in opera for 20 years.
Well, let's put it to a vote. All in favor of Madame de Silva, say aye.
But she's so homely.
And so old.
And such a snob. She's terrible.
Her husband just left her $1 million.
Aye.
You're sweet, girls. That typifies the democratic spirit of our club.
Why, I'll bet we can take that rich old babe for all the dough we... perhaps our esteemed new member would be willing to pay off our debt. Well, do you suppose she'll insist on singing stuff like Carmen at our meetings?
Well, for $112.14, let her sing Carmen.
Well, sure. Let her sing the whole opera, Carmen and Lombardo. I'll go call her. Well, Madame de Silva.
How do you do, Mrs. Burns? I rushed over as fast as ever my tiny little feet would carry me.
Well, now, if you just step into the den here, Madame de Silva, the girls of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society are waiting to welcome you.
How nice.
Oh, quiet, girls, quiet. Girls, let's have a rousing hip-hip for Madame de Silva. Hip-hip.
Hooray!
Hip-hip.
Hooray! Well, that was a rousing welcome.
Well, I can tell you truthfully, no member has ever been welcomed with bigger hips.
Mrs. Burns, who is that striking-looking member in the mannish suit?
That's Meredith Wilson.
You'd almost think she was a man if it weren't for her long hair.
Well, as a matter of fact...
But here I am, starting to gossip, and I'm not even a member yet. I suppose you'd like me to write a check for my dues now.
Oh, no hurry about that. How about a speech first?
Very well. Girls!
Thank you. And now the check.
How much are the dues?
Exactly $112.14.
Oh, well, I was prepared to pay $500.
Oh, all in favor of raising the dues to $500, say aye. Oh, that'll be $500, madam.
Very well. But before I sign this check, Mrs. Burns, I should like to ask you a favor.
Oh, anything at all.
As you know, I have a very large operatic repertoire. I wonder if you'd let me put it on the radio.
Well, if you insist, but our couch is more your size.
I meant that I would like to sing on your coast-to-coast radio program.
Oh, well, I'm afraid that's impossible. My husband runs that.
No program, no check.
But I run my husband.
Then it can be arranged?
Well, I think so. You see, he loves to sing, too, and if he can sing with you, I think he'll agree.
Excellent. I would need a male singer to team up with. Can your husband sing operas like Faust and Aida and Trovatore?
Oh, I'm sure he can.
Baritone?
Oh, that one he knows by heart. You wait here. I'll get him. Oh, George!
Yes? What is it, dear?
Oh, George, we have a new member, a famous singer, and she's simply dying to sing a duet with you. She thinks you have a magnificent voice.
Well, at last you got one intelligent woman in the club. I'd like to meet her.
Well, come right in the den.
Oh, don't you worry,
Madame de Silva, may I present my husband, the famous singer, Sugarthroat Burns?
Charm.
Same here. I understand you'd like to sing a little duet with me.
Yes. Suppose we do Giuseppe Verdi's Parigio Cara from La Traviata.
You don't happen to know Strut Miss Lizzie, do you?
What?
Or Red Rose Rag. Boom, 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 down in the garden where the red rose grows. Oh, mine, I love you so. Love me like a flower. And don't you dare to holler. Lordy, come and learn that. How do you like my voice?
Well...
Boom, 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 down.
Take my advice. Unless you've got some tobacco to auction off, keep your mouth closed.
Now, listen.
Besides, I sing only the classics.
Lo, hear the gentle lark, weary of rest, from his moist cabin
will go for 100 years.
Well, I can't wait. I haven't had breakfast.
Mrs. Burns, I will sing only if I have a legitimate operatic baritone to complement my own divine soprano. Until such a time as you produce him, there will be no check. Good day.
Well, girls, it looks like we'll have to scare up one of those real Italian baritones.
Oh, we'll never find one who'd sing with that old war horse.
Say, I know an Italian fellow who's quite musical. He'd be glad to do it.
Oh, really, Meredith?
Yeah. Of course, you'll have to hire his monkey, too.
Meredith. Girls, what'll we do?
Say, Meredith, that's your own tune you're playing now, isn't it?
Yes, Bill, that's Iowa. It's about my home state.
Really? Well, how'd you happen to write it anyway?
I just wanted to put a lot of memories into my music. Listen a minute. Now, to you, Bill, that's probably just a melody. But to me, it's memories of Sumac in September, of the old river bend, and of a boy and girl in a park. Memories of my hometown in Iowa.
Well, Meredith, your musical picture reminds me that your little town in the Midwest is typical of so many pleasant small towns all over the land. And just as they're an important part of friendly living in America, so too Maxwell House Coffee has become a part of good living in the American scene. For today, in homes where fine coffee is appreciated, the choice is most often Maxwell House. And just as your melody picture is a fine blend of orchestral harmony, so rich Maxwell House is a full-flavored blend of these Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice Latin American coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. And the result is true harmony in a cup of coffee. It's Maxwell House. So good to the last drop.
If we don't get a man to sing with Madame de Silva, we lose her money.
Oh, we'll never get a real singer. What we need is a man we can talk into posing as one.
Yes, that might work. A conceited man who likes to be flattered. A man who's attractive but not very bright.
A sucker.
Hello, girls.
Why, Bill Goodwin, we were just talking about you.
Really?
Well, yes. We were picking the handsomest actor in the movies, and naturally your name came up.
Oh, well, Gracie, I wouldn't call myself the handsomest actor in the movies.
No?
Well, no, you see, I appear on the radio, too.
Well, anyway, Bill, we think you're beautiful.
Oh, girls, please. You're just trying to turn my head.
Well, why not? You have such a gorgeous profile.
Well, you think so? Well, I think I look better full face. It gives depth to my dimples.
Well, now that you know how we feel about you, Bill, I'm sure you'll be glad to do us a little favor.
Well, what sort of favor?
Well, we want you to go on the radio and sing with Madame de Silva.
With that ancient Aida? With that decrepit Delilah? Oh, no, not me.
You won't do it as a favor?
Well, I'm sorry, Gracie, but that's out.
Oh. Well, then we'll have to use other measures. Francis, As vice president in charge of blackmail, have you anything that might persuade him?
Yes, Gracie. Here are some items from my notebook. September 2nd, Bill Goodwin was seen in the Gay Paris beauty shop having a finger wave.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
October 10th, Bill Goodwin was seen in the same shop
Now, stop. That's enough. Gracie, you wouldn't spread this around, would you? Well, okay, you've got me. I'll sing with DeSilva.
Oh, good. We'll tell her that you're the famous Italian baritone, Enrico Goodwinaldo.
Enrico Goodwinaldo? Oh, no, that's too much.
Go on, Francis. What happened on October 10th?
Well, I had my eyebrows plucked. I mean... Never mind, I'll do it.
Ah, you sweet Bill, and I'm glad we did it this way. At first, we tried to flatter you into it, but that's low and deceitful.
Oh, yes, yeah. Blackmail is much more sporting.
Well, we've got our male singer, Gracie, but there's another problem. George will never let Madame DeSilva go on your radio program.
Oh, that's right. Not after the way she insulted him. I've got it. We'll make George think he's got a terrible cold and is too sick to go on. And then we can take over the whole program.
How did you do that?
I'll go out and work on him first. I'll meet all of you at the studio in half an hour.
We'll leave one at a time, and as we go, each one will tell George how sick he looks.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I'll go out and get his cold started.
Meeting over there?
Gesundheit.
Huh?
I said Gesundheit.
Why?
You sneezed.
I did?
Didn't you hear it?
No.
Goodness, your head is really stopped up.
Gracie.
Gesundheit.
Gesundheit?
Oh, you heard that one, huh?
Gracie, I do not have a cold. Do you understand that?
Yes, dear.
Fine.
Gesundheit.
I sneezed again?
Yes. Oh, you better get right to bed, dear.
I will not. We've got a radio show to do tonight.
Well, forget our show, George. Your health comes first.
But I can't disappoint the people who tune in. They're expecting me to be funny.
Well, they've expected it for years, dear. One day won't matter.
Gracie, there's no reason in the
I'll
whole...
run in the bathroom and get you some pills. You just sit there and relax, dear.
Fuss about nothing. I'm okay. At least I think I am.
George, will you tell Gracie that I left?
Why, sure, Mrs. Martin.
And tell her that... George, stick out your tongue.
Ah.
Well, don't lose courage. Penicillin may pull you through.
Huh?
Bye, George.
I don't like the way she said that. Wonder if I do look sick.
Oh, George, I'm leaving. Will you tell Gracie?
Why, okay, Mrs. Bagley.
You know, there's something about you today that reminds me of the husband of a friend of mine.
There is?
Yes, my friend, the widow Brown.
The widow?
Goodbye, George.
Gosh, everybody thinks so. I do ache a little.
I have to go now, George.
I'll tell Gracie, Mrs. Fowler.
And don't worry about Gracie. She'll look lovely in black.
Little Howard Greer number, I guess.
Goodbye, George.
I never felt this bad before in my life. Maybe it's my blood pressure.
I'm going out for a little while, George.
Okay, Meredith. Maybe it's my nerves.
Naturally, you can't do the show tonight, but I'll carry on for you. I know jokes about practically any subject a fella can mention.
Maybe it's my liver.
Ha! Speaking of liver...
Not now.
Well, okay. I just thought I'd comfort you in your darkest hour. An old trooper like you, well, I thought you'd like to exit laughing. Goodbye, George.
My head, my back, stomach. Hope I don't faint.
Well, I'm leaving, George. Is there anything I can do, even if I'm not a surgeon?
Nothing, Bill. Nothing.
Before I go, I want you to know I was always fond of you.
Thanks, Bill.
You were a good guy, George.
I
What?
Yeah, and I hope your suits will fit me. Goodbye, old pal.
Gee, and I was so young.
Well, I'm back with the pills, sweetheart. Here, swallow them.
Would you drop them in my mouth? I don't think I could lift them.
Certainly, dear. There. Now, I'll go down to the studio and do the broadcast.
Goodbye.
Gesundheit.
Again I did it? Gee, it's going to seem funny to lie here in bed at home and listen to the program. It'll be the first one I've ever missed. Better tune in and see what happens. I guess Gracie and Bill will handle the comedy and Meredith will play a lot of music. It won't be bad.
Our programs continue from the NBC studios in Hollywood.
The Beverly Hills Uplift Society presents the Beverly Hills Uplift Society program, starring the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. Our program opens with the members reciting the Beverly Hills Uplift Society slogan. We always, always smile. We never, never frown. For the uplift will never let us down.
Oh, I might have known something like this would happen.
The Beverly Hills Uplift Society, an organization of women, for women, by women, dedicates this program to women.
Oh, beautiful lady.
Men, are you thinking of getting married? Are you looking around for the right person? If so, marry a woman. Women make the best wives, the best mothers, and the best sisters. No other sex can make this statement.
Oh, beautiful lady.
Before a woman can become a member of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, she must swear to abide by the woman's code, which is, a woman is thoughtful, straightforward, and modest. First, a woman is thoughtful.
I will never speak hastily or in anger to gain a slight advantage over my husband. I will be thoughtful and think out a clever plan which will really put him behind the 8 ball.
Second, a woman is straightforward.
I will not paint my face nor curl my hair to deceive men. I will leave this to a certain class of women known as beauty operators.
Third, a woman is modest.
I will not whistle at men on the street. I will not straighten my stocking seams on a busy corner, nor tug at my girdle in public.
Oh, beautiful lady.
That does it. That does it. They made me believe I was sick so that they could take over the show. Well, those hens aren't going to lay their eggs on my time. Where are my shoes?
And now, ladies and gentlemen of Radioland, we have a real treat for you. Our newest member, the famous opera singer, Madame de Silva, will perform an aria from Il Trovatore. Assisting her will be that dynamic Italian baritone, Enrico Goodwinaldo.
Maxwell House Coffee. Maxwell House Coffee. By Maxwell House. Good to the last drop. Oh, Maxwell House. Oh, Maxwell.
Mr. Goodwinaldo, I am afraid you got the wrong cue. Didn't you hear me say detail?
Well, sure. Didn't you hear me say de-coffee? Maxwell House is appetizing, rich, full-bodied, and mellow coffee at its full-flavored best. Good to the last drop.
But those are the wrong lyrics. This opera is in Italian.
Oh, well, I was translating into English.
If you don't mind, let's sing it in Italian.
Very well. I'll sing in Italian.
Maxwell House of Coffee. Maxwell House of Coffee.
Mr. Ronaldo! The Italian, please!
That's what I'm telling you!
People of buy and enjoy a Maxwell House of Coffee than any other brand of coffee in the whole wide world.
Stop! I refuse to sing with you. I've never been so...
Oh, but Madame de Silva, please, we're on the air. Oh, dear. Girls, fill in quickly. Ah, beautiful.
Break it up. Oh, come on, beat it. Get away from the microphone, you bats. Go on, shoot.
George, you're not in bed.
No.
Gesundheit.
It's not going to work anymore. Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, I want to apologize for what's going on here. But now you will hear the comedian you've been waiting for.
Well, thank you, George. Will someone please mention married people?
Married people?
Ha! Speaking of married people, I'm reminded of the grateful wife who said...
Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee, always good to the last drop.
Oh, goody, goody Jello pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right.
And just as Jello's 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten, so the proof of Jello pudding's in the eating.
The Jello twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jello pudding or of Jello, and you know it's the one and only Jello.
Good night, folks. We're a little late.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Mustn't judge St. Anthony's by the standard of other colleges. I'm willing to take a chance on it.
Well, the trouble with us, Father, is that I'm a sensitive man and you're a gambler.
Yes, and there's plenty of romance along the way. And lots of laughter, too. When John Wayne takes over the worries of a college that's long on problems, but short on cash. Charles Coburn is the very nice old headmaster, about to lose everything but his sense of humor. Along comes Donna Reed, a beautiful cop who has arresting eyes, but who needs a squeeze instead of a pinch. And adorable Sherry Jackson, who tries to make the big man live up to a little girl's ideals. And coming your way, too, is the warmth and wonder of a heart-cheering story about men who placed their faith in a man who had almost lost his.
Now, I'm sure with a little faith, all of our other difficulties will disappear. Now, won't you help us?
Gentlemen, for a moment, let's dispense with the rosy glasses of childish optimism and look at this thing calmly. You flipped your lids.
I've told you that we are giving you an absolutely free hand.
Then you'd better shake it, because I'm leaving right now. Go boat riding with lonesome sailors. Get out on the town. Let life rub up against you, and then maybe some man will do this to you. It's what you wanted, isn't it?
What made you believe that you could save St. Anthony's by destroying the very things it stands for?
Father, I've been through this so many times, it's like old home week. Let's just call it quits. I want you to know this, Father. I'm not ashamed of anything I've done.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
For a breakfast cereal that gives you real nourishment, get Cheerios. It's made from good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. And now, Cheerios presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of City Hall Shake-Up. Listen, yes, listen for the magic wire. Listen and hear how you can win a wonderful new home recording machine. Full information later in today's program, so listen carefully. Listen for the magic wire. And now, the Green Hornet strikes again. John Anderson was elected Commissioner of Public Works with the support of the Daily Sentinel. Years later, when he ran for re-election, he found Britt Reed's influential newspaper strenuously opposed.
Here's Britt Reed's latest blast, Mr. Anderson.
Let's see. The Daily Sentinel regrets it can no longer endorse John Anderson. What has happened to this commissioner? Why, during the past 2 years, has he forgotten his promises? Why has he been evasive? What has become of the public funds that have been spent for work that has not been done? Why has John Anderson resorted to trickery and various other devices to block investigations into the activities of his department? The candidate can allay suspicion by opening his records for inspection. Unless he does this without further delay, I can only conclude that the records would prove more damaging than mere suspicion. Harsh words, eh, Miss Boswell?
Mr. Axford of the Daily Sentinel is waiting to see you, Mr. Anderson. And so is that man, Mr. Cleveborn.
Well, I want to be alone in my office for a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
Well, Miss Boswell, did you tell Anderson I was here?
Yes, Mr. Cleveborn. He'll see you in a little while. Will you sit down?
I can't wait all day. I have other things to do.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Cleveborn, but...
Hey, look, miss. Did you tell Anderson I was here from the Sentinel with some questions?
You from the Sentinel?
Yeah, Axford's the name. Michael Axford.
After what your paper's been saying, you have a lot of nerve to come here.
I never been bothered none by lack of nerve.
Miss Boswell,
I must see my father right away.
Will you sit down for just a few minutes, Miss Anderson?
Oh, Mother is waiting in the car, so
I'll tell your father you're here.
Oh, I'll tell him myself.
But, Miss Anderson, you can't
It'll only take a couple of seconds.
I'm going in there, too. I'm tired of waiting.
Daddy! No!
What the?
Jump!
What happened?
He jumped! He jumped! I saw him jump!
Suffering snakes.
He jumped from the office window!
Right there in the office at the time, Axford?
That I was, Casey. By golly, it was awful. His own daughter was there.
You called in the story, didn't you?
That I did. But there's a couple of angles that I didn't say nothing about when I talked to Rewright. That's why I got to see Reed.
Oh, hello, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Miss Case.
Reed, I want...
You had a beat on the Anderson death, didn't you, Axford?
Yeah, and Reed, I want to tell you that...
Well, not now, Axford, not unless it's important.
But it is. Now, listen. When I was in Anderson's outer office, there was a guy there waiting to see him. A guy by the name of Cleveborn.
Who's Cleveborn?
I know about him because of my connections with the cops. Reed, he's a blacklisted newspaper man. He used to handle a lot of City Hall stuff, till it got out that he was being bribed to keep some things out of the papers. He's no good.
Why was he calling on Anderson?
That's what I don't know, Reed.
I wonder if he had anything on him.
Well, if he did, it might supply the motive for the suicide.
Anderson used to be a pretty straight guy.
Yes, I know he was. The Sentinel backed him when he first ran for office. I was surprised at the way he turned out. There was an awful lot of money spent in his department. The amount of public works didn't justify the expenditures.
Mr. Reed.
Yes, Miss Case?
I happen to know Mrs. Anderson and Peggy. They don't live high.
Huh?
Well, I mean... Well, if Anderson has been getting rich in his job, it's not apparent in the way his wife and daughter live.
See. I wonder why Cleveborn was calling on Anderson.
I tried to find out, Reed. I talked to Miss Boswell.
Oh, the secretary?
Yeah. She said that Cleveborn was in there to see Anderson every so often. And every time he was there, Anderson was upset, kind of, after he left.
Anderson was upset?
Yeah. Nervous and sort of jittery and short-tempered.
What else did you learn about Cleveborn?
Well, not much, Reed.
You said he hung around the city hall.
Well, during the day, and nights it's Gorham's Grove.
Gorham's Grove?
It's sort of a roadhouse outside the city limits. There's gambling there.
I wonder how I've missed Gorham's Grove.
Oh, it's not like the other roadhouses and nightclubs, Reed. It's third rate. It's not your kind of place. Besides, you couldn't get in.
Who couldn't get in?
You shouldn't have said that, Michael.
You got to be known to Gorham to get in.
I can't get in, eh?
Now, Reed.
We'll see about that.
But, Reed, you wouldn't like it. There's no floor show and the food's no good.
I'll find out for myself, Axford. How would you like to go out with me? I'll have Cato drive us out there tonight.
You see, Reed, this place of Gorham's isn't so hot.
I admit I've seen better.
This nightclub part is only a front to hide the gambling upstairs.
Even the gambling is second rate. Have you seen Cleveborn around, Axford?
No, but Gorham is the dark-haired little squirt over there with the flower in his buttonhole.
Oh.
The guy the waiter just went up to speak to.
I see him.
He wants you to meet him in back, Mr. Gorham. Sitting in your car.
What's the matter with Cleveborn? Is he getting bashful? Why doesn't he come in here?
I don't know, boss. I just brought the message as he gave it to me.
Okay, Freddie, I'll go see what's eating him.
Oh, say, boss.
Yes.
Is that Britt Reed over there?
Yes, why?
I gotta tell him his paper's calling on the phone.
Oh.
The phone?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Reed, your office is calling.
Golly, Reed, maybe it's important.
Well, if it is, I'll let you know, Axford. Excuse me.
Sure thing.
This way, Mr. Reed. Right in that booth, Mr. Reed. You can close the door.
Thanks. Hello?
Mr. Britt, it is not office calling.
Oh, hello, Cato. Where are you calling from?
From booth in vestibule of club.
Did you watch for Cleveborn?
Yes, sir. I see him enter Gorham's car. He sent word for Mr. Gorham to meet him.
Gorham just left the dining room.
Yes, sir. He is meeting Cleveborn in rear of building.
Cato, is it dark out there?
Yes, it's very dark.
Good. I'll slip around to the rear and see if I can learn anything. And, Cato, don't lose Cleveborn.
haven't seen inside the place for a while, Gorham.
All right, Cleveland. Why do you want to see me? What's up?
Anderson's death has started an investigation.
Naturally. How about Anderson's records?
The big boy says he can stall the inspection of the records for a little while, but not for long. The shortage will be found. And it might be traced to us.
Oh, confound Anderson. Why did he have to take the dive? He had the election cinched.
Maybe he didn't think so.
He had cleaned up plenty on him.
And he had cold feet from the start. I was always afraid he was too honest for us.
What about this inspection?
We've got to make up the shortage.
How?
That's why I came here, Gorham. We got to see Anderson's wife.
She's got nothing.
She will have when the insurance is paid.
Will it be paid in view of the suicide?
It'll be paid. I checked on that.
What good'll it do to see the widow? How do we know she'll pay up?
She'll pay a lot to save her husband's good name. You see, Anderson left a letter for her. It was on his desk. I grabbed it during the excitement.
A letter, What's in it?
Plenty. Among other things, it names me.
Oh. It's lucky you were there when Anderson jumped.
Lucky and unlucky. Because I was there, the police want to question me about my connection with Anderson. I've got to lie low.
What am I to do?
When the insurance is paid, you've got to call on Mrs. Anderson. You get the cash from her and turn it over to me. I'll see that Merkel gets it back into Anderson's accounts. Then everything will be all right. Now, here's what you're to tell the widow.
Hidden in the shadows, Britt Reed heard much of the low-voiced conversation before he rejoined Axford in the dining room. It was later the same evening when he met Cato in the bedroom of his luxurious apartment.
Cato, our city is in the grip of a well-oiled machine run by crooks. Men in high positions have to take orders from Cleveborn and Gorham. Anderson wasn't the only one.
Were there others?
Yes. Merkel, who like Anderson is on the council, and Hudson, who's in the prosecutor's office.
Is that true?
Yes. A lot of cash has been channeled into the hands of the crooks.
Well, Cleveborn and Gorham are crooks?
We're on the track of something, Cato. It may take the Green Hornet to get the evidence that's needed.
Well, how can I help, Mr. Britt?
You followed Cleveborn after he left Gorham's Grove, didn't you?
Well, yes, sir. He went to a small hotel and took suite under assumed name of Smith.
Keep an eye on him. Watch him all the time and keep me posted.
Yes, sir.
If we get the breaks, we'll learn how men like Anderson and Merkel and Hudson are corrupted after they get in office.
Well, how long do you think it will take?
We'll have to wait, Cato, until the insurance company settles with Mrs. Anderson. Then I think things will pop wide open.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Listen for The Magic Wire. Listen and hear one of the most exciting offers of the year. Listen to this.
How would you like to have a wonderful new home recording machine, complete with microphone? How would you like to have a wonderful machine that you can use to record your own voice?
Here it is, a marvelous home recording machine that makes recordings on wire. It's the amazing new Webster Chicago wire recorder.
You simply talk or sing into the microphone. This great new instrument actually records your voice on a magical piece of stainless steel wire.
And listen, this marvelous new Webster Chicago wire recorder also plays the recording back just the way you made it. For it comes complete with a built-in speaker as well as a microphone.
It's easy as ABC to operate and fun for the whole family. You can record your own voice. You can use it to entertain friends and relatives. You can record your favorite radio programs, baby's voice, birthdays, anniversaries, family events. You can record your own plays. Teach yourself to become a radio announcer or singer.
Listen, this amazing machine has an advertised retail price of $149.50 and is slightly higher west of the Rockies. But it may be yours as a prize.
Right now, Cheerios is offering 200 of these wonderful Webster Chicago wire recorders in a great contest.
Enter this big, easy contest now. Just finish this easy sentence. I like Cheerios Walt Disney comic books because. Finish that sentence in 10 additional words or less. For complete rules, get the handy entry blank at your grocer's.
There's no need to make a fancy or elaborate entry. And if you want ideas, see the Cheerios package. The back of the Cheerios package tells you all about these swell Walt Disney pocket-sized comic books.
Remember, finish this sentence in 10 additional words or less. I like Cheerios Walt Disney comic books because...
Enclose your name and address and one box top from Cheerios. That nourishing breakfast cereal that's made from oats, all ready to eat.
Send your finished sentence together with your name and address and one Cheerios box top today. And hurry, this contest is closing soon. Send to Green Hornet, Box 7800, Chicago, Illinois. That's Green Hornet, Box 7800, Box 7800, Chicago, Illinois. Now to continue our story. For several days following the suicide of John Anderson, Axford kept in close touch with police headquarters and kept needling his friend Sergeant Burke.
I tell you, Burke, the cops are slipping.
Oh, is that so now, Axford?
Believe me, when I was on the cops, a lug like Cleveborn couldn't disappear and stay so. We'd have found him in no time.
Well, if you can find him, there's nothing stopping you. Go on, Axford, and find the lug. There's things he could tell you about John Anderson. Find him and get yourself a story for the Sentinel. Yeah, and if you're so good at finding men, you might bring in that Green Hornet.
You'll be eating that sarcasm one of these days, Burke. You wait and see. I'll find the Green Hornet.
Yeah, you will in a pig's eye. If you could get the Hornet, you could get Cleveborn.
Slap a 25 grand reward on Cleveborn like what's on the Hornet, and watch me find him.
Oh, hello, Michael. Hey, what's the matter with you? You didn't slam the door.
Oh, Casey, it's tired I am. I've been looking all over for Cleveborn.
Are you still looking for him?
I'd give a week's pay to get him. Just to show that smart Alec Burke a thing or two.
Oh, Burke's in your hair, huh? Oh, just a figure of speech.
Is Reed in his office?
No, Michael, not now. But he called. He said to hold you if you came in.
Hold me?
He wants to see you.
Oh, golly, Casey. Have I done something wrong?
No, not that I know of. I think he has a special story. He seemed quite enthused.
Oh, here he is. Hey, Reed.
Hello, Axford. I'm glad you're here. I have an inside tip. You wondered where Cato was spending his time.
Yeah?
Well, he got what he was waiting for. He learned that the insurance company is to pay Mrs. Anderson this afternoon.
Is that what Cato's been doing?
Uh-huh.
Did you have him planted somewhere?
Well, that's about it, Axford. Now, if you hop over to see Mrs. Anderson, you might get a story. What she'll do with the insurance...
Oh, no, Reed, I don't like that sort of job.
Well, it'll be a scoop, won't it, Miss Case?
It'll be bad taste, Mr. Reed, if you'll pardon my saying so.
Bad taste?
I'm sure Gunnigan wouldn't care for a story like that. Neither would your father.
Neither would I, by golly.
Yeah, but I went to a lot of trouble to get the tip-off on the check.
Mrs. Anderson's had so much heartache, Mr. Reed.
Well...
And the Sentinel doesn't need news that badly.
Okay, if that's how you feel, we'll skip it.
Reed, you don't have the slant of what makes news. Now, if you'd only spend more time around the office so as you could learn...
Or less time, so I wouldn't interfere with routine, huh? Well, I'll clear out for the rest of the day. I can be reached at the golf course.
That evening, while Axford was at police headquarters as usual, Britt Reed called Cato to his bedroom.
Cleveborn still at the hotel, Cato?
Yes, Mr. Britt. Hiding behind name of Smith.
Well, tonight, Gorham's to call on Mrs. Anderson. We'll get there early and watch for him. Everything ready?
All is ready.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. Black Beauty was parked in the shadows near the Anderson home. Britt waited until he saw Gorham enter the house. He gave the owner of a gambling casino time to get well into his interview with Mrs. Anderson.
This is a most unpleasant task, Mrs. Anderson.
I can't believe it, Mr. Gorham. And yet I knew there must be some reason for John's act.
I was as shocked as you are. I'd always trusted Cleveland. We were friends. To think that he was a blackmailer. But we must face the facts and do the best we can. We must work this out together.
Yes, I suppose that's the only way.
You see, Cleveland was with your husband at my club when it was raided. He had a photograph that proved that John escaped during the raid. Cleveland kept demanding money as the price of his silence.
John explained all that in the letter you brought me.
Oh, yes.
Why did Cleveland steal the letter from John's desk?
He probably thought it'd be a confession that would involve him. And it was.
But he sent the letter to you. Why not to me?
He thought I'd make a good intermediary. He knew he could trust me. Mrs. Anderson, we must replace the cash that your husband stole. It must be returned before the audit is made.
Oh, I see.
It's the only way to protect John Anderson's name.
And, incidentally, to protect your friend, Mr. Cleveland.
Yes.
But how can the cash be returned with no one knowing?
Well, I can handle that. I have a
How
contact.
do I know you will return it?
Why, Mrs. Anderson, if I didn't do so, Cleveland would get me. You can see what he says in the letter to me that I...
Take that letter.
What
Matt!
The Green Hornet.
Freeze, Gorham.
What do you want?
Lots of bad company tonight, huh, Mrs. Anderson? I'll take the letter your husband wrote to you, as well as the one Cleveland sent Gorham. That's it.
No,
now, wait,
no.
listen. Another time, Gorham. We'll meet again.
That mask, the Hornet. What shall I do? What shall I do?
I'm going after that Hornet. I'll get you.
On Parker Avenue. All cars be on the alert for Green Hornet. Get him dead or alive.
And here is a special bulletin. Your commentator has just received word that the Green Hornet is again at large. He appeared at the home
Among those who heard the radio newscast was Cleveland, alone in the hotel suite he had rented using an assumed name.
Now back to the baseball scores.
What in blazes is the Hornet doing at Anderson's house? I wonder if Gorham was there.
Hello, Cleveland.
The Hornet?
Yes.
How did you get here?
The window of the next room opens to a fire escape. You left the connecting door unlocked.
Now, see here.
I thought you'd bring all of your confidential matters into hiding with you. Let's see what you have on that desk.
No, wait, listen, Hornet.
Shut up. Did I get what I want in this desk, or do I have to search further?
Now, listen, I've got nothing there.
Nothing? Yeah, what's this?
Give me either and get back.
If you try another fast move, I'll let you have the stuff that's in this gun.
You.
Interesting documents here. Also photographs. Well, here's Merkel. And of all people, Hudson. I can use these things. Good game, wasn't it, Cleveland?
No.
I think you lie. Watch it, Cleveland. Ask who's there.
Who's there?
Open up.
Gorham, that's all I wanted to know. Let him in.
All right.
No, I don't need you, Cleveland.
No.
Hey, what the... Come on, Gorham. There's more gas for you if you don't behave.
What have you done?
Shut up. I'm going to call Merkel and Hudson. They'd better get here on the double. Yes, right away, Merkel. You'll see Cleveland when you get here. Stay where you are, Gorham. I'm calling Hudson. Come in, Hudson. Merkel is already here.
What? That mask?
The word is Hornet.
Merkel, what's this mean?
I don't know, Hudson. I just got here a minute ago.
You, Gorham.
He got me, too.
Cleveland is over there, gentlemen, on the floor.
Good Lord. Merkel, is he dead?
I don't know. I just got here a minute ahead of you.
The Hornet shot him.
Cleveland won't do any more blackmailing, gentlemen. I am now the one who holds the evidence against you. Here, Merkel. A photograph of you, both print and negative.
Give that to me.
Steady. From now on, I'm going to hold it. The same with this bit of art that features you, Hudson.
Why,
Cleveborn and Gorham went to a lot of trouble to get those pictures. Perhaps neither of you knew that they planned the raids on Gorham's Grove to get pictures that you'd pay heavily to keep out of circulation.
Gorham, is that the truth? Now, hold on.
Hold it. I'm doing the talking. And when you've met my demands, you'll be given the evidence that Cleveborn's been using to run the city hall as he wanted it run.
Oh, Merkel, this is going to be worse than ever.
It may not be as bad as you think, Hudson. For example, here's my first order. You're to make those two, Gorham and Cleveborn, hand over the cash they got from Anderson. It's to go back into the public works account before the audit.
But Cleveborn is dead.
No, he's only sleeping. Now let me see you go to work on Gorham.
Now, wait a minute.
You heard what the Hornet said, Gorham.
No. What are you going to do, Merkel? Listen to me,
You
man.
rat.
Now,
That's a good start, Hudson. Gorham, you know how much cash we've got to have to balance Anderson's books.
Now, listen, Bate, I'll make a deal.
Not too soon, Gorham. We want to work this deal out the hard
No,
way.
no.
See what I mean? Hudson, wait. It's my turn.
No, I'll pay.
I can't hear you.
I'll pay.
You flattened him.
Now, how about it, Hornet? Is that what you... Say, where'd he go?
Well, I don't know. He must have gone into the next room. And he's got those photos with him.
Come on, we've got to get him.
That window. There he goes down the fire escape.
Hey, you down there.
You'll be hearing from me.
How are we doing?
First rate. Keep it up.
Holy smoke, what a morning this is.
Hey, Gunnigan, here's another call from the guy at City Hall.
Yeah?
Merkel announces a budget cut in his department.
Great day. Copy. Take us to rewrite.
Gunnigan, I just got a call from Hudson. He's put the go-ahead on that playground deal.
No, not Hudson.
Yes, Hudson.
What's gotten into the City Hall?
Good morning, Gunnigan. Seems to be a lot of action around the city room this morning.
Reed, I never saw anything like it. Merkel and Hudson have been making up for lost time. Cuts in the budget. The playground is going through. The master's bill is signed. The teachers' pay raises to start next fall. By thunder, I never saw anything like it.
I'm glad to hear those things, Gunnigan. The Sentinel backed those men when they ran for office. I'd begun to think we'd have to reverse ourselves on them.
No, sirree, boss. We've backed the right men. They're late, but they're coming through at last. And you know, Reed, that makes me wonder about John Anderson. I'll bet the audit will show that he was all right in spite of all we suspected.
Yes, Gunnigan, I wouldn't be surprised if you were right.
Hey, Gunnigan.
Are you still around here, Axford?
Yeah. What with so much news from City Hall, I don't suppose there'll be room for my story about the Green Hornet calling on Mrs. Anderson last night.
Oh, they won't, huh? Well, guess again, Axford. Guess again.
Pepper Merkel announces reduction in budget. Big City Hall shake-up. Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Set select Street. Pepper.
Remember, the whole family can enter Cheerios' big new contest. It's easy and it's fun, and you have 200 opportunities to win. 200 opportunities to win a wonderful new home recording machine, the amazing new Webster Chicago wire recorder. For complete contest rules, get the handy entry blank at your grocer's now. To enter, simply finish this sentence in 10 additional words or less. I like Cheerios Walt Disney pocket-sized comic books because. Enclose your name and address and one Cheerios box top and send at once to Green Hornet, Box 7800, Box 7800, Chicago, Illinois. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by Cheerios, the breakfast cereal that's made from good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Boys and girls, attention. Coming soon to your grocers, Model City. This new Model City looks just like a real city, and you can get it without sending in a single penny and without waiting. Be sure to keep listening to this program. Soon, very soon, we'll be telling you how you can get Model City when you get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, watch for the new, big, exciting Model City. It's coming soon to your grocers with the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
From the vivid imagination of that master storyteller of the macabre, Nathaniel Hawthorne,
Alice!
comes Twice Told Tales, a trio of terrifying experiences, brilliantly portrayed by that personification of all evil on the screen, Vincent Price. In this tomb, you will live a pulse-quickening adventure as two friends dabble in the black arts, and a secret buried in the grave returns to haunt two unfaithful lovers.
You died, Sylvia. You've been dead for 38 years.
In this garden of evil unfolds the diabolic delineation of the most fantastic horror conceived by a distorted mind.
Since my father made me what I am, he used its poisons to change the chemistry of my blood. Watch that poor creature die. You would die if you touched me.
In this house of seven gables, filled with the brooding mystery of an ancient curse, its very walls creaking with evil, a chilling tale of vengeance casts a spell of horror beyond belief.
That was his blood. The Pynchons are cursed. Every male member of the family has died the same way.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and the hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, criminals and confidence men, cattle rustlers and road agents made the new territory their headquarters. The local sheriffs were powerless against them, and it was not until the masked rider of the plains started his fight for law and order that peace and security were brought to the frontier. Nowhere in the pages of history could one find a greater champion of justice, nowhere a man to match his courage or daring. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Clearwater Canyon! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Peacefully grazing cattle in Clearwater Canyon were suddenly started out of their calm. A horseman rode among them, and while his mount reared and pranced, he shouted at the top of his voice, and his six-gun echoed from the canyon walls. The alarmed animals began first to press together, then nervously to circle, and finally, when the contagion of panic had swept through their ranks, to lunge in a body for the canyon's mouth. The horsemen had brought about a mad stampede. But a second horseman was between them and the open plain beyond. When the first faint thunder of the approaching herd reached his ears, he reined his mount to a halt. Oh, boy! Boy! What in... a stampede! And coming like they plumb meant to get here. Boy, you and me'd better roll up our britches and get for home. Get up! Get along there! Get up! Get up there! But as swiftly as the man rode to the open plain in safety, the stampede gained more swiftly still. Get up there! And his goal was yet some distance ahead when he met disaster. Come on, boy! His mount, urged to its greatest speed, was unable to avoid a gopher hole, and... Get up!
My leg feels like it's broke. They're coming fast. You all right, boy? You all right? Let's get going. Clear out, you hear me? Ain't no use us both getting trapped. Go on, boy. Go on. Go on. Clear out. What? A masked man.
Get off the ground!
Can't. Legs busted. Better turn back. You'll never make it. You can't.
Swing him up. Get with him. Grab the saddle. Hold on. Come on, Silver. Come on. Out of the canyon, old boy.
My horse.
He'll make it alone. Hurry, Silver. Hurry. Hi-yo, Silver. Away! The Lone Ranger's great white stallion raced ahead of the stampeding herd, drew slowly away, and then, reaching the plain, broke into the clear. The masked man did not draw rein until he joined the waiting figure of Tonto, his faithful Indian companion. Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there. Oh. Give me a hand with this fella, Tonto. I think his leg's broken. Huh? Me get him. Easy. Let Tonto lift you down, friend.
Yeah. Oh, doggone leg aches like blazes.
Me got him now.
Thanks.
You...
Thanks, Injun.
You lay there. Tonto fix Splint.
Gosh, I don't know what to say. You, stranger, if you hadn't got me out from underfoot just when you did...
Forget it. Tonto, see what you can find that'll serve as a splint for now. Me. Well, when we get you home, you can get fixed up all right.
Sure. But when I think of how you risk your life...
I said forget it. Right now, there's something that interests me more. Feel like talking?
It'd take more than a busted leg to stop me.
Very well. Then tell me, who might want to see you killed?
Huh? Killed?
That stampede wasn't an accident. It was started for a purpose.
You're loco.
You probably didn't hear the shots that set it off. Tonto and I did. It was those shots that attracted our attention in the first place.
Oh, You mean someone in the canyon there tried to get me trampled?
You almost were.
Well, I'll be switched.
You can think of no one who wanted you out of the way.
Huh? Didn't say that, did I? Stranger, I'll tell you something. If them critters was roused to purpose, if somebody wanted me killed, I don't have to wonder who done it. I can give you his name.
Which is exactly what I want to know.
Luke Smeed.
Yes?
Yeah, he said he'd get me. Like a fool, I never thought he'd have the nerve to try.
Who is Smeed?
My partner, worse luck. You see, all this range hereabouts belongs to us. Them critters had come close to doing me in are my own cows.
I see. And you can think of no one but Smeed who would dislike you enough to be responsible for what just happened, huh?
Oh, I ain't on bad terms with any other fella in the county.
But would Smeed benefit by your death? Why would your own partner dislike you?
Sure he'd benefit. We got a partnership agreement. Anything happens to either one of us, the other gets his share of the ranch. As for Luke hating me, well, I caught a no-good brother of his rustling. I'd give him fair warning, but he just kept it up. So I turned him over to the sheriff.
Oh?
But the vigilantes grabbed him from the law and hung him. There'd been too many rustlers going loose in the county. But Luke never forgive me.
And that's easy to understand. On the other hand, you had only done your duty.
That's the way I'd figured it. Oh, that blasted leg.
You haven't told me your name.
Asa, stranger. Asa Botts.
Well, Asa, Tonto's coming now. We'll do what we can for you. See that you get home.
Thank you, friend.
And if Luke caused that stampede, perhaps we'll prove it. The Lone Ranger and Tonto bound Asa's broken leg to a splint, then carried him home where they turned him over to his men. When Asa had been placed in bed, his foreman, Curly Macklin, stood beside him awaiting orders.
I'm mighty sorry about this, Mr. Botts.
Likely you are. There's another hombre in this place that's sorry, too. Only he's sorry I weren't killed.
But who could...
That's my business. Where's Luke?
Mr. Smeed? Just a second. Yeah, there he is. Just turning his horse into the corral.
Oh, he is he? Been away from the place, huh?
I reckon so, Mr. Botts. He said something this morning about having to look through the brush for scrubs. He thought come round up time.
When'd he leave?
Huh? Well, right after you, as I recollect.
Right after me, huh? Thought so.
What do you...
Quit asking questions and tend to your own affairs. You sent men up to that West Line cabin yet? Bet you ain't.
No,
Then see to it, doggone it. Go on. Pick two fellers and get them on their way. Another thing.
Yeah?
On your way out, tell Luke to come here. Tell him to get here pronto.
Sure, Mr. Botts.
Won't be necessary. I'm here. All right, Curly, clear out. Cook told me about your leg.
Don't you pretend to be sorry.
Me? Don't worry. I'd rather been your neck.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah?
It just makes it easier to come down to cases. Curly says you rode out just after me. That so?
You my nursemaid?
Afraid to answer?
Sure I rode out. Reckon it most likely was close after you left. What of it?
I ain't told the boys yet, but that stampede was started a purpose. Started a purpose with me in front of it. With the chances 9 and 10 I wouldn't get away. And if it hadn't been for a masked crook, I wouldn't have.
Started a purpose, eh? Who by?
Why should you ask?
I get it. It was me started the stampede, eh? Why, you old fool. I said one day I'd even the score between me and you, and I will. But when I do, it'll be in a way where you won't be doubting who done it. Jim hung on account of you. When I get in my licks, you'll know where they come from.
I know now.
But you're alive. I won't miss.
Luke, I'll make you a proposition.
Yeah?
I'll buy out your half of this outfit. Give you a fair price. On condition you start up again someplace outside this county.
Getting cold feet, eh?
No such thing. It's just that things can't go on this way. Who ever heard of two fellas hating each other and still being partners?
I like it here. I ain't leaving. But I'll make you a proposition. I'll buy you one.
I won't sell. We'll do it my way or not at all.
Then it's not at all.
I'm going to change the agreement we drew up. I'm going to see to it you never get my half if something happens to me.
Go right ahead. That suits me down to the ground.
Then we know how we stand.
Just so.
Good. And for your information, I got a gun here under the covers. Try anything before my leg mends, and you'll find a busted leg ain't interfering any with my aim.
Which never was nothing to brag of.
Come in. Come in. Oh, howdy, Sheriff. Who told you about what happened?
Never knew until I got here.
Then what are you doing here?
I got bad news for both of you.
Huh?
Your boy, Asa.
Bud? Something happened to Bud?
I just come from his place.
Why ain't he come here? Said he was going to drop in on me this week.
Asa, he's dead.
What's that you say?
Dead, Asa. Murdered.
Sheriff, who done it?
You did, Luke. Hold out your hands.
Luke was handcuffed and forced to leave the ranch house by a side door. The sheriff kept him covered as he walked toward his horse.
Steady, fella. Don't make no funny moves, Luke.
Doggone, at least I got a right to know why you're blaming this killing on me.
Luke, you're as good as hung.
But I tell you,
In the first place, everybody knows how you've been promising to get even with Asa.
I never had nothing against Asa's boy.
You blamed Asa for the hanging of that worthless brother of yours. It'd be just natural for you to strike back through Bud.
If that's all you got on me, then you can't hold me in jail an hour.
It ain't.
What else is there?
You dropped your bandana when you made your getaway. Too excited to notice, I reckon. And like all you wear, it's got your initials.
And it was stolen and planted there. I've been wearing the same one for the past 2 days.
You'd have a hard time proving it. But that's just the least of it.
You can't.
You didn't finish Bud off as clean as you must have figured. He lived on a spell. Lived on long enough to grab a pencil and paper and write who shot him.
And he named me?
Just so, Luke. Think it over. You murdered, and the man you murdered testifies again you. You can't beat a thing like that.
No?
We palavered long enough. Climb aboard. We'll ride double.
Nope, I don't reckon we will.
If you think I'm going to get a horse for you from the corrals and let everybody know...
Hey, Curly!
What? There ain't nobody there. You busted my wrist.
I said I wasn't riding double. I'm riding alone. Get up there.
Hey, hold on. Come back here. Help! Stop that fella. Hey, go after him.
What's the matter? Is that Luke riding on?
Get horses and bring him back. He's my prisoner. He knocked the gun from my hand and stole my horse. Don't just stand there, you idiots. You hear me? Saddle up.
It was an hour later. The Lone Ranger and Tonto had returned to Clearwater Canyon and were examining the ground.
Tonto, I'm afraid there's nothing here. The ground's too badly torn up by the stampede. Any trail made through here beforehand would be completely destroyed.
That right. What we do now?
We'll make camp somewhere, and then see Asa again. And I want to look at Luke Smead. What's that?
Sound like horse?
Coming through the brush there. He'll break into the clear in just a moment.
Get up there. Come
on. There, fella.
Hi! Back, fella. Back. Hold on.
Him scared.
The moment he saw us, he changed direction. He wanted to get away. You notice his hands, Tonto?
What matter?
That fellow wore handcuffs. We're going after him.
Come on.
Get him up, Scout.
Hail, Silver! Away! The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Luke Smead, handcuffed and riding a tired horse, had no hope of escaping from the masked man and Tonto. Get up, boy. Get up. Stay back. Stay back, blast you. I'll let you have it. I'm warning you. Come on, Silver. Him taking. Oh, you're not hurt, you dirty. Hold up. Hold that. Let me go. This ain't none of your affair. Give me a chance.
What's the meaning of those handcuffs? What are you running from?
What difference does it make to you? Just let me go. That's all I'm asking.
You're running from the law. You've got plenty to explain.
But I tell
and you
you...
will before we're through. Right on that side of him, Tonto. He's coming with us. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. The sheriff, giving up the pursuit of his escaped prisoner, returned to town, sending 2 of his deputies out to hunt for Luke's trail. That evening, he sat in his office with a 3rd deputy, Cal Munson.
I never had so much evidence against a feller in all the time I've been in office, short of catching him in the act. and then he gets away from me. I ought to turn in my badge. I must be getting too old for the job.
A man wearing handcuffs can't stay on the dodge for long. He'll be back.
And in the meantime, I'm the laughingstock of everybody in the county.
It's lucky for you, you ain't worse.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
Well, I was just thinking of what folks might have said if there hadn't been such a sight of evidence against Luke. They might have even suspicioned that, well, I reckon you savvy all right.
That I killed Bud?
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying anything. I'm only pointing out what others might have said. Yeah? Well, how much use did you ever have for Ace's boy? None at all, and you know it. And others know it. And others might have recollected the fight you and Bud have had.
You ain't even making sense.
No? Well, don't matter. I reckon Luke's guilty right enough. Circumstances being what they are, nobody's accusing you. I just mentioned it to show you how being laughed at for losing a prisoner ain't half so bad as being pointed to as maybe a killer.
Then forget that fool talk. You, a masked man.
Don't move.
What the?
Sheriff, this isn't a holdup. There's something here I wish to see.
What's here that a crooked want?
I'm the law.
And you do
here.
as I say. Keep your hands from that gun, Sheriff.
Why, blast you.
Good gosh.
That's better. Next time, don't try to outdraw me.
I never seen a draw like that in all my born days.
Now, maybe we can get down to business. Ace Abat's son owned a small outfit not far from here. This morning, Sheriff, you stopped by his place and found him murdered.
Hey, where'd you find out all this?
You know as well as I do the news is all over the district by now. However, I got my information from another source.
What do you mean?
Never mind that. It'll do you no good to ask who told me. The point is this. Sheriff, you found a note in Bud's cabin.
Naming who killed him.
So I've heard. I want to see that note.
But,
when I've seen it for myself, you may have it back. Well?
You can read it. But, mister, you do anything with it you shouldn't, and I'll make this county so hot for you, you'll wish you'd left well enough alone. Cal, open that drawer by your right hand there. That's where the note is.
That night, the shock following the news of his son's death, combined with the pain of his fractured leg, made sleep impossible for Ace Abat. He refused to be left alone and ordered his foreman, Curly Macklin, to keep him company.
Don't you think you could sleep a little if I was to turn down your lamp and leave you alone for a spell, Mr. Botts? Gosh, you gotta have some rest.
You stay right there.
Oh, it ain't me I'm thinking of. It's you.
It ain't me I'm thinking of. It's my boy. And Luke, that dirty sidewinder.
I never figured things would come to this.
I should have known. Should have been on guard.
Now, don't go to blaming yourself.
Curly?
Yeah?
I'm just laying here hoping for one thing. I'm just hoping Luke ain't caught for now. I'm hoping he stays free till this here leg gets well.
Huh? What for?
So's I can go after him myself. So it can be me that deals with him. You think I want him to go to trial with a chance of going free or breaking jail first?
Shucks, boss. There ain't a chance of it. He'll be caught, and he'll stay caught. When the judge passes sentence, he'll hang.
With the sheriff hanging him. I want to pay him back myself. You savvy that? He killed my boy. And I want to pay him back personal.
There, now. You get so head up, you forget your leg. Now, try to take it easy.
Me here with a busted leg and everything. Dickens. Trouble. More trouble. Get outside, see who's doing that. Right. And if it's one of the boys home from town and raising Ned, give him his time. Send him packing.
I'll handle it.
Wait a minute. Close that door. Told you before, it's drafty in here. If it ain't one thing, it's another. When I see Luke hung, I'm going to quit ranching. It ain't worth it. What?
Quiet, Asa.
It's you. It's the masked man.
I want to talk with you in private.
You in trouble? The law get after you?
Not that, Asa. I'm hoping to help you in your trouble.
But why
First, turn down that lamp. I don't want it possible for anyone to see me through the window.
I don't savvy. But when a gent saves my life like you done, I don't argue neither.
If Curly comes back, send him away. Don't let him enter. Tell him you wish to sleep.
Sure. He left to find out what crazy fool got to exercising his shooting irons careless outside. You must have heard the shots.
I did. I fired them.
Huh? You fired them?
To get Curly away.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Asa, I want you to do something for me.
Just name it.
In reality, it's something for yourself.
Yeah?
Tomorrow night, I want 3 men besides yourself here in this room.
What 3 men?
Your foreman, the sheriff, and Cal Munson.
What for?
Tell the sheriff to bring with him all the evidence he's holding against Luke Smead, including the note written by your son.
Still ain't told me what for.
Do that, and before they leave, you'll know the identity, not only of the man who started that stampede, but of the man who killed your son.
That's knowed already. Luke Smead done it.
Perhaps.
No perhaps about it. My boy's killer never'll be in this house till Luke is. That's as plain as a mask you're wearing.
Luke will be here, Asa.
Huh?
Will you do as I've asked?
Sure, I'll do it. But that you just said about Luke, what do you mean? You know where he is? Has he been caught?
I know where he is, Asa. I know because I caught him. Refusing to explain further, the masked man departed as he had come, and when daylight arrived, Asa carried out his promise, sending a man in town with a message to the sheriff and his deputy. Curly, too, was told to be present, and that evening, when the sheriff and Cal arrived, he joined them in front of the house.
Got any idea what Asa wanted was for, Curly? He say anything to you?
Nothing except when to be there. Likely just wants to talk over how to catch Luke. Come on inside. He'll be waiting for us.
He ought to know we're doing the best we can.
Step in. Sure, I reckon he knows it, but maybe he's got some ideas of his own. Here's his room over here. The sheriff's here with Cal. Ready to see us?
Come on in.
Go ahead, fellas.
Evening, Asa.
Feeling better?
Fair to middling.
Suppose you're wondering why had you come here, huh?
Shucks, if you got any ideas that'll help us, Asa, I'd be glad to hear 'em.
Uh-huh. You've been looking for Luke, figuring he killed Bud. I've been laying here hating Luke for that same reason. And all the time that both of us have been wrong.
But all the evidence, the note Bud wrote before he died.
Yeah, and all that. Just hold on a second, gents. Let me tell it to you my own way. Now, first of all, the evidence. Part of it was that Luke had it in for me, wasn't it?
Sure.
But that alone wouldn't be hanging evidence, would it? I mean, if there weren't nothing else to back it up.
Of course not. But with the other things to back it up,
I'm coming to him. Now, that bandana, the one with Luke's initials. Nobody could prove that hadn't been stole from him, could they?
Oh, now look here, Mr. Bob.
I don't want an argument, want an answer. Could it be proved? Could it? Sheriff, you ought to be able to tell me that. You represent the law.
Well, if you come right down to it, maybe not.
Curly could have stolen. He's around the place all the time.
I never had.
Don't get fussed. I'm just supposing. Well, that holds for the sheriff, and Cal, too. Sheriff stops in on business every once in a while. Cal's got friends among the hands, and he rides out this way every so often.
You're talking nonsense. Them things don't matter so much. It's the note Bud wrote while he was dying that proves the killing on Luke.
Uh-huh. That note. Now, I'm going to tell you just what happened yesterday. You see, gents, I know who really killed Bud.
Oh, you can't.
Who was it?
I said I'd tell it my own way. Curly there says I can't know who done it. Well, the fella to blame is here in this room right now.
Well, now, we're carrying a fool joke too far.
If you're just trying to be funny...
Funny? Funny about the murder of my son? I'll show you how funny it is. I said I'd tell you just what happened yesterday. Well, I will. And I reckon the one of you that killed Bud will know I savvy what I'm saying, all right.
We're listening.
Well, first of all, yesterday I got this here busted leg when my horse threw me when I was trying to get out from under a stampede. I figured at the time that stampede was started to get me. I accused Luke of it, but that weren't so at all. The feller started it, done it to wipe out his trail. If that note he'd writ didn't work, if anybody'd set out to follow him, then the stampede'd stop him. There wouldn't be no more trail to follow.
How come you're so doggone sure?
Bud was killed. That bandana was dropped where it could be found. Then the killer wrote out that note, making it look like Bud was accusing Luke.
Go on.
The killer was seen by a fellow that couldn't afford to testify in court.
Well, now...
But he wrote out the whole thing and put it in that there envelope with proof to back it up.
What envelope?
That one right there behind you on the table. See? Oh, doggone, the lamp. Quick, catch it. Ah, shucks, it's busted.
I can't see nothing.
That was my own fool fault. Shouldn't have brushed it with my arm.
Where's another light?
Reach under my bed. I had an extra one put there. Find it?
Here it is.
Well, light it up.
Just a second. Now we can see again. And the first thing I aim to look at is that there envelope.
It's gone.
What happened to it?
By thunder.
If it's gone, then the fellow that's guilty took it. He's...
Come in, Luke.
By golly, it's the fellow I was telling you about. It's the fellow give me that envelope. Now it don't matter if it was stolen. He can tell which one of you done it.
There's the man.
He's pointing at Curly.
Hey!
Stand back.
I'll shoot the first bullet in Fowler. I'm going through the window.
You stay here. A redskin's at the window.
Blast you. Oh!
Stranger, you knocked the gun right from his hand.
Arrest him, Sheriff.
I got him.
Blast you if you hadn't
You're
seen me.
guilty, Curly. There's nothing you can do to save yourself. So you might just as well tell us why you killed Asa's son.
Because he knew I'd helped Luke's brother Russell Cowles from Asia and was going to tell. I had to kill him to shut his mouth.
Then my brother was guilty of rustling.
You was the only one stubborn enough to figure he wasn't, Luke.
And Asa, I was blaming you. When you was in the right, Shucks, forget it.
What I'm more interested in right now is how the masked fella happened by Bud's place just when the killing happened. Care to tell us, mister?
I wasn't there.
Huh?
I didn't see the killing. I never claimed that I did.
What's that?
But I did see the note Bud was supposed to have written, Sheriff. It was written altogether too carefully and too clearly for a dying man. Bud couldn't have written it. And as it accused Luke, then it was clear Luke hadn't written it either.
You must have seen me. Asa told just what I'd done.
He told you what obviously must have been done when we knew the note was a forgery. As to the stampede, when I found the place it started, I saw that Asa would have had to have been out of sight. The man who started the stampede couldn't have known Asa was in the canyon. Therefore, he must have had another reason. If no cattle were stolen, it must have been to destroy a trail.
But you stood right there and pointed out Curly.
The masked man and me had that fixed up between us, Cal. I claimed there was evidence in that envelope, and I knocked over the lamp, giving the guilty fella a chance to hide it in the dark. But he didn't know there was chalk on the envelope. When the masked man stepped in, he just pointed at the fellow that had chalk on his hand.
Well, I'll be
chalk.
I never noticed.
So you'll hang. And Luke, I reckon you and me can forget our feuding, huh?
Asa, it's clean forgot already. The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
In a secret lab, somewhere in the Western Hemisphere, the perfect human specimen has been born. He has the strength of 10 men and the wisdom of 20. He also has a twin brother.
I have a brother?
Oh, my goodness, are you looking good?
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Born to be bad.
And Danny DeVito.
Way to go, Mom.
Are twins.
My name is Julius. I'm your twin brother.
Obviously. The moment I sat down, I thought I was looking into a mirror.
Only their mother can tell them apart.
Word.
Twins, the new comedy from Ivan Reitman.
Julius. What? Are you allergic to something? You're all swelled up. You look like you're ready to explode. I love it when you hit people. Who are you?
Vincent's brother.
We're twins.
That's right.
Twins. Coming this Christmas.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I need your help desperately. Johnny Tide was released from the state penitentiary this morning with murder in his heart. I don't know any of the details, but I'm sure that he'll be back here in Watertown by nightfall at the latest. If you mean what you say in your ad in the Star Times, be at the waterfront tonight.
Say in your ad in the Star Times, be at the waterfront tonight and stop him. Remember, if you fail, Johnny Tide will kill or be killed by morning. And that would be wrong because there's lots of good in him. I know. I love him. Janice Reed. Yeah, that's the way it started. Just a girl worrying about a boy. But before it was all over, a lot of people were worrying about that boy. They had to, if they wanted to live. And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Designed for Danger.
Jeepers, Mr. Holliday. An ex-convict on the prowl in the toughest section of the city.
Uh-huh. That part of the city doesn't get the carriage trade, as the expression goes. Well, do we accept the challenge, Susie?
We? Oh, hey, I'm only your secretary, Mr. Holliday, and
I was using the editorial we, Susie.
Oh. Well, in that case, Mr. Holliday, I don't know what to say. Frankly, I'm trumped.
Susie, the word is stumped. The word is stumped. But maybe you've got something.
What?
I don't know. But tell you what, suppose I get down to Watertown and nose around a little.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe to see what's doing. It was called Watertown not because it was a separate city, but because it was a separate and different order from the rest of the town. But tonight, there was none of the usual rowdy noises. None at all. Watertown was quiet. Too quiet. I could feel a peculiar tension in the air as I walked, as though Watertown was waiting for something to blow up. The people I saw hurried along, vanished into dark doorways and shuttered houses, afraid. A place like Watertown lives within itself, and news travels fast. Then I heard two men talking. I stopped in the shadows and listened.
I know what I'm talking about, Fatty. Tide was sprung this morning, and he headed straight for here.
Maybe he ain't in Watertown. Maybe he'd be afraid to come back.
Oh, Johnny Tide afraid of what? Of you, Fatty Ralston? You know he ain't afraid, and he ain't forgot.
Oh, shut up. You talk like I had to be afraid of Johnny.
Don't you have to?
You guys make me sick. That punk's headed for someplace else. He ain't coming back to Watertown.
Well, just the same, if I was you, Fatty, I'd pull a blanket over me and hole up someplace.
Go on, beat it. Get out of here.
You ain't afraid much. Oh, not much.
I ain't afraid of Johnny Tide. I ain't.
Why not, Fatty? Or why should you be?
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I just wanted to ask you a question, Fatty.
You don't know me. I don't know you.
That's right.
Then run along and mind your own business, mister.
I've got business here. I just want to know, who is Johnny Tide?
You had your ears open, didn't you?
Yeah, wide open.
So you want to know who Johnny Tide is, huh?
That's right.
Oh, okay. You want it? Here it is.
I'll say this for Fatty. He was quick with his fist. By the time I got my breath back, I saw his 300 pounds disappearing around a corner. So if I wanted to know anything about Johnny Tide, Fatty was the boy to ask. I got up and followed. Saw him duck into a place that had a sign above it, Fatty's pool room. I slipped inside. Stepped into a dark corner and waited.
All right, everybody. Clear out. I'm closing up for the night.
What do you...
Read it. You heard me. Look. Nobody owes me nothing. Now, that ought to make everything all right.
No, I don't want to...
Clear out. Go on.
Turning in early, aren't you, Fatty?
Oh, you again. You don't learn lessons, do you?
I don't like the way you teach. Now you're going to tell me about Johnny Tide.
Was I? What makes you think that?
I had an idea you might.
Here's another idea with details, starting with this cue ball.
It's your window, Fatty.
Now, beat it. Stay away from me.
I asked you a question outside. I didn't like the way you answered it.
You a cop?
No.
Stay away from me. Stay away. My arm. Let go.
Sure. But who is Johnny Tide?
A punk kid, that's all. Anybody can tell you that.
I like the way you tell it. Come on.
Ease up, will you? That's my arm.
I know it is. It was my stomach outside.
Look, Tide's up, punk kid. Just finished a 5-year stretch for sticking up my place.
This place?
Yeah. Yeah, he robbed me of $4,000.
$4,000? Try it again, Fatty. I doubt if you ever had $4,000 in this place.
That's what it was.
And why are you afraid? If he robbed you and served time, why should you be afraid now?
He said he'd get me. Well, let me go.
I'm sorry, Fatty, but your story doesn't make sense. In the first place, like I said, you never had $4,000. Not in this place.
You're smart, ain't you?
Just medium. But I can smell a bad story.
What's your stake in this anyway? Who are you?
An hour ago, I was just a curious bystander. I wanted to know who and what is Johnny Tide. But I took a punch in the midsection, and now you're telling me a lie. So that makes me more than curious. It gives me a personal interest.
Yeah. You let me go when I tell you?
It all depends. Go on.
All right. I'm only telling you because I got to get out of here before Johnny gets here.
Oh, so there is a reason for you to be afraid of him.
Maybe. But Johnny was framed. Rick Martin.
Rick Martin? The Rick Martin?
Yeah, big shot, boss of Watertown. He gave me $4,000, then he told Johnny I was a pushover for a stick-up.
Oh, and Rick Martin also told the police.
Yeah, he did. Johnny was framed, like I said.
Why should Rick Martin want to put that frame around Johnny Tide?
Because Rick liked the girl. So did Johnny.
So Rick took the easy way in love and war.
Now, let me go, will you? I told you everything. I got to get out of here before Johnny comes.
You were in on the frame?
Maybe not exactly, but Johnny won't believe I wasn't.
You know, Fatty, somehow I can't blame Johnny for that. How did Johnny find out he was framed?
Somebody talked. Somebody that don't like Rick Martin.
Uh-huh. Now, is the girl Janice Reed?
Yeah, that's her. Johnny thinks she was in on the frame, too. Now, please, will you let me go? I got to get out.
Yeah, sure, Fatty. You can go now.
I got to go far away because Johnny Tide will go for Rick Martin and then me and then Janice Reed.
So that was it. Johnny Tide was coming back to settle old scores. But where was he? How could I help? I was thinking about it when...
No! Stop! Stop, you truck! You hoodlum! Stop! He did it. He broke my showcase window.
Who did?
That no good Johnny Tide. I saw him. He broke my window and took a gun.
So, now Johnny Tide had a gun, and he was close. Very close. But it was also out of my hands and into the hot little hands of Lieutenant Kling.
Now, look, Holliday. I know that Tide was released from prison this morning. I know that he's in Watertown tonight. I know he intends to kill Rick Martin before morning. But I also know that all of this, including that pawn shop he just knocked over, is none of your business. How do I make myself clear?
Yes, you do. But before I go back to my typewriter, one question. What do you know about a girl named Janice Reed?
Very little. Only that she's a singer over at the Blue Chip, Watertown's most exclusive nightclub. Now, anything else, Danny boy?
No, nothing else, Lieutenant. Good night. Maybe I made a mistake when I asked Kling about Janice Reed. Because up until then, I was convinced that the lieutenant was right. I didn't belong in this mess. But now, well, I couldn't just step out and forget the whole thing. Not without talking to the girl anyway. I got a table at the Blue Chip without too much trouble, and 10 minutes later, Janice joined me. She was younger, prettier, much more upset than I had expected.
Mr. Holliday, what have you found out about Johnny?
Well, rumor has it that he intends to commit a few murders tonight. Oh, and incidentally, you're on his list.
I don't believe that. Look, Mr. Holliday, I know Johnny. I grew up with him right here in this neighborhood. Why, Johnny and I and Tyler Bennett were inseparable. Please, Mr. Holliday, you've got to believe me.
Maybe I do, Janice. But let's start off slowly. First of all, who's Tyler Bennett?
My boss. He owns this place. He and Johnny and I used to play together as kids. Why, we even had a secret clubhouse under the pier. All that kind of stuff. And how Johnny loved it. You know, that kid used to climb the old water tower over the clubhouse every day and pretend to sight pirate ships on the horizon. He'd get mad if we said they were just barges.
Which adds up to what, Janice?
That Johnny was never really a bad boy, Mr. Holliday. He just craved excitement, that's all.
But what about Rick Martin? How do you explain that?
Well, Rick meant action and fast money. And Johnny liked both. He was young and he made a mistake, but he's paid for it. He served his time. Don't you see, Mr. Holliday, he needs help. He needs it badly.
You certainly got a lot of faith in him, Janice. But what about you and Rick Martin? Go out with him?
Once in a while. I have to keep my job. Don't forget, Rick Martin runs Watertown.
That might be hard to explain to Johnny Tide.
No, it won't. Believe me, Mr. Holliday, if you can find him, you can talk sense into him. I know that.
Well, I'm not so sure.
But you'll try.
Okay, I'll try.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, pardon me, but you're on in a minute, Janice.
All right, Tyler. Oh, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Holliday.
How do you do? Hello, how are you?
Excuse me, I'll only be a few minutes.
Janice was telling me how you two grew up with Johnny Tide, Mr. Bennett.
Oh.
Have any idea where he might be?
Well, if I did, I'd go directly to the police with the information. Johnny was a good kid once, but that was a long time ago. He's dangerous now. He's very dangerous.
Janice won't buy that.
I know. She was in love with him 5 years ago. She can't believe he's changed. But mark my word, Johnny Tide will kill before this night is over. I only hope he doesn't get to Janice.
When I left the Blue Chip, I knew that in spite of both Kling and Tyler Bennett, I was on Janice's side. Now, my only problem was to stop Johnny Tide, if I could find him. I walked around aimlessly for the better part of an hour before I got a break. I stopped to look up at the sky, and I found myself staring at the remains of a rotted water tower. For a moment, the jumble of old boards didn't mean a thing, but suddenly it struck home. Johnny Tide used to play pirate on that water tower, and there was a secret clubhouse below. It could be just the spot for a hideout. I felt my way through the blackness when...
You move one more step, fellow, and I blow your head off. Who are you?
My name's Holliday, Dan Holliday. I'm not a policeman, and I don't work for Rick Martin.
Your opener's okay. I'll keep talking.
All right. Here it is. You're, Johnny Tide, aren't you?
Maybe. Keep talking.
Well, Johnny Tide, you're the world's biggest sucker.
Yeah?
You waste 5 precious years in prison, and on your first day out with a clean slate, you get into a jam that'll either mean the chair or a pine box.
And what's that to you?
Personally, nothing. But I'm around because a friend of mine believes in you. A girl named Janice Reed.
Janice? You've seen her?
That's why I'm here leaning against that .45 in your hand. Tide, why don't you get smart? That girl's in love with you.
But what about Rick Martin?
Oh, forget him. Sooner or later, the cops will catch up with Martin. They'll put him away for keeps.
Sure. Meanwhile, what's to keep Martin and his boys from coming after me?
I'll do what I can about that. But to play it safe, why don't you get out of town, away from here for a while?
What's that? Holliday, if this is a trap, you'll never leave here alive.
Then we've got a deal. Because that was probably a stray cat. Now listen to me, Johnny. Do what I say, will you? Forget Rick Martin. Get out of town for your own sake and for Janice.
Yeah, sure. Forget the whole thing. Forget I was framed and went up for 5 years. That's a long time, Holliday. An awful long time.
I know it, Johnny. But it's done now.
Yeah, done. Me with a record. You can't wipe that away.
Suppose we fix it so that everybody finds out about the frame.
How?
Well, first give me that gun. Then get out of town and let the police take care of Rick Martin. Fatty Ralston can be made to talk.
How?
He talked to me because he was afraid of you. He'll talk, Johnny. And when he does, that record of yours will be wiped off. Come on, now, what do you say? Well?
Here, I'm a sap. A gold-plated 14-carat sap, but here.
That's a good boy. Now go someplace where you'll be out of the way. You leave this to the police.
Sure. But so help me, Holliday. If I get another loop thrown around me, if anything slips, Johnny Tide will be back for you.
When I left Johnny, I was sure everything was going to be all right. I put his gun in my pocket and started up the street for Rick Martin's place. I wanted to be sure that Martin would let Johnny get out of town under his own power. I took a shortcut through an alley. Brother, how foolish can you get? I hadn't gone 10 feet when I heard footsteps behind me. I tried to duck, but I wasn't quick enough.
Mr. Dan Holliday in his usual position after sticking out his neck. Come on, see if he can get up.
Oh, Kling, they ought to do something about these buildings around here. They fall on people.
Yeah, somebody slugs him.
You know, I gathered that.
That isn't all you gathered.
What are you talking about?
3 guesses. Just take only one. That's all you'll need.
I still don't know what you're talking about. But I know one thing.
And that is?
Don't worry about Johnny Tide anymore. I had a talk with him.
So you talked Johnny Tide into being a good boy. You let that fast-talking little... Holiday, while you were lying here asleep, Tide got to Rick Martin and killed him.
And now back to Design for Danger, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
The moment Lieutenant Kling told me that Rick Martin was shot to death, I plunged my hand into my pocket for the .45 I'd taken from Johnny Tide. But it was gone.
Looking for this, maybe?
The gun.
Yeah, we found it next to Rick Martin's body. Holiday, you've been taken in by a fast-talking punk. Any way you look at it, your name spells sucker.
Yeah, you're right. Johnny Tide sang a pretty lullaby, and I went to sleep. But get this, Kling. Before the sun comes up, I'm going to plant Rick Martin's murder right in your lap. Well, sunrise was only 6 hours away, and that meant I had to move fast. I remembered Fatty's warning that he and Janice Reed would be next if Johnny Tide ever got to Rick. So I lost no time in getting to the girl's apartment.
What, Mr. Holliday? What are you doing here?
Rick Martin's just been murdered, Janice.
Yes, I know. Tyler Bennett called me a few minutes after it happened.
Look, Janice, that Johnny's off on a killing spree, and you and Fatty are next in line.
No, I don't believe that. Johnny isn't a killer.
Rick Martin wouldn't see it that way, Janice. Now, listen to me. I want you to lock this place up tight and stay under cover.
But I can't. I've got to be back at the club for the late show.
Call Tyler Bennett when it's time. He'll take care of you.
But where are you going?
To find 300 pounds named Fatty Ralston. It cost me a $50 bill and a lot of legwork, but I finally located Fatty out on an old oil barge anchored off the end of a deserted pier. So I took off my shoes, stripped to the waist, and quietly swam out to the barge. Once on deck, I could hear the voices of two men coming from the cabin. One of them was Fatty. I couldn't see the other man. I edged closer, and then I banged against the steel drum, and the noise it made shattered the silence. The light in the cabin went out.
Who's that? Come on, who is it?
Just an old friend, Fatty.
Huh? You again.
Let's go in the cabin, Fatty. I'm a little wet.
Sure, why not? Come on.
Light the lamp.
Anything to oblige. See better now?
Not yet. Who was with you?
Nobody.
Where's Johnny Tide? I said, where's Johnny?
He ain't here.
Don't give me that.
Why don't you look around?
Put down that gun first.
You're mixed up, fella. I give the orders. I got the gun.
That's right. Give me a cigarette, will you?
I don't smoke.
No? Not even Egyptian cigarettes?
Huh?
This cabin's thick with smoke from Egyptian cigarettes.
Maybe you better go. Now.
Hand me that towel, Fatty. I'm a little chilly.
Yeah.
Thanks. Drop that gun, Fatty. Drop it.
Hey, up! You're breaking it.
Drop that gun. All right. Move back. Okay, now I give the orders. I've got the gun.
Listen, don't do nothing. Don't, please.
No, I'm not. I'm going to stand perfectly still and listen to you talk.
Okay, I'll talk.
Whoever fired those shots couldn't have missed Fatty. And whoever it was got off the barge and into the boat that was tied on the opposite side. I ran over. I slipped once on the oil-covered deck, and the motorboat made for the shore. I had to stand and watch Johnny Tide get away. Get away after killing Fatty. And that made 2 down and 1 to go. And the 1 was Janice Reed. I swam back, slipped into my things, got to a phone, told the police about Fatty. Then I headed for Janice Reed's apartment. It was dark, deserted. I found an unlocked window and got inside. And I had the sickening feeling that I was just 1 step behind Johnny Tide and his gun. Then I knew it wasn't Janice. She'd use her key. I moved to the door quietly.
What the? Get your hands off me, Holiday.
Why, Mr. Bennett. I'm sorry. I thought you were Johnny Tide.
Obviously. I came to take Janice to the club. Where is she?
I don't know. I was just going through the place when I heard you at the door. Here, I'll switch on the light. Come on, let's look in the bedroom. Well, there's nobody in here. I guess I'm too late again. Wait a minute. This memo pad. Here, near the phone.
What about it? What does it say?
It's written with an eyebrow pencil. Pier 42 at 1:30. Sure, that girl's just crazy enough to keep a rendezvous with Johnny Tide. What time is it now?
10 after 1. Why? What are you going to do?
Maybe three's a crowd, Mr. Bennett, but I'm going to be there when Johnny Tide and Janice get together. I'm going to...
What is it, Holiday? What are you staring at?
Look. They're on the rug. Those smudges. That's oil.
Oil? I don't follow you. What does it mean?
The Tide's been here already. Those are his tracks.
What?
Yes, you see, he was out on the oil barge an hour ago, and the deck was slick with that stuff. I know. I slipped myself.
Well, then, couldn't those be your footprints?
No, I left my shoes on the pier. I swam out.
But why would Johnny make an appointment with Janice and still come up here?
I don't know. Only Johnny can answer that. Just like he can tell me where he gets those smelly Egyptian cigarettes he smokes. I took a cab to within the block of Pier 42. Then I got out, walked quietly to the rendezvous spot. Janice was already standing in the soft light of a street lamp waiting. So I ran back to the phone and called Lieutenant Kling. With the girl set up like a clay pigeon, I didn't want to take any chances. When I got back to Janice, it was 1:30 on the button. And a second later, a man stepped from the side door of a warehouse. It was Johnny Tide. I moved closer as Johnny went up to Janice.
Johnny, darling.
Hello, Janice.
Oh, Johnny, it's been such a long time.
Yeah. 5 years. An awful long time, Janice.
What's the matter, Johnny? Aren't you glad to see me?
Sure. Sure, awful glad, Janice. Awful glad.
But what's the matter? Johnny, why are you looking like that?
I'm just trying to figure out something.
Oh, never mind now, Johnny. Look, you've got to get away.
Wait a minute. Listen. Cops. You did it again, didn't you?
Johnny, no.
I might have known I was going to give you a chance to explain,
Johnny.
but not now.
Hold it, Johnny.
Holiday, you.
She didn't call the police, I did.
I'll get both of you later. I'll be back. Yeah, I'll be back.
Johnny, don't run away anymore. Don't run away.
Holiday, Dan, you there?
Right here, Kling.
Where is he?
He ran into the warehouse.
Okay. Put a ring around that warehouse. Spotlights, tear gas.
No, let him alone. Let him alone.
Okay, boys, let's go.
I'm going with you, Kling.
Be careful. Come on.
It's no use, Johnny. The police are here. You're licked, kid. Come on, give up.
Not me, Holiday. Me and the law just don't seem to get along.
But, Johnny, it's your only chance. Will you give up? Answer me, Johnny.
You hurt, Dan?
Just in the shoulder, I'm all right.
There he is. Up there on that rafter. Kennedy, your light. Shine it up there.
There he goes, Lieutenant. Get it.
No, don't, Kling. Don't shoot.
Stay out of this, Holiday. Devil, you crazy, Holiday?
Not quite. Kennedy, shine your light up behind you. Yes. Up there. Higher. There. There's your man, Kling.
What? Well, who is that, Holiday?
That, Lieutenant, is the man who killed Rick Martin and Fatty Ralston and tried to frame Johnny Tide for the whole thing. The name is Tyler Bennett.
Well, Holiday, how are you this morning?
Oh, pretty good, Kling. The doc says I'll be out in a couple of days.
Good. Well, like you figured, the whole thing was a scheme of Bennett's to kill Rick Martin and take over as #1 man in Watertown.
Yeah, and with Tide framed for the murder. Tyler Bennett would also have had a clear field with Janice.
And he was the one who knocked you out just before Rick Martin was shot, huh?
Uh-huh. He must have followed me from the blue chip to Johnny's hideout, where he heard me talk Johnny out of his gun. From there on out, he was in the driver's seat. But I still don't see why Bennett killed Fatty out on the barge.
Because Fatty was Bennett's sidekick in this frame. And when it looked as though you might get the truth out of him, Bennett was forced to shoot one of you. You were lucky. Fatty made a better target. But now I've got one for you, the jackpot question. When you were in the warehouse, how did you know that Johnny Tide was innocent?
Well, I found that out the hard way. You see, I was facing Johnny when I was shot. In the back.
Gee, Mr. Holliday, you certainly had a long night in Watertown. But there's one thing I don't understand.
And what's that, Susie?
Why did Tyler Bennett follow you down to the pier?
Oh, he had to because of the oily footprints in Janice's apartment. You see, once I got to Johnny Tide and found out that he didn't have oil on his shoes, I would have realized the footprints couldn't have come from anyone but Tyler himself.
Oh.
Besides, I would have also found out that Johnny didn't smoke Egyptian cigarettes.
But what about Johnny? Now, I mean.
Oh, he's on probation for stealing the gun. Everyone knows he was framed for the other deal.
Gee, you know, Mr. Holliday, I wonder if I would have thought of that Egyptian cigarette thing. Nope, I guess I wouldn't.
Why not?
Because I don't know a single Egyptian.
Oh, good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with this week's original story by Gene Levitt and Bob Mitchell. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund McDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
Clint Eastwood, hero for hire, blazes his way across a land of lust and injustice. Mr. Action himself.
I'll blow it to hell and go on with the train on it.
Clint Eastwood has a fistful of dynamite and a handful of trouble.
I've just about had a bellyful of this little chihuahua.
I am listening to you, but I have my mind on my men. All you have on yours is money.
They'd have to open the trap door if they had another prisoner. The French want me very badly. Why don't you turn me over and ask for a reward?
You know what you're talking about. It's crazy, Sarah. The hell wants to see you dressed?
The least you can do is take off your hat.
I haven't got time for that. A movie that's crazy one moment, revolutionary the next.
Viva Mexico Libre!
But always spectacular.
One last swallow, and it's up to you, Doc. Ready?
The most amazing adventure that ever set two rebels on fire.
You better go.
Bad time for a war.
Rough, ruthless, mercenary. Clint Eastwood declares war, and the Foreign Legion in Mexico never knows what hit them.
To attack now would be suicide.
But Clint is a one-man suicide squad. The most exciting Clint Eastwood picture ever made.